In the primordial epoch of creation, humanity emerged from Thecanopes, stepping into Anura upon earth. During that time, the world was governed by ancient deities representing natural element, such as the sun, moon, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The myriad race soft here che kajis vidas their subordinates. To demonstrate their supreme power, these deities compelled Theresisto engage einzeless warfare, inscribing a brutal history with blood and fire. Forians, Theresin Jew red thrillentless termintant and slavement imposed Bethulof te primordial gods. Amidst this tumultura, a traveler unexpected lie arrived in a primitive tribe, witnessing Theodan truths behind ancient myths. The Quaficlan, Onsrevals to Thesan, faced internal punishment of boundless running dueta their disrespecto wards the primordial deities, leading to their eventual extinction. The Zuang Zuklan, one set he most devout servants of te primordial gods, were stripped off their celestial powers for reasons unknown, becoming isolated from the world. Legends such as Xing Tai and severed head and shooting down an ancient steep Mistian tragedy. And Jiang Tai, this traveler, would lead the primitive tribe down an unprecedented path. They would forget your own mythological narrative with their hands, establishing Gaju Prima Heaven Lyrium to govern the vast multiverse. In the primordial world, the ancient erastilling arid in ignorance. Bethelaki in the heartophasmal grove, a compact-handed Jalefiguricon sealed himself among the fallen leaves. His gaze fixed intently upon the lake surface, muscles to tend ready for action. His name was Yang Tai, a traveler. No Tai Irsofajan standing gammy turtle, thought regarded as amateur wildman. He was grappling with Theber Denso impending marriage. His body was red and sparse, dark brown fur, with prominent brow-ridges cheekbones, and slender limbs. Rather than resembling a human, Heberi close semblance to a monkey. However, these wasnatakois could make, for in Thizera, Thu Ildman Hadanla just transitioned, from Thirbarilnacha Theground, Kautinamos awkward phase. They were neither as refined dashamans nor as robust as Themerhirsida primates, rendering Thyropiran Saratharan sightly. Yet, befer the tribembers, whose average height barely reacadated tone 9 centimeters, Jiang Tai appeared strong and handsome. A thismament, hissed versera wazatoring bear, quenchinjit stirs Betheliki side. A beer! The kin that stood than him without Tevenrasing, weighing over 1,000 kilograms equivalent 20 or 30 ophum. However, at present, there is simid tobanatre suffaber Bethelik. Asked the strongest junter in the tribe, Jiang Tai Ned to Slaberto prove himself. Yet, fate appeared to deny him this opportunity. Time slipped bunita said Hoffenhor, on hour, 2 hours today. The bear, furious and sunk known, had drunk its filly fused to depart. Even leisurely torn in goverstones in search of shell stew Thesentov this formidable beast deterred Otheranimeles from approaching thwater. Twonda halfer spast, a duration sufficient for his brother to practice craft. Yet, Theber shouted when tension of leaving. Glaring at Theber's persistent presence, a fire siglant flashed in Jiang Tai's eyes. Heshed his pretense, risen Jananger, and with a blackurin spear aiming with a cold light, he da precise thrust towards Theber's rear. Thud, accompanied by a flood sound, Theber emitted an unprecedented drorophagy. Even without intelligence, Jiang Tai could discern the mask of pain and fury up in its visage, instinctively clenching his legs. Yet, he had underestimated Theber's resilience. His full force of strike penetrat don Lihafway, becoming lodged and immovable. Jiang Tai promptly abandoned the attempt to retrieve a Thespiran swift licklim bed thinner tree. Ash passed the paleo fleeves where had concealed himself, has seized Nithar iron spear had prepared in advance. Feeling the excruciating pain in its rear, Theber's fury ignited, its sterning crimson. It vowed Turinth's monkey to shreds. Utilizing his slender, simian-like physique and exceptional climbing skills, Jiang Tai swift lie ascended to the treetop. Once secure, Hegrapet the sharp spear, poised for Thien ridged burst approach. Theber's climbing ability was formidable, yet ultimately inferior. As it ascended, Jiang Tai's spear found its mark, striking Theber Shikan blinding Gonophytses. In pain, Theber instinctively released its claws, plummeting from a height of several meters with a heavy thud. Accompanied by our sounding crash, Theber's fit hung in the balance. It landed squarely in its rear, driving the spear deeper into its body, distending its abdomen. Jiang Tai believed this stopped the bear strukos of death, for its pair weighs excessively long. Howl. Having accomplished this feat, Jiang Tere's Deshan shouted. These ways saw an equal form of communication among the tribe's members. With these acknowledgement, several wheeled men soon skillfully traversed the forest to Jiang Te's side. Tai, did he slay the spear? Impressive. Truly the strongest chunter of the tribe. Tai, you are the true leader of peace. Gazing at the massive Eber Scarcus, Theother Wildman regarded Jiang Te with admiration. Show, ya, Lin please take a thepri back I have ye matter to attinto. Jiang Te smiled, waving his hand. Theothers nadid in acquiescence and, working together, began to transport the enormous bear carcass back to the tribe. Only after their figures faded from view did Jiang Te withdraw his smile. He looked at this Skala heavily worn, and sighed deeply. Is this body all I can achieve? This body had reachedite speaked were 3 year spreer. Now, despite a prolonged training, any further growth seemed elusive. Jiang Te appared to have hit the ci ling of the wildman racist potential. At this point, it might as well go fishing, Jiang Te solved, unwilling to dwell further on themeter, and pick it up the iron spear to approach the lake. 30 minutes later, watching the bobbin grid float on the water surface, Jiang Te's facilitated up with joy. However, he soon said something amiss. No tonleth float, but the trees, lake, and earth big tremble. The tremor was magnitude stronger hand that caused the bear, akin to a violent earthquake, rendering Jiang Te unable to maintain his footing. Trees in the distance atopledoni after another, askount, less wild beasts full in a frenzy. Those whole lagged, even slightly, would be overtaken by the pursuing beasts, trampled into the ground. Among them were bears, or even more formidable predators. What were they fleeing from? Jiang Te looked up to see towering giants, Echtons hang tall, charging towards the lake. Their shoulders surpassed the treetops, and a single finger was several times larger than Jiang Te. They appeared fat-fatigued, with cracked lips and bloodshot eyes like bronze bells. They were nearly mad, shouting, "Water, water!" In comparison to the giants, Jiang Te felt like a minuscule insect. Yet, the giants spade him, surging toward the lake. Despite their extreme thirst, noticing Leon paused, merely extending Theron's to scoop water as Theru shed past, haste to lie gulp and get down before continuing Gonard. Their movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. The spectacle was grand, yet the entire episode lasted merely 3 to 5 minutes. Once at ear 3 gained its tranquility, Jiang Te extricated himself from the exposed mid-layer. Fortunately, Thagians did not Thavia by toff drinking foot washing water, allowing Jiang Te to unscathed. Unlike the Seslo air wild beasts crushed beneath the stampede. What was that? Jiang Te exclaimed, his voice filled with the Shegazet ethertreated giants. He stood there, entranced, until the giants vanished from sight, finally snapping back to reality and sprinting toward the tribe. Perhaps the elders within the tribe would know the true nature of those giants. Upon Jiang Te's shuri returned to the tribe, he had barely caught his breath when he heard an elder remark, Tai. You are indeed fortunatito have survived beneath Quafa's feet. Chapter 2. Becoming the patriarch. Upon returning to the tribe, a multitude of members gathered around. Unlike Jiang Te, who had narrowly escaped death, they were celebrating the successful hunt of a fierce bear. Having concluded their expedition early and returned to the tribe without significant casualties from the passage of the Quafu clan. Yet, Jiang Te's attention was not on the jubilant tribe members. Instead, he keenly inquired, Quafu? What is that? With the explanation from an elderly wild man, Jiang Te's astonishment only deepened. Quafu was not merely a singular giant, but rather the name of a formidable race. This clan was immensely powerful, born at the pinnacle of the food chain, and legend had it that their leader could lift a mountain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. However, contrary to Jiang Te's understanding of myth, the Quafu that roamed this world did not pursue the sun. They were cursed to run endlessly, aimlessly, until the last of their kind perished. At this point, the old wild man exhibited a tinge of fear. Instinctively retracting his neck and gazing skyward before continuing, the Quafu clan was undone by their own strength, attempting to defy the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit, born alongside the world, embodied the laws of sun, moon, earth, water, fire, and wind. In this realm, there were no gods, save for these primordial entities, which, rather than being benevolent as later narratives would suggest, were exceedingly savage. Tai, as the strongest hunter of the tribe, I require your strength." As Jiang Tai pondered, the voice of the leader resonated. "Father." Jiang Tai regarded the elderly wild man, now aged and weary, with respect. He was Su, the chief of the tribe and Jiang Tai's father. For a race like the wild men, whose lifespan was capped at 30, and who reached their peak in their early years, Su was already old, and his demise loomed near. Were it not for Su's vast experience and Jiang Tai's prowess as the tribe's strongest hunter, he would have been ousted from his position long ago. Su led Jiang Tai out of the tribe, where the faces of the tribe's members radiated joy. Almost every individual bore a trophy of the hunt. If these spoils did not spoil, they would suffice to feed the entire tribe for half a month. The passage of the Kwafu clan appeared to be a fortuitous event for the tribe. Su observed the scene without a hint of joy, his tone somber as he slowly spoke. "What do you see?" "The tribe needs to migrate, to seek new hunting grounds," Jiang Tai replied without hesitation. Indeed, the tribe had been exceptionally fortunate. In the face of the calamity that was the Kwafu clan, they had suffered minimal losses and instead reaped a bountiful harvest. Yet, the passage of the Kwafu clan brought more than just abundance. It also wrought destruction. The forests lay flattened, water sources drained, and herds driven away, leaving the tribe with nothing but desolate land and provisions that would last but a few days. The tribe was still in hunting mode, having not yet cultivated crops. Given this meager subsistence model, the devastation of their hunting grounds was undoubtedly catastrophic. If they did not leave, starvation would be their only fate. "Tai, you have never disappointed me. From this day forth, you shall be the chief of the tribe." Upon hearing this, Su's face lit up with pride, but it was swiftly overshadowed by melancholy as he murmured, "No one will object." Then, as the first decree of the chief, let the tribe members rest well for the night. "You shall oversee the arrangements, Su." Jiang Tai patted his father's shoulder and, without a moment's pause, dashed back to the cave. Calling his father's name, he feared that if he were to lag behind, he might face dire consequences. "I am sorry." Tai Su did not erupt in anger as Jiang Tai had anticipated. He simply watched the retreating figure with a hollow gaze. Filled with self-reproach, Su knew all too well that assuming the role of chief at this juncture was no blessing. Yet, he felt powerless. Migration, for modern people, was merely a matter of purchasing a ticket. But for the Wild Men's tribe, it was a matter of life and death. The journey was fraught with uncertainties. Even with stable hunting grounds, deaths were not uncommon. How much more perilous would it be without them? At 26, Su had surpassed the tribe's longevity record, and his health was waning, making it highly improbable that he would survive the migration. Rather than perish en route and incite chaos within the tribe, it was wiser to relinquish the chiefdom early. The following morning, Jiang Tai, now officially the chief of the tribe, issued his first command. The remaining 126 tribe members were to be divided into 3 groups. The elderly and the young would gather firewood and branches. The young women would collect the carcasses of beasts, while Jiang Tai, accompanied by the able-bodied men, would mine. Despite the devastation wrought by the Kwafu clan, their passage had left countless animals trampled to death, providing a rich opportunity for sustenance. If they could gather and cure this bounty, it would sustain the tribe of 126 for 2 to 3 months. However, Jiang Tai's primary focus remained on mining. His ability to hunt the fierce bear alone was due to his weapons. Since he could not enhance his internal strength in the short term, he had to seek external means. Weapons were undoubtedly the optimal choice. Previously, Jiang Tai had relied on sharp iron tools to confront the bear and ultimately slay it. This time, however, his aim was not iron but bronze. Iron, while superior, posed greater challenges. Smelting iron required temperatures exceeding 1500 C, while typical fires reached only 1200 C at most. Forging iron demanded furnaces, bellows, and charcoal, resources that could not be procured swiftly. In contrast, bronze was relatively easier to work with. Yet, Jiang Tai remained uncertain if he could successfully smelt bronze. As bronze is an alloy, and the potential for its creation depended largely on the accompanying minerals found in the open copper mine. Nevertheless, copper, however inferior, was still preferable to stone tools. Tai, Chief, is this the secret to your success in hunting the bear alone? The tribe members were puzzled by the new chief's insistence on mining, their spirits noticeably dampened. Naturally, with perseverance, they too could become formidable hunters capable of slaying bears. Observing their lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Tai brandished his iron spear. Thrusting it with great force, piercing a small tree with a trunk as thick as his wrist. The surroundings fell silent, save for the sound of swallowed breaths. After a prolonged silence, someone finally exclaimed, "What a remarkable weapon!" Thus, the tribe members exerted themselves diligently in the mines, each dreaming of the day they too would wield such a weapon as Jiang Tai's. Witnessing their fervor, Jiang Tai smiled with satisfaction. The three groups worked harmoniously, preparing for the impending migration. Chapter 3. Migration, the transformation of the Snake Tribe. A month later, the tribe had undergone a profound transformation. The number of beasts that perished due to the passage of the Kwafu clan surpassed Jiang Tai's expectations. Not only had they cured enough jerky to last 2 months, but each member was also clad in warm, fur coats. The tribe members feasted heartily, their previously malnourished bodies now swelling with robust muscle. More impressively, the weaponry had exceeded Jiang Tai's wildest dreams. The resources from the copper mine were nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly tailor-made for the crafting of bronze tools. The copper content was high, and the hardness was commendable. This could very well be bronze. It was hardly surprising, as bronze is an alloy of copper, tin, and lead, and these metals were likely present among the accompanying minerals in the mine. By now, Jiang Tai had equipped each tribe member with a spear adorned with a bronze tip. On the second day, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke through, dispelling the last vestiges of darkness, the 126 tribe members gathered in the clearing before the tribe, each holding their bronze spear, glinting menacingly in the sun, capable of piercing even the toughest hide. The tribe was prepared for migration in every conceivable way. Standing before the assembly, Jiang Tai cast a final glance at the home he had inhabited for 8 years, resolutely turned back, raised his iron spear high, and without an ounce of hesitation, proclaimed, "Let us set forth." The tribe members responded with a chorus of roars, striking their spears against the ground in unison. Clad in animal hide backpacks, they embarked on their uncertain journey of migration. 3 months later, despite Jiang Tai having done all he could before their departure, many had still perished along the migration route. The original contingent of 126 had dwindled to a mere 70. Fortunately, the tribe had finally discovered a suitable hunting ground. It was a lush wetland, crisscrossed by rivers like a net, teeming with countless prey, far more bountiful than the small woodland they had left behind. Jiang Tai led the members in hunting a wild bull, preparing for a feast. A patrolling wild man hurriedly returned with news. This wetland was not unclaimed. It was inhabited by the transformation of the Snake Tribe. Transformation of the snake? Jiang Tai was taken aback from the old wild man. He learned that this tribe was a cunning race with human faces and the bodies of jackals, adorned with wings like birds, slithering along the damp ground like serpents. Their individual strength surpassed that of the wild men. The gazes of the tribe members turned to Jiang Tai, awaiting his decision. Kill. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tai spoke decisively. The tribe was already thoroughly exhausted, unable to endure yet another migration devoid of hope. Moreover, the Huashi were akin to wild men. Despite being an intelligent race, their strength paled in comparison to that of some formidable beasts, which could be easily dealt with using the bronze spears in hand. Subsequently, Jiang Tai personally took several young wild men and stealthily approached the Huashi tribe. After a day of reconnaissance, Jiang Tai discovered that although the Huashi occupied this bountiful marshland, their situation was even more dire than that of the wild men who had endured a long migration. The wild men had lost nearly all the elderly and weak during their journey, while the Huashi were left with only the old and young. In essence, the wild men's smaller population exhibited greater strength. This revelation did not excite Jiang Tai. Instead, it plunged him into deep contemplation. The Huashi tribe was not small in scale, capable of housing 400 to 500 individuals, yet now they numbered less than 200. With not a single able-bodied adult among them, only children and the elderly. It was almost certain that this was a recruitment ground bereft of allegiance, recently stripped of all its able-bodied men. Should this place be taken, the future of the wild men's tribe would mirror such a fate. After much deliberation, Jiang Tai ultimately resolved to annihilate the Huashi tribe and claim this fertile marshland. Upon temporarily returning to his tribe and resting for a night, the next morning, Jiang Tai set out with 50 rejuvenated young men, heading straight for the Huashi tribe. They lay in wait near the Huashi until the hunting party departed. Charge! Seizing the moment, with a low command from Jiang Tai, the young wild men, wielding bronze spears, surged forth like a frenzied pack of beasts, crashing into the Huaxi. The ailing Huaxi were thrown into disarray. Utterly taken aback, this clan, equipped with claws and fur, proved utterly ineffective against the sharp bronze spears. Save for a few who managed to take flight at the first opportunity, the rest of the Huaxi were eradicated. Following this, Jiang Tai did not leave. Instead, he called upon the young wild men to conceal themselves. Shortly thereafter, the fleeing Huaxi returned with the hunting party, pointing at the corpses scattered throughout the tribe. Weeping uncontrollably, there was no need for Jiang Tai to direct. The young wild men charged forth. Compared to the elderly left behind, the combat capability of the Huaxi hunting party was evidently superior. The battle proved somewhat arduous, with nearly half the young wild men sustaining losses before finally driving back the Huaxi hunting party. Though defeated, the Huaxi were unwilling to retreat, spreading their wings and circling overhead, glaring with bloodshot eyes and roaring in fury. "You wretched wild men! When our able-bodied return, you shall pay for your blood debts." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the Huaxi could finish their threats, shadows descended, piercing their bodies. Like ripe fruit, they fell from the sky, one after another. Such needless chatter. Observing the scattering Huaxi, Jiang Tai calmly sheathed his bow and arrows, in comparison to the metallurgical skills required for bronze weaponry. The crafting of bows and arrows was undoubtedly far simpler. Notably, the technique for crafting bows and arrows was something Jiang Tai had learned during his solitary existence in the wilderness. Despite being rudimentary and lacking precision, under the relentless barrage of arrows, they still exhibited considerable lethality. The Huaxi tribe was left with only a handful of the elderly and wounded fleeing, which posed little threat. The cost to the wild men tribe was not insignificant either. Starting with 126 members, they had lost more than half of the elderly and weak during the migration, and after vanquishing the Huaxi, they had lost nearly half of their young men, leaving them with fewer than 50. Fortunately, with a stable foundation and the support of bronze spears and bows, the risks of hunting had significantly diminished. It was believed that the tribe's population would soon experience explosive growth. That night, the tribe members lit bonfires, celebrating with songs and dances. Jiang Tai lay amidst the water plants, gazing blankly at the moon, which shone like a jade disk in the sky, his mind racing with thoughts. During the migration, he had gleaned numerous mythological tales from the elders of the tribe, yet these did not alleviate his inner doubts. Rather, they deepened his confusion. What kind of world had he traversed into? The myths he learned were starkly different from those he had heard in his previous life. Was it a world apart? Or was it that the truths he now grasped were the concealed realities behind the myths? With the tale of Kwa Fu chasing the sun, could there be a counterpart in the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns, or Enwa mending the heavens? Although there were discrepancies with the myths, there surely had to be similarities. Even if he could not possess foresight, lacking a system, he could still leverage the fragments of knowledge to accumulate some advantages. Countless mythological stories whirled in Jiang Tai's mind, ultimately settling on one particular tale, the severance of heaven and earth. According to legend, Zhuang Su felled the heavenly tree, completely separating heaven and earth, thus severing the connection between gods and mortals and bringing an end to the era of coexistence. Although this world lacked deities, it harbored similar existences, the original spirits. The Zhuangsu clan also existed in reality. Could there be some connection? Jiang Tai felt a premonition that this might present a significant opportunity to alter the fate of the tribe. Recruitment, Chapter 4. 10 Years, Civilization Year 1. The wild men replaced the Huaxi, becoming the new masters of this fertile marshland. Newly descended from the treetops, the wild men struggled to adapt to the damp environment of the marsh. And despite the abundance of food, members of the tribe frequently fell ill, leading to fatalities. The tribe had no choice but to relocate from the original site of the Huaxi to the marsh's edge. Jiang Tai led his people in felling trees, stacking stones, and using mud and reeds as binders to construct small, rudimentary houses that could shield them from the wind and rain, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Compared to the small forest caves and the thatched huts of the Huaxi, these mud houses were undoubtedly more suitable for the wild men as habitation. Perhaps due to the added privacy afforded by the mud houses, the wild men tribe soon experienced its first explosive population growth, with a significant number of newborns arriving. Year 2. The pace of newborn growth did not cease, yet only half of the infants survived their first year. Jiang Tai guided his tribe to locate a source of clay near the marsh, crafting simple pottery to cook food thoroughly, preventing the fragile newborns from consuming undercooked meat laden with parasites and blood, as their forebears had. Thus, the seeds of civilization began to sprout within this tribe of wild men. Year 3. Labor within the tribe reached saturation, and the growth rate of newborns began to plateau, with each household having 3 to 5 children to support. Jiang Tai, after a long absence, took the lead in a hunting expedition. One day, upon returning to the tribe with a bountiful catch, he was astonished to find the tribe members had crafted grass ropes. What was remarkable was that Jiang Tai had played no part in this. Yet it was precisely this independence that filled him with immense joy. Previously, tribe members would use vines to bind their catches, but this time, the ropes crafted by his people were made from tree bark, more resilient, flexible, and lighter than vines. "What is your name?" Jiang Tai asked excitedly, grasping the hand of the individual who had created the grass rope. "Chief, my name is Z." The young female wild man blushed but did not pull away from Jiang Tai's grip. The entire tribe knew that Tai was the strongest, smartest, and most noble man in the tribe, and he had yet to seek a mate. If she could capture the chief's attention, "Z, you have done excellently. In my absence, you shall lead the remaining members in their tasks." Jiang Tai, oblivious to Z's uncharacteristic demeanor, spoke excitedly. "Tasks, such as crafting grass ropes?" "No. More than that, you are free to showcase your talents. If it is Tai's command, I am willing." "Thank you for your hard work." Perhaps spurred by Jiang Tai's encouragement, Z soon identified the fibers of plants, weaving them into even more durable ropes, and inspired by spider silk, crafted fishing nets, lassos, and various other useful items. Z's emergence undoubtedly stimulated other tribe members, who also began to exercise their rudimentary creativity, developing reed mats and baskets woven from vines. Naturally, many of these creations were rather useless. Year 4. While hunting a herd of wild buffalo, Jiang Tai managed to capture a calf alive. This ignited hope for domestication. Previous attempts had been made, but the temperaments of wild creatures were notoriously volatile and sensitive. Even after the utmost effort to capture them alive, they would often perish by their own hand the following day, either through self-inflicted injuries, fright, or exhaustion. Year 5. To acquire more cattle, Jiang Tai returned the now-grown calf to the herd for breeding. However, this venture lasted 3 months, during which he feared the wild buffalo had reverted to its wild nature and would not return. To his surprise, on a stormy day filled with thunder and lightning, the wild buffalo miraculously returned. Bearing wounds from wild beasts and emaciated, it had brought along a calf. Upon awakening the next day, Jiang Tai discovered the visibly malnourished buffalo mother and calf in the barn. A smile of contentment gracing his lips. Year 6. The tribe had finally stabilized. The first batch of children had grown, bringing the total population to 300, with 100 young men, alongside 8 head of cattle. The tribe's prosperity led Jiang Tai to consider other ambitions. To fully enter the Bronze Age. The 3-month migration had initially been prolonged due to the tribe's lack of a clear goal and the need for continuous hunting. However, with a specific target in mind, the resources accumulated over the years were sufficient for the tribe to embark on a journey, bolstered by the 8 head of cattle as quality labor. Without hesitation, as winter passed and the weather warmed, he was quick to lead 50 young men and 50 support members, driving 8 ox-drawn carts towards the small forest. With ox carts transporting goods, the expedition reached the copper mine in merely half a month. In the 7th year, the group spent an entire year returning to the marshlands, bearing back 8 carts of bronze. They smelted 20 sets of bronze armor, hundreds of bronze spears, and countless bronze arrowheads. The current state of the savage tribes could truly be described as abundant in martial virtue. Gazing upon the familiar village, with its diminutive earthen houses and curling smoke, one could sense a profound air of civilization amidst this primitive land. The tribe was growing ever stronger, as its members began to shed their barbaric ways of raw flesh and blood. Yet, Jiang Tai could find no joy in this. On the return journey, he encountered a fierce beast. It was a boar, one of its hind legs injured, staggering as it walked, hardly a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, this very boar audaciously attacked a 100-strong team, almost causing Jiang Tai's fully armed group to falter, as one piece of bronze armor was torn asunder. Extraordinary. Jiang Tai looked at the bloodstains that had yet to be washed off his bronze spear, his desire intensifying. He had never forgotten the scenes from 7 years prior when the Kwafu clan passed through, the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains with a mere wave of the hand. In the 8th year, another expedition set out for the Little Marsh Forest to mine, but this time, Jiang Tai did not personally lead the team. Instead, he resumed his responsibilities as a hunter, no longer idle, deliberately seeking out weaker beasts to slay. The blood and flesh of these beasts indeed served their purpose, causing Jiang Tai's already stunted body to undergo a second growth, nearly doubling in strength. However, that was all there was to ITI in the 9th year. Jiang Tai did not give up, hunting fierce beasts, consuming their blood and flesh, and exercising with fervor, as if bewitched, until a herd of wild horses arrived at the marshlands. He charged alone into the herd, using his strength to bring down the Stallion King, conquering the group of horses. Ha, ha, ha. Watching the Stallion King firmly subdued beneath him, Jiang Tai's heavy breaths gradually steadied. The man and horse gazed at each other for a long while, and he seemed to suddenly find peace, releasing the Stallion King. There was hope, was there not? His body had grown from an initial height of 1 meter to 1.2 meters, becoming a giant among the tribe, capable of bringing down a Stallion King weighing over 500 kilograms with his bare hands, having surpassed the limits of the savage race. Perhaps it wouldn't be long. Thus, the savage tribe possessed a cavalry. In the 10th year, the good times did not last long, for Jiang Tai turned 18. For the savages, this marked the end of their prime, and one could distinctly feel his bodily functions beginning to decline. The once taut skin becoming increasingly loose, and sturdy bones growing frail. Those elders who had migrated with him to this marshland had also aged significantly. Shou, Ya, and Lin, 3 young savages with whom Jiang Tai shared a close bond, had all departed from this world. Shou perished during the migration. Lin fell in the war against the Huaxi tribe. Ya, the strongest among the 3, had steadfastly pursued Jiang Tai, but perhaps sensing his body's decline, he resolutely left the tribe alone. No one knew what trials Ya faced during those days, but he indeed dragged back the corpse of a wild bear. His bronze armor was in tatters, a large portion of his chest caved in, blood nearly dyeing him red. He collapsed unconscious upon returning to the tribe. Tai, I have won. Upon awakening, he uttered but a single sentence before drawing his last breath. Yet, Jiang Tai could see the unyielding resentment and helplessness in his eyes, nearly bulging from their sockets. In that moment, it was no different from Jiang Tai of years past. Only Jiang Tai had ultimately emerged, while Ya had perished in place. All he could do was smear Ya's blood upon the tribe's totem. Ya, victory is never the end of the story. Jiang Tai sat before the totem, softly uttering, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly prosperous tribe. After a decade of development, the once feeble savage tribe had reached a pinnacle. With a population nearing 1,000, they possessed 200 sets of armor, 20 cavalrymen, and each member wielded a bronze weapon, having nearly attained the utmost limit that the marshlands could bear. Chapter 5. Mountain Gao. Recruitment summer, under the bright sun, was the season of lush waters and grasses. During this time each year, numerous beasts flocked from all corners to enjoy the most succulent pastures within the marshlands. Despite the savage tribe hunting many each year, the influx of beasts showed no signs of diminishing. However, today, this peaceful marshland, which had remained undisturbed for 10 years, welcomed an uninvited guest, boom, with a thunderous sound. The earthen wall several meters high surrounding the savage tribe collapsed. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be the Huaxi tribe? Why are there a bunch of savage monkeys instead? Accompanied by a chorus of curses, a tall and robust figure emerged from the dust. Monkeys, gather all the able-bodied warriors quickly and follow me. Who is that? The patrolling savages immediately took up arms, swiftly surrounding the figure. Dozens of gleaming bronze spears pointed at the imposing figure, poised to pierce him like a hedgehog at any moment. Humph, you think you can take on me, Mountain Gao? With no hint of fear at the sharp bronze spears before him, the towering figure seemed incensed, roaring as he charged through the smoke. Only then did the tribe's savages finally discern the true nature of this figure. It was a standing mountain pig, its gleaming tusks as long as a savage's forearm, wielding a bone axe crafted from the rib of some large creature in its 3-pronged hand. Mountain Gao. The elders within the tribe quickly recognized the menacing visage. Mountain Gao, a highly intelligent species evolved from mountain pigs, possessed immense strength, rivaling even that of wild bears. Though still considered lowly among the myriad of races, it was far superior to the likes of savages and Huashi. Just this one mountain Gao could easily obliterate the savage tribe of a decade prior. But now was not the time for explanations. Conflict had already erupted. Mountain Gao swung his bone axe, effortlessly knocking aside a dozen bronze spears, sending the obstructing savages flying, their fates unknown. An elder from the tribe hurriedly stepped forward, ready to negotiate. Great Mountain Gao, esteemed warrior of the Mountain Gao clan, please temper your anger. These are mere children who have not heard of your illustrious reputation. Boom. But before the old savage could finish his plea, the massive bone axe fell from above, turning him into a puddle of flesh. Under such overwhelming force, the elder was left with not even a single intact bone, the ground beneath him reduced to a massive crater. Mountain Gao glared with narrow eyes, exuding fierce brutality, coldly demanding, "Old monkey, do you dare bargain with me? Who is the leader of this monkey tribe? Step forward." For 10 years, the savage tribe had been the hegemon of this marshland. Never had they faced such oppression from other races, not even from ferocious beasts. For a moment, the tribe members were left in stunned silence. The powerful Mao, the well-fed and contented Shan Cao, raised his head, and upon casting a single glance, his expression abruptly contorted into one of ferocity. "Esteemed warriors of the Shan Cao clan, this place harbors the entire youthful populace of the tribe, with no secrets concealed." Confronted with Shan Cao's baseless accusations, Jiang Tai furrowed his brow momentarily, yet soon regained his composure, respectfully inquiring, "What is the meaning of those mother monkeys and the young ones? Do you intend to keep them?" Standing against the mighty spirit of the primordial flame, Shan Cao, pointing at the young female savages and the adolescent males within the tribe, roared in fury, his spittle landing upon Jiang Tai's face. Jiang Tai fell silent, his hands clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the anger surging within him, regulating his breath. His father had once remarked that feeble races like the savages were of no interest to the powerful, who would never deign to incorporate them into their ranks. To be unaligned with either side implied simultaneous exploitation by both factions. Even if Shan Cao refrained from seizing the tribe's entire fighting force, the opposing side would undoubtedly take them all. Given this, the first to arrive would surely claim everything. Even if they were to be entirely exterminated, it would not bolster the enemy. After all, it was merely a stretch of pasture. This year it might be consumed by beasts, yet next year it would regrow. No one cared for their lives, only for the factions involved. However, if the women and youth were forcibly taken, the tribe would be left with only children and feeble elders who could scarcely walk. The survival of the transformed snake tribe was attributed to the old snake's continuity, which allowed them to leverage their vast experience to assist in hunting for the young. In contrast, when the savage tribe migrated, the elders had nearly perished, resulting in a broken lineage with only a scant few remaining. Such a tribe need not face external adversaries. It would not be long before it faced extinction. Rather than conscription, this was akin to genocide. O mighty Shan Cao, you must perceive that if the women and youths are taken, our tribe shall meet its demise, and we will be unable to contribute our strength to fight for the great spirit of the primordial flame. Even with clarity, Jiang Tai remained indecisive, lowering his head in a plea. "Humph! How could such lowly creatures perish? If they are extinguished here, another batch shall inevitably sprout elsewhere." Shan Cao's tone grew increasingly ominous, his gaze glinting with a violent intent as he regarded Jiang Tai's tightly clenched fists. It seemed that should Jiang Tai dare to delay further, Shan Cao would shatter his skull, seeking a more obedient leader for the tribe. I understand. Chapter 6. The battlefield of Zhou Mountain. Ultimately, the savage tribe assembled a contingent of over 600 individuals, ready to embark on a war destined to yield no results. Jiang Tai led a squad of 20 armed cavalry at the forefront, glancing back. Once a tribe of nearly 1,000, only 200 or 300 children and a few frail elders remained at the gates. Tearfully waving their farewells, it was uncertain how many would return from this venture. The young warriors of the transformed snake tribe had been conscripted over a decade ago, and none had returned since. Fortunately, Shur had left behind a hunting party of over 20, having advised them to remain hidden during this period. Surely they would be safe, right? Shifting his gaze, Jiang Tai's eyes fell upon Shan Cao, who was being carried by dozens of young savages. Indulging in lavish feasting, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and as if struck by fear, he instinctively recoiled and quickly turned away. Humph! Taking note of this, Shan Kao smiled in satisfaction, disdain and contempt gleaming in his eyes. This was the demeanor that the weak ought to display before the strong. Previously, the leader of the savages had spoken with reverence, yet his eyes had harbored a sentiment that Shan Kao found incomprehensible, yet profoundly distasteful. Was it merely an illusion? Such a weak race, having recently evolved from tree-dwelling monkeys, was naturally meant to be subjugated by the Shan Kao clan. Onward. Jiang Tai turned back, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. Revealing no trace of tumult, he endeavored to avoid conflict with Shan Kao, for such actions were far from prudent. While Shan Kao appeared formidable to the savages, on that battlefield where myriad races converged, amidst powerful factions and even the spirits of the primordial, Shan Kao and the savages were scarcely distinguishable. Once on that battlefield, Jiang Tai had 9 methods to eliminate Shan Kao. 9. This conscription was a calamity for the tribe, yet it could also serve as an opportunity. Weakness was never a sin. It was the failure to strive for strength that constituted true sin. The iron hooves rose, stirring up vast clouds of dust. Under Shan Kao's urging, the procession traveled day and night, accompanied by the celestial bodies. When the force had diminished from over 600 to 500, Jiang Tai finally reached the battlefield of Zhou Mountain. It was a colossal mountain, vast and boundless, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial vessel that cleaved the sea of clouds in twain. Legend had it that this Zhou Mountain served as the throne of the primordial flame spirit. Beyond it lay an endless ocean, the domain of the primordial water spirit. Among all primordial spirits, these two were the most antagonistic, and thus, their war had persisted for countless eons, having commenced long before the savage races descended from the treetops. At the foot of Zhou Mountain lay a barren wasteland, veiled in obsidian volcanic rock. There resided a vast encampment composed of races conscripted by the primordial flame spirit. Even from a distance, one could see grandiose birds of fire soaring in the sky, radiant like the sun, dogs as black as charred wood, and the two-tailed serpent, the Fei. Among the myriad races, nearly all powerful fire-attributed races congregated here. Jiang Tai's focus did not linger on those mighty races. Instead, he surveyed the outer fringes where numerous weak races swarmed like ants, savages, transformed snakes, raccoon-like creatures, Shan Kao, and earthy insects, a hodgepodge of diverse tribes, with even the water-attributed merfolk present. Regrettably, the savages, even among weak races, were among the lowest tier, lacking a distinct gathering place, merely scattered around the encampments of other races. In stark contrast, the Shan Kao clan amassed tens of thousands, claiming a substantial territory. Jiang Tai remained silent, subtly glancing at the Shan Kao among the ranks. It appeared he would have to wait a while longer. Upon reaching the Shan Kao's encampment, the Shan Kao finally descended from the litter and made his way towards their stronghold. As he passed by Jiang Tai, he turned to look at the seated leader on horseback, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. His face contorted in rage as he swung his bone axe in a wide arc, cleaving the steed beneath him in two, while he himself was hurled several meters by the sheer force of the blow. If you wish to escape, the opportunity is always yours. Observing Jiang Tai's struggle to rise, his face twisted in malice, Shan Kao paid no further heed to the savage contingent and strode directly into the heart of the Shan Kao encampment. No other Shan Kao emerged, leaving Jiang Tai and his companions abandoned. He paid little mind to it, yet the younger members of the tribe had reached their limit, their eyes brimming with anger and grievance towards the Shan Kao. Leader, shall we simply endure this humiliation from the Shan Kao clan? Though the journey was arduous, the tribe had ox carts to transport supplies. No matter how exhausting the trek, it would not lead to the starvation of 1/6 of their kin. The true source of their ire lay with Shan Kao, who insisted that the tribe bear him over mountains and rivers, resulting in the exhaustion of over 60 of their people merely in the effort to carry him. The remainder suffered as he devoured the oxen meant to transport their goods, forcing the burden of transport onto the tribe. It must be noted that the current members of the tribe were all descendants of the original 50, mostly siblings, and witnessing their kin tortured to death by Shan Kao ignited their fury. Were it not for Jiang Tai's restraint, a bloody conflict with Shan Kao would likely have erupted on the road. His gaze swept over the faces of his kin, observing their anger and sorrow, feeling as if his heart were gripped by a powerful hand, each breath a monumental effort. These were his kin, whom he had watched come into the world and grow. How could he remain indifferent? In a heavy tone, he addressed them. My kin, I know that anger has built within your hearts, but please trust me. The tribe must endure this trial for now, I assure you. The blood of our fallen kin shall not be spilled in vain. Furthermore, I promise that after this, I will not allow such indignities to befall our tribe again. No one shall harvest the lives of our kin as if they were mere livestock. The tribe fell silent. A flicker of guilt crossing their eyes. If I fail to uphold this promise, let my head serve as an offering to honor those who have perished. Thud. As soon as Jiang Tai concluded his declaration, the very individual who had questioned him collapsed to his knees, his eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down his face. Leader, I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. Soon after, one by one, the tribe members knelt, weeping profusely. Jiang Tai helped them rise, softly reassuring them. Good children, this is not adding to the chaos. It is a reminder of today's events, urging us to strive harder, ensuring that our descendants never endure such tribulations again. Seeing the flames of determination igniting in the eyes of his kin, Jiang Tai felt a sense of satisfaction. He had never blamed them. They were different from their forebears, brimming with vigor and courage, unwilling to lose their will to resist even in the face of the powerful Shan Kao. This was commendable. Perhaps they were a bit reckless, a touch youthful and impetuous, but should not the young embody such spirit? Is it not the nature of youth to be impetuous and reckless? Must one wait until old age confines them to the grave before they can act boldly? If there is any fault to be found, it lies with Jiang Tai, the tribal leader, for failing to provide them with the means to resist. Subsequently, these spirited young warriors, under Jiang Tai's command, dispersed to gather intelligence from the wild tribes allied with the Shango clan. Elders, we are newcomers who have traversed 99 great rivers and scaled 99 lofty mountains. Our supplies have been depleted. Where may we procure provisions? Chapter 7. The Cavalry Charge. Procure provisions? What does that entail? The elder of the wild tribes paused, lifting his head in confusion. Are we to forsake our lives, journeying across vast distances to engage in war, only to be denied even a morsel of food? Jiang Tai found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to articulate a detailed explanation. You seek food? We do have some. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The battlefield of Zhou Mountain was a desolate expanse, save for a single river still occupied by those formidable races. If no provisions were distributed, how were the countless soldiers of myriad tribes surviving? Yet, the latter part of the elder's statement shattered Jiang Tai's worldview. Look, there lies the battlefield. Though the food has nearly rotted away, there remain some bones, from which the marrow can be consumed. What does this imply? Jiang Tai's voice escalated in pitch, incredulously gazing at the barren land the elder pointed to. If he understood correctly, the elder was suggesting that they scavenge corpses on the battlefield for sustenance. Not accustomed to that? Then you may have to wait at the periphery. Although the battlefield of Zhou Mountain was governed by the primal spirit's decree against internal strife, those wishing to escape could still kill and feast upon the flesh of the fallen. Jiang Tai departed. While he had prepared himself for the brutality and savagery of this battlefield, he was nonetheless left speechless by the shocking reality. The reason this battlefield had not descended into chaos was entirely due to two ironclad decrees from the primal spirit. No internal conflict leading to death, and no indiscriminate defecation. Their lives were valued less than excrement. Fortunately, the tribe had some rations prepared before their departure, ensuring that for a short time, the clansmen would not starve. Meanwhile, the scattered tribesmen had gathered information regarding extraordinary paths amidst the multitudes converging upon the Zhou Mountain battlefield. In this world, apart from the primal spirits, no race was inherently powerful from inception. All evolved gradually from weaker tribes. Such evolution required a race to thrive sufficiently to receive the earth's blessings, birthing offspring that transcended the shackles of their kind. The Kwafu tribe emerged in this manner. Yet, Jiang Tai was unwilling to live out his days as a mere wildling, nor did he wish to perish as cannon fodder on this incomprehensible battlefield. Thus, he shifted his focus to another path. Enlightenment. It was said that as the instigator of war, the primal spirit had been observing this battlefield. If one performed sufficiently well to pique its interest, a transformative metamorphosis could be achieved. Seated in a hastily erected tent, Jiang Tai pondered the feasibility of this path. For several consecutive days, no battles transpired. Until the dawn of the fifth day, the first battle for the tribe commenced. The heavy sound of a horn, akin to the roar of a savage beast, reverberated across the Zhou Mountain battlefield. The formidable races in the sky unleashed their overwhelming might, their bodies ignited in fierce flames, resembling blazing suns illuminating the previously dim sky. The weaker tribes rose from the ground in terror, screaming and wailing, yet the majority merely numbly advanced towards the battlefield. They were both vanguards and cannon fodder. However, even among the weaker tribes, a distinct hierarchy was evident. Lazy worms moved faster. Behind Jiang Tai, a contingent of Shang-O-wielding whips drove the forcibly recruited weaker tribes towards the heart of the battlefield. Wildlings, serpents, earth grubs, and raccoon-like beings, various weaker tribes jostled together, their sheer numbers dense and overwhelming, stretching endlessly into the distance. Yet, the powerful races did not engage immediately. Instead, they circled above, seemingly awaiting something. Witnessing this, Jiang Tai felt a modicum of reassurance. As long as those formidable races refrained from descending upon the battlefield with unrestrained ferocity, his plan remained viable. Without waiting for the Shang-O to drive them, Jiang Tai charged ahead with his tribesmen towards the center of the battlefield. At last, when they encountered no one ahead, Jiang Tai halted. They had reached the forefront of their own formation. Before them lay a vast expanse of barren plains stretching for miles. At the far end loomed a gray, dust-laden enemy camp, appearing endless like a sandstorm. Much like their own camp, it was composed entirely of weaker tribes driven forward as cannon fodder. Yet even so, countless local soldiers crawled from the sea, densely packed, nearly filling the entire coastline, with not a single gap in sight. There were no battle flags waving, no drums thundering, and certainly no commanding generals leading the charge. What existed was merely savagery, an unending tide of brutality, akin to a marching army of ants, relentlessly consuming the dwindling land. Observing this scene, Jiang Tai instinctively turned to his side. Beside him were a score of cavalry, armored and brandishing bronze spears gleaming with a bloodthirsty luster. Though a mere 20 riders, their presence was negligible on this battlefield, akin to tossing a few grains of sand into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. Charge! Jiang Tai glanced at his tribesmen closing in beside him, raised his spear, and shouted fiercely. With the speed of their steeds, they swiftly broke through the endless throng of weaker tribes. With the thunderous sound of hooves echoing, all other noises faded away, leaving only the sound of their galloping steeds. In that instant, Jiang Tai felt as though the world had quieted, the vast battlefield occupied solely by him and the 20 riders racing fiercely onward. His body temperature surged, blood boiled, and his mind exhilarated. Experiencing the most primal and unadulterated ecstasy, it seemed as though nothing in this world could instill fear within him, even when faced with an army that stretched beyond the horizon. Who are they? Wildlings? They are reckless. My heavens, how fast they run! Better to die early and be liberated. For the weaker tribes, who only advanced begrudgingly when driven, Jiang Tai's actions were undoubtedly seen as madness, incomprehensible to them. Yet such behavior undeniably drew attention. Their camp erupted in fervent cheers, countless tribes gazing towards the 20 riders, conversing excitedly. Even the powerful races soaring above cast their eyes upon these distinct wildlings. Kill! At the nearby front lines, Jiang Tai thrust his spear forward with all his might. Thud! A merman was impaled, suspended like a candied hawthorn on the spear, and with the violent force of the charge, he was flung backward, crashing into a line of others. The 20 riders followed closely, tightly trailing Jiang Tai's lead. Like an arrow piercing through enemy ranks, they carved a concave path along the lengthy formation. When Jiang Tai regained his senses, he realized he had surged deep into enemy territory, surrounded by foes, and could only fight fiercely to push them back. Fortunately, those driven to the battlefield were utterly demoralized, none truly willing to fight to the death. After a moment's respite, Jiang Tai glanced back, noting that several of his remaining riders had sustained injuries, leaving only a dozen. Though clad in armor, not everyone had feasted on the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts to enhance their strength like Jiang Tai. Casualties were inevitable. Rear guard becomes the front. Let us return. With the charge nearing its end, Jiang Tai tightened the reins and led his comrades in a retreat. Their reckless advance had terrified the already demoralized weaker tribes. and even deep within enemy lines, they met little resistance. Along the way, a particularly robust yet unnamed warrior from a tribe even stronger than the Shango attempted to obstruct them, even toppling several riders with raw strength. However, as Jiang Tai caught up from the rear, the speed of his steed surged, ultimately impaling the opponent with a spear, trampling him to death underfoot. With their commander slain, no one dared to impede Jiang Tai and his company, allowing them to carve a path through the enemy ranks with ease. Tai, 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 Tai. Upon returning to their own camp, the tribesmen erupted in thunderous cheers, chanting Jiang Tai's name. Such actions might not significantly impact the battlefield, yet they undeniably invigorated the spirit, especially among the tribe's members. Yet, at that moment, an exceedingly discordant voice rang out. "You lowly monkeys, what are you doing standing around? Get moving!" Crack, accompanied by the howling wind. A whip struck down upon a jubilant tribesman, sending him sprawling. Had he not been clad in armor, the forceful blow would have left him grievously injured, a near-certain death in the unsanitary conditions of the Zhou Mountain battlefield. The tribesmen clenched their fists, glaring furiously, a palpable aura of hostility thickening the air. Still, the man who had been struck recalled Jiang Tai's words about the need for patience and quickly rose to respond. Yes, we shall. Slow down." Jiang Tai turned his head and was pleasantly surprised to discover that a mountain spirit had arrived, immediately halting the tribe members who were about to turn and leave. This was not the same spirit that had forcibly summoned Jiang Tai to the battlefield before. Rather, it was another, equally foul-mouthed and arrogantly boisterous. "Humph! You wretched monkey, do you dare to rebel?" Accompanying the mountain spirit's curse was yet another whiplash, expertly aimed at Jiang Tai. However, this time, Jiang Tai firmly caught it in his hand. The mountain spirit attempted to pull away several times, only to find that Jiang Tai stood as unyielding as the pillar of the sea, provoking its immediate rage, causing its mouth and fangs to tremble in fury. "You will pay for this, cowardice in battle. I will report you. Do you truly believe you will live to see that day?" Jiang Tai coldly interrupted before the spirit could finish its threat. Upon hearing this, the surrounding tribe members surged forward, encircling the mountain spirit completely. "Do you wish to kill me? Do not forget the ironclad laws of the Zhou Mountain battlefield." Chapter 8. Enlightenment. Who has witnessed this? Observing the mountain spirit's terrified yet forcefully composed demeanor, Jiang Tai chuckled softly and glanced around. The area was already surrounded by his kin. Even if he were to slay this mountain spirit and discard its corpse on the battlefield, no one would be the wiser. The mountain spirit stared fearfully at the faces before it. Despite the smiles, they appeared eerily sinister, as if invisible hands were stretching its mouth into a grin, causing the spirit to lose even the pretense of calm and plop down in terror. Its hands scrambled to support itself on the ground, yet it could not rise, and thus began to retreat frantically. Desperate to distance itself from Jiang Ti, had witnessed Jiang Tai lead a cavalry charge and return unscathed. Killing him would undoubtedly be no trivial feat. What to do? Had I known, I would not have sought trouble with this wild man. Cursed be the day. All because of this mounted savage. Had he not insisted on being so unconventional, I would not have come here out of jealousy to provoke a conflict. The mountain spirit frantically scanned its surroundings, searching for an escape route, a glimmer of despair dawning upon its face. Then, farewell. With that, Jiang Tai raised his spear, aiming the gleaming metal tip at the mountain spirit's vulnerable neck. "No, please don't. I beg you." Ha, just kidding. How could I defy the ironclad laws set forth by the great spirit of the distant flames? Almost simultaneously as the mountain spirit began to plead, Jiang Tai spoke. Observing the spirit's grotesque visage, he burst into laughter, prompting the other tribe members to join in a chorus of mocking mirth. The terrified mountain spirit knelt on the ground, dazed, as it gazed upon the raucous laughter of the wild men surrounding it. The continuous laughter pierced its heart like a barrage of sharp steel needles, shattering the narrow eyes that had been consumed by fear, now swirling with rage. Huff. Its breaths came heavy and labored, while the fear in its eyes gradually morphed into fury and hatred. The mountain spirit could not bear being toyed with, especially not by this rabble of lowly wild men. It could not accept showing fear before these insignificant savages, let alone beg for mercy when it knew they dared not kill it. Shame. a disgrace that can only be cleansed with blood. You shall die." Unable to contain itself any longer, the mountain spirit seized its weapon and struck fiercely at Jiang Tai. Today, even if it meant defying the fundamental laws of the primordial spirit, it would annihilate these despicable wild men before it. Yet, Jiang Tai seemed to possess foresight, simply pulling on the reins, causing his steed to rear up without moving an inch, allowing the massive bone axe to graze the horse's lips before crashing down heavily onto the ground. "Do you wish to defy the benevolent, righteous, supreme, and powerful primordial spirit of the flames?" Jiang Tai glared darkly at the mountain spirit before him. The spirit had evidently succumbed to madness, no longer heeding the consequences. "I will drag you down with me, even if I must die today. Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Jiang Tai's face before he quickly concealed it. He exchanged a glance with his tribe members, who promptly responded by drawing their lassos, hurling them at the now irrational mountain spirit. In no time, they had bound it tightly, rendering it immobile. "You dare not kill me? If you spare me now, I will ensure your demise later, and the children and women of your tribe. All wild men shall perish. Ha 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 ha." The mountain spirit laughed maniacally, seemingly convinced Jiang Tai would not dare to execute him. Jiang Tai stood before the mountain spirit, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging against his arms, his patience stretched to the limit, ready to strike at any moment. "Our lives belong to the supreme and noble primordial spirit of flames. None but he has the right to take them away. But ultimately," he released his fists, "then wait for me to end your life later." "What are you doing? Let me go. Hurry." The mountain spirit seemed intent on provoking Jiang Tai to join it in death. Yet, its words faltered mid-sentence as it noticed Jiang Tai preparing to tie the reins around his steed, a sudden, inexplicable fear creeping into its heart. "You have violated the sacred laws established by the revered primordial spirit of flames, committing unforgivable sins. Your name shall be remembered on the road of reincarnation. But as lowly as I am, do I not have the right to take your life? I can only allow you to atone for your sins on the battlefield." With that, Jiang Tai mounted his horse, shaking the reins. The steed, receiving the command, galloped forward, dragging the bound mountain spirit towards the heart of the battlefield. At that moment, powerful races had already joined the fray. Jiang Tai had to tread carefully to avoid detection, but fate would have it that he encountered a formidable dragon clan. It was a dragon as white as snow, with 2 pairs of wings. Among the strongest on the battlefield. "Retreat! Cut the ropes!" Jiang Tai calculated the distance and shouted. A dozen riders quickly turned their horses around, slashing the ropes binding the mountain spirit, sending it crashing toward the 4-winged white dragon that was currently wreaking havoc. "No, please, you can't." In a matter of moments, the mountain spirit's wailing ceased abruptly. The impact had reduced it to mere pulp beneath the tail of the 4-winged white dragon. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Tai felt a surge of elation but maintained a stoic facade. Just then, however, he heard a howling wind and felt a bone-chilling cold behind him. Turning around, he was horrified to see the 4-winged white dragon inexplicably abandoning its previous target to pursue him, its blood-stained fangs glimmering ominously. Scatter, flee, clang, clang, clang. Before the tribe members could react, the 4-winged white dragon unleashed a torrent of icy mist. The moment the mist touched the cavalry, it erupted violently, sending countless ice spikes shooting forth, encasing the tribesmen in blocks of ice, forever frozen in their fleeing stances. Many more were pierced by the sudden barrage, hanging lifelessly like trophies. In addition to Jiang Tai's tribe, thousands from other weaker races perished in that single breath. "Damn it!" Jiang Tai seethed, abandoning his escape and turning to confront the threat. He hurled his spear with all his might, striking the 4-winged white dragon's vulnerable eye. The dragon, caught off guard, suffered the blow, but it barely penetrated its formidable body. Fortunately, the 4-winged white dragon had already been engaged with its opponent, having sustained significant damage in its pursuit of Jiang Tai, and dared not divide its attention further. Staring at the bronze spear that had merely grazed its cornea, Jiang Tai was momentarily stunned, casting a discreet glance at the sky. At this juncture, to withdraw would mean sacrificing all he had fought for. Resolute, he seized another spear, leapt onto his steed, and with a powerful stomp, shattered the horse's back, launching himself toward the colossal 4-winged white dragon. Once more, he soared like a cannonball toward the dragon entangled with its adversary, gripping the bronze spear tightly, once again aiming for its eye and thrusting with all his strength. This time, he successfully pierced the dragon's cornea, the bronze spear embedding itself firmly. The four-winged white dragon howled in agony. Yet this injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Instead, it became even more frenzied, crashing to the ground, thrashing and rolling, its body twisting like a pretzel. It had lost its sanity. Just then, a brilliant flash of fire illuminated the scene, as a pair of sharp claws pierced the four-winged white dragon's body, sending it soaring into the air. The dragon's beak descended, engulfed in fierce flames, gouging out one of its eyes. At this point, the four-winged white dragon was entirely bereft of the ability to resist, left to watch helplessly as its opponent methodically tore apart its body. Countless streams of freezing dragon blood and fresh dragon flesh fell. Among them, a severely mangled Jiang Tai. He had failed to escape after his initial success, and in the dragon's desperate thrashing, half of his body was crushed, his bronze armor shattered, and sharp fragments embedded in his flesh, leaving him with but a final breath. Leader, oh, mighty leader! Upon witnessing this scene, the surviving tribespeople rushed towards him in desperation. No, don't come any closer, he shouted hoarsely, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He lay ensconced in the flesh and blood of the four-winged white dragon, a substance as frigid as eternal ice yet fiercely aggressive. If he, in his current state, could barely endure, how could these ordinary wildlings hope to withstand it? Thus, he lay quietly, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield, gradually losing its luster. Does it hurt? To be honest, he could no longer feel it. Only a chilling sensation remained, a result of his body being submerged in the blood of the four-winged white dragon. Compounded by the copious loss of blood, at this moment, the war had erupted in full force, with all races from both factions joining the fray. Giants tore the earth asunder, lifting boulders to crush thousands of weaker races in an instant. Fire phoenixes scorched the land, their passage resembling the fall of the sun, igniting countless frail beings, and white apes stirred immense waves, engulfing a corner of the battlefield. Additionally, innumerable wildlings, transformed into serpents and earth beetles, were driven to charge like ants, tearing at one another. The scene was one of primal chaos, ignorance, savagery, bloodshed, and brutality. All of this transpired on the ancient battlefield of the Zhou Mountains, now utterly disconnected from him. He had failed. Was it due to his own cleverness? His series of actions had drawn the attention of many, even those formidable races traversing the battlefield, if they were mere pawns on a chessboard. Then the four-winged white dragon and the fire phoenix were akin to chariots and horses. Were the primordial spirits above the board the generals? No, they were the players. To seek the players' attention was indeed a fanciful notion. Having come to terms with his fate as a wildling, Jiang Tai faced the impending death with a calm demeanor. In the next moment, an overwhelming warmth surged through his battered body. Had he succeeded in evolving? Such a thought sprang forth as his once fuzzy consciousness began to clarify. Jiang Tai looked up to find himself enveloped in a brilliant red light, his body steadily healing, even actively consuming the blood of the surrounding four-winged white dragons. Then came the excruciating pain, akin to the sting of a ruler striking his palm during childhood, leaving it swollen and still unrelenting. Initially, it was pain, followed by numbness. But once numbness set in, each strike felt as though it were embedded with countless steel needles. Piercing deeply into his flesh, it was unbearable. Jiang Tai clenched his jaw tightly, shattering his teeth in the process. Even though his will had been tempered like steel over the past 18 years, the agony rendered him nearly lifeless. This was not an exaggeration, but rather a faithful description. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated that it would be more blissful to die than to endure such torment. Suddenly, a massive golden bird entered Jiang Tai's line of sight. It was the mightiest fire phoenix of their faction, the adversary of the four-winged white dragon, clutching a severed piece of the dragon's corpse in its talons. The dragon's head hung from its chest, droplets of blood, resembling molten gold cascading onto Jiang Tai in an instant. A searing pain spread through him, as if every inch of his flesh were being scorched, engulfing him in flames, as though he were submerged in molten iron. Had he not been too pained to utter a sound, Jiang Tai would have surely cursed. Only when the blood of the four-winged white dragons was completely absorbed did the torturous agony subside. Ha ha ha! Jiang Tai laughed exuberantly as a powerful strength surged forth from within him. Yet, amidst his laughter, he felt a sudden constriction in his throat and nose. Tears and snot streamed forth. It was supposed to be a moment of celebration. Yet he couldn't help but weep, his tears mixing with mucus, blocking his airways, rendering him nearly breathless. For himself, and for those tribespeople who had perished due to his ambitions. Having traversed this world for so many years, he had long been dulled by the harshness of reality, coming to a clear realization of his identity as a wildling. Ordinary, weak, and numerous, regarded by myriad races as mere fodder to be harvested. Yet, none wished to remain forever subservient like dust, lacking systems, golden fingers, or powerful bloodlines. But what of it? At least, he still possessed a life. In this regard, whether wildling, serpent, mountain Gao, or those formidable races, or even the primordial spirits manipulating the fates of all beings from the heavens, they were all equal. Thus, even if there was but a sliver of a chance before him, he would not hesitate to risk his life to fight, to seize it, even if it were but for a fleeting moment. He would rather be like a firework, illuminating the night for an instant than be like dust, lost in the vastness of nothingness. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Jiang Tai slowly rose, gazing at his reflection in the blood pool. His fur had completely shed, revealing yellow skin beneath. His prominent brow bones receded, rendering him handsome. His once sharp fangs and nails became smooth and soft. His height surged from 1.2 meters to 1.8 meters, and a cascade of jet-black hair fell freely to his waist. He had transformed into the likeness of a human from his memories. Only 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, and an itch spread across his back. Was it the influence of the blood from the four-winged white dragon and fire phoenix? It appeared not out of place, but rather added an exotic, wild charm, undeniably striking. Yet Jiang Tai was dissatisfied. Tai, you're alive! In the distance, his tribespeople looked on in awe as Jiang Tai stood once more, erupting into cheers. He's just too tall, so handsome. Our wildling tribe shall rise, beyond these physical transformations. His physical prowess had significantly improved. The once perfectly weighted bronze spear felt so light in his grasp, as if wielding a mere twig. His body brimmed with strength, capable even of subduing a fierce bear with a single hand. Compared to his appearance, the true earth-shattering change resided within him. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly perceive the state of every inch of his flesh. His internal organs, meridians, and acupoints all radiated an extraordinary aura, as if subtly resonating with the principles of heaven and earth. Rather than a mere body, it was akin to a vessel of the Tao. Was this innate? After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Tai murmured to himself. However, the intensifying chaos of the battlefield did not afford him the luxury of time to ponder. A squadron of enemy cannon fodder charged towards his tribe's people. Children, gather behind me. From now on, I shall guard your path. Jiang Tai's gaze hardened as he spoke. With that, he tore away the remnants of his damaged bronze armor, channeling the power within his blood into his left hand. Tiny crimson-golden flames flickered to life, visibly melting the bronze armor at an astonishing rate. With his other hand, he summoned a thin veil of icy mist and grasped the semi-melted bronze armor. Sizzle! Under the force of his immense power, the bronze armor gradually elongated, transforming into a spear. Get back! He bellowed, sweeping the spear with a force that seemed unstoppable, reminiscent of Xiang Yu in his prime. Behind him, his tribespeople suffered no further casualties and even seized a trident made of an indiscernible material, yet countless times harder than bronze. Chapter 10. The Shameless Mountain Gao, Turning on Us. This war raged for an entire day. Ultimately, due to the demise of the four-winged white dragon, the balance of high-end combat power shifted, leading to victory for their faction. Countless weaker races cheered in exhilaration, not for their triumph, but for having survived the war once more. 317 individuals. After the battle, Jiang Tai counted the surviving tribespeople. This was far better than he had anticipated. Thanks to his mid-battle evolution into an innate level, allowing him to protect his kin amid the chaos, it was time to devise an escape plan. But as soon as he returned to the gathering place, he was halted by the Mountain Gao clan, who had been waiting for him. Halt! Are you the newly ascended innate wildling? The Mountain Gao warrior before him was far sturdier than the average Mountain Gao soldier, its fangs glinting ominously, looking increasingly ferocious. What could this innate-level member of the Mountain Gao clan want with him? I am, Zhang Tai replied, fixating on the Mountain Gao's eyes, awaiting its next words. Lucky monkey. Our clan leader wishes to see you due to your ascension to innate status. The innate Mountain Gao scrutinized Zhang Tai from head to toe, then revealed a satisfied expression before uttering a single line and turning to leave. The gaze reminiscent of a farmer selecting piglets irked Zhang Tai, but seeing his tribespeople behind him, he silently shook his head and followed. Upon entering the Mountain Gao clan's gathering place, Zhang Tai discovered numerous innate-level Mountain Gao individuals. Easily numbering over 100 as he descended into the underground cavern. Before he could even catch sight of the Mountain Gao clan leader, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching. Perhaps it was far inferior to the four-winged white dragon and fire phoenix. Yet it exceeded Zhang Tai's current strength by a considerable margin. It was a creature entirely distinct from the Mountain Gao, a wild boar. Indeed, a wild boar. It did not stand upright like the Mountain Gao but lay in the cavern, exhaling scalding white columns of steam like a steam engine. If he were to guess, this must be the progenitor of the Mountain Gao clan. Its eyes fixated greedily upon Zhang Tai, unabashedly revealing its desire. Not bad, truly worthy of the one who is merged with the blood of the four-winged white dragon and fire phoenix, indeed full of potential. Monkey, what is your name? Zhang Tai glanced at the massive wild boar, gradually coming to an understanding, and replied, Tai. You have answered the call of my clan, coming to this Zhou Mountain battlefield, and it is because of my clan's protection that you have gained this extraordinary opportunity. Evolving from a lowly monkey into your current form, how do you intend to repay my Mountain Gao clan? The Mountain Gao leader nodded, speaking casually. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tai's heart surged with resentment. His fists clenched involuntarily. Had it not been for his sharp claws transforming into soft nails, he would have already torn through flesh and blood. Protection. What gall you have to say such a thing? To drive the tribesmen of your clan onto the battlefield as cannon fodder is your notion of protection? Or perhaps you mean the sixth of our kin who perished on the road, tormented to death by the Mountain Gao who came to conscript us. This is what you call protection? In the future, I shall ensure to extend ample protection to your Mountain Gao clan. Yet, in the end, Zhang Tai managed to calm himself, slowly inquiring. So, what does the leader of the Mountain Gao desire? I am not greedy. I only require that you leave your bloodline within my clan, and that shall suffice as your recompense to the Mountain Geode. As he spoke, the Mountain Gao leader shook his massive head. Several indistinguishable Mountain Gao, exuding a foul odor, emerged, posturing provocatively. Thus it became clear. Observing these female Mountain Gao, Zhang Tai comprehended at once. It is well known that there are myriad ways for individuals to evolve in this world, through the gifts of heaven and earth, the enlightenment of the strong, and the resources of nature. However, the means of racial evolution is fundamentally singular. To treat the first evolved individual as a breeding male or female, propagating with a multitude of kin to replace the original bloodline. The Mountain Gao leader undoubtedly sought to preserve Zhang Tai's boundless potential within the Mountain Gao clan. Judging by the stark disparity in form between the ordinary Mountain Gao and their leader, it was evident that this method had been employed more than once. Yet, something felt amiss. If he intended to win him over, why did he still exhibit such a foul demeanor? It was not surprising that the ordinary Mountain Gao were foolish, for that is the prevailing characteristic of this primitive age. But to assert that a leader commanding a powerful tribe of over 100,000 was equally foolish, one would be hard-pressed to believe it. Regardless of the era, those who stand at the pinnacle are never fools. Monkey, this is a beauty of the Mountain Gao clan. Do not be ungrateful. Noticing Zhang Tai's silence, one of the Mountain Gao standing beside the leader stepped forward, speaking sharply, his eyes brimming with blatant jealousy. Alas, our races differ, and thus our perspectives diverge. It requires time to adapt. The Mountain Gao leader waved his hand dismissively, parting his lips to reveal a set of formidable teeth as he spoke slowly. Though his words seemed to express understanding towards Zhang Tai, he afforded him no opportunity for choice. Zhang Tai gradually lowered his head, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What did you say? The Mountain Gao leader, observing the subtle movement of Zhang Tai's lips yet unable to discern his words, inquired. I said, go to hell. For the first time, Jiang Tai raised his head before the mountain Gao. His gaze was sharp and frenzied, fixating intently on the massive boar before him, no longer concealing his wrath. You wretched, horned, and foul beasts! You are ignorant of the heavenly decrees, cursed with shallow fortunes, lacking in both magic and virtue. To die and be roasted as suckling pigs would be a mercy for you. One day, I shall tame your entire Mountain Gao clan among livestock, leading you to devolve into mere swine. My kin shall feast upon your flesh at every meal. In this era, to curse a sentient race into regression to that of beasts is undoubtedly the most venomous of curses. Each word he uttered pierced the hearts of the Mountain Gao like a sharpened blade. Yet, the Mountain Gao were at a loss for retort, their eyes reddening, fists clenching until white. The surrounding Mountain Gao erupted in fury, seizing their weapons, ready to charge at Jiang Tai to teach him a lesson. Heh, do you still doubt my assertion that you are ignorant of the heavenly decrees? Do you wish to know why I survived after merging the bloodlines of the four-winged white dragon and the fire phoenix? It is because I possess profound fortunes, blessed by the primordial spirit. You dare to lay a hand on me? Ask your leader. Does he dare to touch me? Upon hearing Jiang Tai's words, the Mountain Gao leader, who had previously appeared fierce and ready to strike, suddenly froze in place. He felt his wrists weaken, his body trembling, unable to maintain his grasp on his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Shock and a hint of envy were etched upon his grotesque visage. Humph, I knew it. I told you. How could this grass-like monkey possibly evolve so easily? Within the cave, only the Mountain Gao leader displayed no sign of fear, instead bursting into laughter. But what of it? Do you truly believe that the primordial spirit would care for such a lowly creature as yourself? Boom. With the finality of his words, the Mountain Gao leader abruptly rose, his immense form colliding with the cave's ceiling. Causing the entire cavern to tremble, a fierce and overwhelming aura erupted from him, sharp as knives, stinging Jiang Tai's cheeks. You do not believe me? Then why not test it? Jiang Tai flashed a grin, refusing to back down, taking a step forward and glaring fiercely in return. At this declaration, the Mountain Gao leader found himself momentarily speechless, his grotesque face frozen in an oil paint-like grimace. He certainly did not dare to gamble. It was not that the exalted primordial spirit would truly regard a savage, but that should even a whisper of this matter escape, countless eager middle-tier races would emerge, seeking to curry favor with the primordial spirit, and they would crush him and his entire Mountain Gao clan. Though the Mountain Gao leader was formidable, it was only against the weak, cannon fodder-like races surrounding him. At present, the Mountain Gao clan was merely a quasi-middle-tier race. After a lengthy pause, the Mountain Gao leader sank back down, resembling a deflated balloon. What an arrogant monkey! Indeed, I do not dare to strike. Shaking his head, a glimmer of malice ignited in his gaze. He hissed, I recall that your tribe at the outskirts of the Zhou Mountain battlefield has only children left, correct? Will they be as stubborn as your mouth? Let me be frank, newly ascended innate level races can leave at will. I could spread the news at any moment. Now, I offer you another chance. You have two choices. First, kneel and submit to me. Thereafter, you shall only propagate your bloodline within the Mountain Gao clan, and your kin may continue to live in their humble state. Second, you may depart immediately and witness whether my Mountain Gao clan will annihilate your newly ascended innate level tribe. With the mask of civility torn away, there was no need for further pretense. The Mountain Gao leader's gaze was cold and brutal, regarding Jiang Tai with contempt. This strategy had proven effective time and again. He had encountered similar situations before, and whenever the clan or tribe was mentioned, they would promptly capitulate. Yet Jiang Tai's particularity lay in his unyielding spirit. Having arrived at this juncture, Jiang Tai no longer sought to evade. In a low voice, he proclaimed, I have previously stated that I shall rear your Mountain Gao clan among livestock, leading you to devolve into your ancestral mountain boars. I shall not go back on my word. With that, Jiang Tai turned without hesitation, striding towards the tribe's encampment. A clash between the two factions was inevitable. The Mountain Gao clan boasted tens of thousands of kin and over 100 innate-level powerhouses on the battlefield, forces that the tribe could never hope to overcome. Fortunately, only newly ascended innate-level beings could leave. The others could not. Given the Mountain Gao's method of conscripting weak tribes, Jiang Tai could likely have obliterated them outright, but from the Mountain Gao leader's tone, it was evident that such was not possible. After careful contemplation, Jiang Tai finally exhaled. Since ascending to the innate level, his mindset had seemingly transformed. He no longer wished to flee, even at the cost of blood. He held no regrets for his reckless behavior before the Mountain Gao leader. Since arriving here, every action and word from the Mountain Gao leader had indicated his stance. It was clear he had perceived the potential within Jiang Tai, hence his brazen treatment of this newly ascended innate being. Even if he followed the leader's wishes and infused his bloodline into the Mountain Gao clan, the outcome would not be more favorable than the present. This encounter, rather than an invitation, was more a test, a suppression. Regardless of Jiang Tai's calculations, a confrontation was unavoidable, for he was destined to infuse his bloodline into his own tribe. Now, having learned of the possibility of leaving the Zhou Mountain battlefield, was this not a fortuitous revelation? Leader, there is a horse seeking you. Before Jiang Tai could collect his thoughts, a kin approached him. It was a magnificent white horse, its coat pure as snow, devoid of any blemish. Muscular and robust. Yet what drew Jiang Tai's attention most was a colorful horn upon its forehead, resembling the legendary unicorn. If he could return it to mate with the tribe's Mares, it would undoubtedly enhance the quality of their war horses. Alas, such a beautiful horse bore a rather incongruous cow's tail. Greetings, esteemed warrior of the wild men. I am the Bai Ma. Upon hearing Bai Ma speak, Jiang Tai finally realized that this was a sentient race, and moreover, an innate level being. What business does the Bai Ma tribe's strongman have with me? Jiang Tai inquired politely. I hope you can assist me in leaving the Zhou Mountain battlefield. In return, I can inform you of the way to depart. Before Bai Ma could finish, Jiang Tai interjected, newly ascended innate beings can leave at will, correct? Noticing Bai Ma's clear surprise, Jiang Tai's heart was reassured. It seems that the leader of the Shangao clan does not harbor intentions of using others as a tool for his own gain. Indeed, achieving a state of innate prowess allows one to depart freely. Please do not misunderstand. I have yet to finish my thoughts. Observing Jiang Tai's frigid demeanor, Boma promptly altered his tone. Then please, continue. After a prolonged discussion between the two, they ultimately finalized their plan. Jiang Tai would accompany Boma away from the battlefield of Zhoushan, and upon departing, Boma was to elucidate the transcendent paths following the innate level to Jiang Tai, while also utilizing his racial talents to assist the barbarian tribes in locating mineral deposits. The Boma clan favored residing in mountains rich with metallic ores and jade. Given the imminent threat posed by the Shangao clan, Jiang Tai did not procrastinate. He took only the flesh and blood of the four-winged white dragon and mounted Boma, preparing to return directly to the tribe. Chapter 12. Division of Realms. As Jiang Tai led the tribe to the outskirts of the battlefield, he quickly noticed some wandering weak and even moderately strong races surrounding the area. He could not help but inquire, why are these people still lingering here? How long has it been since the last battle ended? The blood on the battlefield has yet to dry. Surely, they cannot have monopolized the corpses left behind. They were not here for sustenance. Boma nonchalantly replied, initially, they were indeed here for food, but after some were enlightened by the hunting of a fleeing race. The nature of the situation shifted. Jiang Tai nodded and advanced to the front of the line. Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Tai, the desires in those people's eyes swiftly faded, and they dispersed, no longer paying heed to the barbarian contingent. Jiang Tai chose not to dwell on them further, but instead pondered how to confront the looming threat of the Shangao clan. Direct confrontation was unwise. The tribe numbered fewer than 1,000, and with the recent loss of 300 young men and women, only slightly more than 600 remained, half of whom were children with little combat capability. In contrast, the Shangao clan was immensely powerful, boasting tens of thousands in the Zhoushan battlefield alone, alongside several hundred innate-level warriors. The stark disparity between the two sides was a source of considerable frustration for Jiang Tai. Fortunately, Boma was by his side. If they could locate high-quality iron or monkey, I didn't expect you to be so patient. A familiar voice echoed from behind Jiang Tai, interrupting his thoughts. Without turning around, he knew it was the Shangao who had previously come to forcibly recruit from the tribe. Surprised? Our clan leader has sent me to lead a team to annihilate your tribe. The Shangao had pursued him from the battlefield, its massive trotters landing heavily on Jiang Tai's shoulder, revealing a malicious grin. You must hate me, considering I've already slain 1/6 of your kin on the way here. Tell me, if I had realized back then, would I have wiped out your tribe then and there? No need to fear. I must thank you, for without you, how could I have obtained such an opportunity? This proclamation elicited uproarious laughter from the other Shanggao. Ha ha ha. The leader is far too kind, even granting this monkey a chance for revenge. Heh heh heh, I have a penchant for monkey cubs. I might just capture a few live ones to raise. In the face of the Shanggao's provocation, Jiang Tai maintained a stoic expression, casually swatting away the pig's hoof resting on his shoulder as if brushing off dust. Remember my name. Shi, you shall witness how I obliterate your tribe. Ji looked down at Jiang Tai with a self-satisfied smirk, his eyes gleaming with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a captured mouse before devouring its weary prey. Watching Ji's retreating figure, Jiang Tai shook his head and urged the tribe onward. Though his exterior remained calm, a tempest of fury churned within him. The depth of the Shanggao clan's strength far surpassed Jiang Tai's expectations. Merely half an hour after their confrontation, this once ordinary Shanggao had ascended to become an innate-level powerhouse. Have you offended the Shanggao clan? Boma inquired with a look of concern. Are you afraid? Jiang Tai raised an eyebrow. How could I not be afraid? The leader of the Shanggao clan transcends the innate level, reaching the shamanic realm, of which there are few around the periphery of the Zhoushan battlefield. If the Shanggao clan continues to develop over the next few centuries, they will naturally ascend to become a mid-tier race. Boma's agitation grew as he restlessly pawed at the ground with his front hooves. Fear not. Once the transaction is complete, I shall ensure your safe departure. For now, let us discuss the division of realms. Jiang Tai signaled Boma to calm down. What a stroke of misfortune. I merely wished to depart without causing a stir. Though Boma grumbled, he appeared resolute in completing the transaction, wishing to extricate himself from Jiang Tai and avoid being entangled in the feud between the barbarians and the Shanggao. Through Boma, Jiang Tai began to grasp the classification of realms in this world. The ancient myriad races were simply and clearly divided into 4 realms: innate, shaman, sovereign, and mighty, beyond which little was known. Apart from the exalted primordial spirits, none among the ancient myriad races had reached such heights. The power structure of this world was entirely derived from the primordial spirits, incrementally explored. The innate realm is achieved by maximizing one's potential and awakening that inherent essence present at birth, a process of continuous cultivation. The term shaman refers to special individuals responsible for communicating with heaven and earth during the era of ignorance among the myriad races, denoting the leader of a tribe. The sovereign is, as the name suggests, the ruler of a race. The mighty transcends the limitations of their race, reaching the pinnacle of existence. Beings such as the 4-winged white dragon, the fire phoenix, and the legendary Quafu, who once resisted the primordial spirits, belong to this realm. According to Boma, Jiang Tai's absorption of the blood of 2 mighty beings, along with the enlightenment granted by the primordial spirit, rendered him a being of boundless potential. Why not flee? With your bloodline potential, it would not be too late to return and seek revenge on the Shanggao clan after breaking through to the sovereign level. As he spoke, Boma's gaze became somewhat intrigued. The reason behind his suggestion stemmed from witnessing how humans treated warhorses. It was not a mere relationship of ownership, but one of partnership and camaraderie. If Jiang Tai could grow steadily, binding the Boma clan closely with the human race might prove to be an astute choice. You might be thinking that there are plenty of wild races on this vast land, and the race won't go extinct. Before Boma could finish his thought, Jiang Tai raised his hand to interrupt, calmly retorting, "Surely you understand that this is the most rational approach." Boma detected a peculiar tension beneath Jiang Tai's calm facade, yet still endeavored to offer his counsel. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tai's brows furrowed tightly, as if a storm cloud were gathering, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Rational? Had he not been rational enough previously? Yet here he was, reduced to this state. Having played the role of a subordinate for too long, he could not let himself be treated as one any longer. This battle, he must fight. Leader, we believe in you. Just as the atmosphere between the two became precarious, the voices of the tribesmen rang out. Have you all gone mad? This statement shocked Boma further, prompting him to retort. Jiang Tai, however, merely smiled in satisfaction, brandishing his whip and galloping towards home. You are innate beings with immense potential. Even in defeat, you will not perish. Yet you are mere ordinary barbarians. Even if you win, many of you will perish. Boma struggled to comprehend. Attempting to elucidate the pros and cons to the tribesmen, I understand, but we are unafraid. for we all believe that the leader will guide us to strengthen our tribe." The tribesman's gaze was resolute, revealing no hint of insincerity. Not just him, but others among the wild men spoke up, their eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Tai. "Madman, the entire wild race is mad." Chapter 13. Merging tribes after 2 months of arduous travel. They finally returned to their familiar homeland. Gazing upon the tribe they had built with their own hands, the people were overcome with joy and tears. It appeared that the hunting team Jiang Tai had left behind had proven effective. Although the young had been away for half a year, the tribe merely looked somewhat worn. As the tribesmen emerged from within, they gazed at the familiar yet strange faces before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. With a crash, the clay pot they held fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, yet no one paid it any mind. After rubbing their eyes and confirming that the crowd before them had not vanished, one child tentatively inquired, "You are Leader Tai? Is it possible that in just half a year, you no longer recognize me?" Jiang Tai chuckled lightly, bending down to ruffle the child's hair. "We have returned. Leader Tai has returned. Everyone has come back." Upon receiving an affirmative response, the child could no longer contain their excitement, shouting and running towards the tribe. Their exclamation drew out the remaining tribesmen, and soon, the air was filled with cheers and shouts as families rushed to reunite. Meanwhile, the few elderly wild men who remained in the tribe stepped forward, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they beheld the towering figure of Jiang Tai, who had grown even taller than 2 wild men combined. They understood all too well the significance of a wild man breaking through the limitations of their race to attain innate prowess for the tribe. Like stars surrounding the moon, the tribesmen gathered around Jiang Tai as he entered the tribe. Before long, a bonfire was lit in the open space, and all the food within the tribe was brought out to celebrate this fruit wine. Jiang Tai sipped the drink handed to him by his kin, his eyes suddenly alight with wonder. Though the liquid was somewhat murky and bore a tangy bitterness, there was no doubt it was fruit wine. He simply could not fathom how it had been concocted. "Do you enjoy it? If so, do indulge a bit more," remarked an elder of the tribe, observing Jiang Tai's astonished expression as he promptly filled Jiang Tai's cup to the brim. Thus, he was forcefully imbibed with an entire vat of fruit wine, leaving him somewhat helpless as he gazed at the now empty container. Yet, there were those among the tribe's elders who felt even more exasperated than he on the following day, having feasted and rested thoroughly. Jiang Tai emerged from his chamber, basking in the warm sunlight that kissed his face, feeling particularly content as he stretched lazily. Without any hint of lethargy, he departed the tribe on his steed. Searching for mineral veins of superior quality beyond mere bronze, the mountain ginseng tribe was indeed formidable, with warriors towering above 1.5 meters, some capable of grappling with the fearsome barbarian bears head-on. In contrast, the wildman tribe generally did not exceed 1 meter in height, their limbs slender and frail, requiring a dozen individuals to restrain a single mountain ginseng warrior. However, with Jiang Tai's ascension to the innate realm, the disparity in prowess between the two factions had been significantly diminished, revealing that the gap was not insurmountable. Both the formidable strength and resilient hides could be countered with metallic weaponry. The wildman tribe's only vulnerability lay in their numbers. After several days of searching, his steed, Bo-Ma, guided Jiang Tai to a promising iron mine. The tribe possessed vast experience in smelting bronze, so Jiang Tai merely reminded them of a few precautions before preparing to leave the tribe for a while. This was not an escape. Rather, it was to rectify the numerical disadvantage faced by the wildman tribe. The able-bodied individuals from the nearby marshland wildman tribe had been forcibly conscripted, while the smaller forested area remained untouched. Jiang Tai thus set his sights on them. Bo-Ma, also an innate being, possessed remarkable speed. What once took 1 or 2 months to traverse could now be accomplished in a single day. 10 years had passed, and the small forest had regained its vitality, its caverns now occupied by another wildman tribe. It took Jiang Tai and Bo-Ma 3 full days to ascertain their surroundings. 4 wildman tribes resided near the small forest, the most powerful being the one that had claimed the caverns, boasting a population of 300, with 200 able-bodied warriors ready for combat. The remaining 3 tribes had fewer than 200 members, with only about 100 suitable for battle. Should Jiang Tai manage to unite these 3 tribes, along with the original 300 members, he would command an impressive force of around 800 to 900 warriors. The members of these tribes gazed in terror at the duo, radiating an aura of fearsome power. In this primitive era, the migratory nature of intelligent species was limited, and the spirit of exploration was nearly non-existent. Barring extraordinary circumstances, one would rarely venture beyond their territorial bounds. Thus, the arrival of a formidable stranger instilled profound fear in the local tribes. Esteemed warrior of another tribe, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? An elder wild man stepped forward, bowing respectfully, carefully scrutinizing Jiang Tai's physique. Reminiscent of his own kind, he felt a pang of envy rise within him. Alas, elder, though we belong to different tribes, we are united as wild men. Such formalities are unnecessary. Observing the elder wild man, who barely reached his waist, Jiang Tai swiftly dismounted and assisted him to his feet. What? You are also a wild man? This revelation struck like thunder from a clear sky. Revitalizing the elder, who grasped Jiang Tai's hand, his once stooped posture straightening with excitement. Not only the elder, but also those hidden within the caverns reacted similarly. Heaven bless our wild man tribe. After a heartfelt lament, the elder wild man finally calmed down and warmly welcomed Jiang Tai into their tribe, instructing the others to bring forth the recently hunted game. Elder, I have come with a request. We shall comply. Even if you require all our able-bodied warriors, it is no trouble. Before Jiang Tai could finish his sentence, the elder waved his hand dismissively, responding with fervor. The elder understood all too well the significance of a wild man who had transcended the constraints of their race and ascended to the innate level. However, allow me to finish my explanation. Jiang Tai quickly interjected. I see that it is even more crucial to ensure our bloodlines endure within the tribe. Upon hearing the details, the elder spoke earnestly, showing no concern for the potential casualties among the Mountain Ginseng tribe warriors. This matter should not be rushed. It is of utmost urgency. In the end, both parties made concessions, agreeing that Jiang Tai would complete his task before reconvening to discuss further. Having reached an understanding, Jiang Tai wasted no time and hastened to the other three wildman tribes. The same procedure yielded the same results. Were it not for the tribes being situated in various locations, Jiang Tai might have suspected he was caught in a time loop. Upon learning that Jiang Tai was also a wild man, the tribes showed no hesitation in agreeing to his requests. Soon, the four wildman tribes converged, led by Jiang Tai, as they made their way towards the marshland. Chapter 14. Mobilization and Preparation for War. Under the protection of Jiang Tai and Bo Ma, the four wildman tribes arrived at the marshland tribe without incident, merging seamlessly into a single entity. Consequently, the tribe's population surged from 600 to 1,500, with 900 able-bodied warriors ready for combat. This number was sufficient. Any more would strain the marshland's resources. Furthermore, Jiang Tai would need to lead expeditions to distant hunting grounds, where the time and energy expended would not justify the returns. Thus, the next step was to develop military provisions on a large scale. This time, they would face the Mountain Ginseng tribe's army, not mere beasts, necessitating a departure from the exclusive forging of spears. Jiang Tai planned to divide the 900 combatants into 4 units: 500 spear wielders, 300 shield bearers, and 100 archers, with the remainder serving as cavalry. Equipping these 900 warriors would not be a trivial task. Relying solely on his kin, it could take several years. Not only would 900 weapons be needed, but in reality, at least 2,000 weapons and 900 sets of armor would be required. In addition to 1 spear per person, each warrior would need a secondary weapon, typically a dagger. Fortunately, this world possessed extraordinary powers that alleviated the burdens of mining and smelting. Even a being as basic as Bo Ma, at the innate level, could exert tremendous force capable of shattering mountains and stones. A single stomp would expose ample mineral resources ready for extraction. Why should I assist you? Bo Ma snorted impatiently. A piece of blood and flesh from a 4-winged white dragon, Jiang Tai proposed, offering a deal Bo Ma could not refuse. Dragon blood bore potent corrosive properties, a lethal poison to ordinary wild men. Yet it could be manipulated by an innate being like Bo Ma, perhaps even diluted significantly. Even if he could not acquire the dragon's bloodline, the immense energy contained within the flesh could still augment his own power. Deal! Upon seeing the dragon meat in Jiang Tai's possession, Bo Ma quickly capitulated. He then raised his front hooves and began to stomp on the mineral vein, causing the ground to tremble violently, revealing a bounty of ore that simply needed to be mined and transported by the tribe members. The ore was not sent back to the tribe directly. Instead, It was crushed and ground into powder before being poured into a pre-built furnace. Once the furnace was filled with iron ore and limestone, it was Jiang Tai's turn to take action. With his right hand ignited in a blazing golden flame, he plunged it into the furnace as if practicing the iron sand palm technique. As he stirred the molten contents within mere minutes, the iron ore began to melt, transforming into a pool of crimson molten iron. At this point, he opened the furnace's bottom, allowing the slag, akin to lava, to flow out. The remaining chunk of iron, about the size of a palm, was the final product. The furnace, standing as tall as a wild man, yielded a block of iron the size of a human head, a speed far surpassing that of previously refining bronze ore. In just a single day, thousands of pounds of black iron were smelted. At this rate, the 900 combatants would be fully equipped within 2 months. This undoubtedly bolstered Jiang Tai's confidence in facing the Mountain Ginseng tribe's army. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Tai approached Boma once more. "Brother Boma, you should be able to locate a herd of wild horses. Correct?" After a day of labor, he could no longer resist the allure of cavalry. Compared to cavalry, other units such as spear wielders, archers, or shield bearers seemed rather inconsequential. If he could equip all 900 members of the tribe with steeds, even if the Mountain Ginseng tribe dispatched 3,000 to 5,000 warriors, he would remain undaunted. An ordinary Mountain Ginseng warrior was merely slightly stronger than a wild man. They could not withstand the charge of galloping steeds. Boma, however, paid him no mind. Having shouldered the majority of the mining work that day, he was too exhausted to engage in conversation. "If you bring me 100 wild horses, I shall provide you with a piece of the four-winged white dragon's flesh." Jiang Tai raised a finger. "Do you not realize that my relationship with the wild horses is akin to yours with the wild men?" Boma scoffed coldly. "You expect me to betray my kin for a mere pound of flesh?" Jiang Tai remained silent, merely smiling at Boma. "I must increase my offer." Boma, feeling somewhat self-conscious under Jiang Tai's unwavering gaze, was compelled to speak first. Unable to persist, one must engage. If one is disinclined, then abstain. Jiang Tai shook his head decisively in refusal. What a jest! The Boma and the wild horses are kin by blood. Such folly. One is a race of intellect, the other a mere beast. The disparity is akin to heaven and earth. Even if the wild men have only recently evolved from monkeys, they would not presume that monkeys and wild men belong to the same lineage. Thus, although Jiang Tai contemplated the idea of utilizing Boma genes to enhance the tribe's warhorses, he kept such thoughts unspoken. Engage, I shall engage. Is that not acceptable? Upon realizing Jiang Tai was not easily swayed, Boma swiftly conceded. The matter was settled amicably, with both parties pleased. "Chief, the elders have urgent matters to discuss with you." At that moment, a tribesman hurriedly approached. Jiang Tai nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the earthen house at the heart of the village. "Chief, you have arrived." Inside the earthen house, 5 tribes were gathered, comprised of several venerable elder wild men, who nodded in greeting upon Jiang Tai's entrance. For reasons unknown, their faces bore an unusually grim countenance. Even the sunlight streaming through the windows could not dispel the foreboding gloom, akin to an impending calamity. Jiang Tai himself felt a weight of unease and quietly inquired, "Elders, what brings you to seek my presence?" "Chief, your affairs are concluded. Now it is time to address tribal matters. Our wild tribe is inherently weak." "Stop. Speak plainly," Jiang Tai interjected, quickly discerning their intentions. This was indeed a matter for which he bore responsibility. "Alas, let us speak candidly. With a formidable foe at our doorstep, while the tribe's members are willing to fight valiantly alongside you, we old fellows must consider a contingency plan for the tribe's future. It is exceedingly difficult for our wild tribe to produce an innate being. We must ensure the bloodline continues. There are hundreds of eligible young maidens within the tribe. You need not claim them all. But surely you must select a few dozen." The elders grew increasingly animated. Yet Jiang Tai felt as though his very soul was slipping away. How had he traversed into this realm only to escape one fate, yet be ensnared by another? All? Select dozens? Is this the language of a human being? I am a man, not a breeding stallion. To be candid, he did not harbor a strong aversion to the maidens within the tribe. After nearly 2 decades of adaptation, he had grown accustomed to many aspects, though a tinge of reluctance lingered. For the sake of the tribe's future, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. However, upon reflection, once humanity flourished. He would stand as a veritable ancestor, with every encounter greeting him as progeny. Perhaps that wasn't so unpleasant after all. Chapter 15. The Mountain Gao army 3 months later, a wild man astride a warhorse hastened back to the tribe, bearing news that sent ripples of anxiety through the entire community. At that moment, the Mountain Gao tribe's army had arrived, a mere 50 miles from the Zaidi tribe, comprising around 3,000 robust adult males. They left no living creature unscathed in their wake, akin to a swarm of locusts, uprooting even the grass. Earlier than I had anticipated, Jiang Tai lounged casually upon a stone chair, resting his chin on one hand. Intrigued. In an era devoid of logistical support, where sustenance relied solely on the spoils of the hunt, the perils of an expedition outweighed those of mere migration. He had originally thought the Mountain Gao army would take at least half a year to arrive. Yet it mattered little now. The tribe's armaments were fully equipped, ready for any confrontation. A mere 3,000 Mountain Gao posed no significant threat. Let us proceed, my companions. Come, let us observe this so-called army. Jiang Tai rose slowly, beckoning Balma, and set forth towards the Mountain Gao forces. The rhythmic sound of hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, and within an hour, they beheld the Mountain Gao army. In the distant encampment, sturdy Mountain Gao warriors brandished hefty stone axes, releasing a seemingly inexhaustible vitality. Each warrior rivaled the size of an adult bear, a testament to the bloodline advantages gained from generations of interbreeding with other races' innate beings. Yet Jiang Tai felt little trepidation. After all, they were mere mortals. Could they truly contend against iron and steel? What truly instilled pressure within him was the palpable aura of 8 innate beings emanating from the Mountain Gao camp. This signified that the Mountain Gao tribe had dispatched 8 innate warriors to eliminate Jiang Tai in one fell swoop. This was not surprising, given Jiang Tai's illustrious lineage. Among his peers, few could match his prowess, let alone the Mountain Gao tribe. These 8 innate warriors likely harbored intentions of annihilating Jiang Tai in a single strike. However, upon reflection, perhaps this was not entirely detrimental. As long as Jiang Tai remained concealed, these 8 innate warriors would not dare to act recklessly. For the wild men, this confrontation represented an existential threat, and for the Mountain Gao tribe, it was no different. Should Jiang Tai escape, the ensuing days would cast the Mountain Gao into a state of trepidation. How long until our warriors reach the designated position? Jiang Tai inquired, gazing at the Mountain Gao encampment below. Chief, our warriors require another hour, came the reply from behind. Very well, upon reaching the designated position, arrange the formation. Archers shall rain arrows without reservation, unleashing a deluge of projectiles to cleanse the grounds. This time, I intend to vanquish the Mountain Gao tribe with honor, Jiang Tai affirmed. Upon receiving the command, his followers swiftly grasped the flags tethered to their backs and galloped into the distance. Though they were cavalry, they often served as messengers in peacetime. Half an hour later, within the Mountain Gao camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What sound is that? As the whistling arrows filled the air, the Mountain Gao warriors looked up, perplexed. They beheld hundreds of tiny dark figures soaring towards them, akin to a swarm of locusts. The Mountain Gao, unsure of what to expect, stared in curiosity until the first arrow descended, piercing the eye of one warrior with a sickening thud, erupting in a spray of crimson. Only then did they react. Scattering in disarray, it must be noted that the hides of the Mountain Gao were indeed resilient. Barring a few unfortunate souls struck in vulnerable areas, most merely sustained superficial injuries, with the arrows failing to penetrate deeply. With a mere tug, they could extract the arrows, and their robust musculature would staunch the wounds, leaving only a few drops of blood. Over there I asked that the wild men's army? Kill. Leave none alive. After the initial chaos subsided, the Mountain Gao leader discerned the enemy's position. Upon recognizing the diminutive figures of the wild men attacking them, fury surged within, and he brandished his stone axe, charging forth. The sound of thundering hooves echoed as 3,000 enraged Mountain Gao surged ahead, their momentum rivaling that of a cavalry charge. All Mountain Gao warriors surged forth, save for the 8 innate beings. The wild men's army? How dare these despicable monkeys challenge us? Where is that monkey named Tai? I shall crush him. Just as Jiang Tai had foreseen, the 8 innate Mountain Gao warriors refrained from acting before his emergence. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Tai was currently commanding the wild men's forces from a slope across the way. Archers, fire at will, and then retreat to the rear to reload. Shield bearers, raise your shields and prepare your spears. Jiang Tai meticulously observed both sides, issuing calm and calculated orders. His followers, following the command, swiftly unfurled the flags tied to their backs, signaling simple instructions in the AI art. As the mountain Gao, resembling frenzied berserkers, approached within 20 meters of the wild men's formation, the archers withdrew decisively. Clang, clang, clang. Almost immediately upon the archers' retreat, sturdy shields of iron and wood were raised, forming a formidable wall within mere breaths. Above the shield wall, glistening iron spears stood ready, resembling a hedge of thorns that instilled fear in any who gazed upon it. The frontline mountain Gao instinctively sought to halt their advance upon witnessing the daunting shield wall, yet those behind them, unable to see, propelled forward, crashing into the shimmering barrier, boom, like an out-of-control vehicle colliding with a storefront. The mountain Gao were impaled by iron spears, while the shield wall buckled under the impact. Chaos erupted at the front lines of both armies. The wild men managed to maintain some semblance of defense behind the shield wall, while the mountain Gao, in their frenzy, lost countless lives to the sheer crush of their own numbers. As the rear guard of the mountainous warriors finally regained their composure and ceased their forward assault. The situation had only just begun to ease. Suddenly, a lethal strike was unleashed. The archers, having swiftly exchanged their bows for long blades, leapt from behind their shields, plunging their swords towards the face of the mountain warrior. Among all cold weapons, the sword undoubtedly bore the greatest lethality, and in this instance, it was wielded against the mountain warrior with devastating precision. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly sliced through skin and fur, cleaving even bone as it revealed the stark, white skeleton and pulsing organs concealed beneath the flesh. Chapter 16. Picking them off one by one, how could mere savages stand toe-to-toe with our elite warriors? It was simply inconceivable. That wild man named Tai was indeed a grave threat to our kin. Within the encampment of the mountain warriors, 8 innate level savages observed the unfolding battlefield with astonishment flashing in their eyes. Setting aside the disparity between the mountain warriors and the savages, the numerical difference was staggering. Over 3,000 mountain warriors faced a mere 700 to 800 savages, a disparity exceeding fourfold. Yet the battle ended in a stalemate. If each savage possessed such strength, not only would the mountain warriors falter, but they would also carve out a place among the intermediate races. As the mountain warriors fell one after another in battle, one innate mountain warrior, named Ji, could no longer contain his rage. He had once made a fierce vow to show Jiang Tai how he would annihilate the savage tribes. Yet now, it was his own warriors being slaughtered in overwhelming numbers. A bitter pill he could not swallow. Damn it, let the savages perish. What does it matter how strong they are? Lacking a solid foundation, this tribe shall be annihilated today. The more Ji pondered, the angrier he became, roaring and brandishing his weapon, ready to charge. However, he was restrained by other innate mountain warriors, ultimately forced to drop his weapon in frustration, sitting down in anger, reflecting that the savages merely relied on external forces. Soon, a head-on confrontation would reveal their true nature. Meanwhile, as the charge of the mountain warriors was interrupted, the savage shield formation also shattered, and the melee escalated to a fever pitch. Yet the battlefield did not unfold as the innate mountain warriors had anticipated. The armored savages formed into groups of 6, 3 wielding spears, 2 brandishing swords, and 1 carrying a shield. Even with their numbers greatly inferior to the mountain warriors, they managed to create a situation of quantity overcoming quality through their unique formations. To slay a single savage often required the lives of 3 to 5 mountain warriors. Indeed, the once valiant warriors of the mountain tribe, faced with the unyielding spear formation, began to hesitate. Enough. Cavalry, charge, Jiang Tai. Ever vigilant of the battlefield, recognized that the mountain warriors needed only one final push to shatter their morale. Their spirits had already plummeted. Having journeyed from afar, they were ambushed by arrows, and now they faced slaughter in the formation, suffering a casualty ratio as dire as 1 to 7. Were it not for the mountain tribe's deep-seated disdain for the feeble savages, they might have already crumbled. Although they currently held the upper hand, it could only be described as a struggle for survival. The physical prowess of the mountain warriors was formidable. Their ironwood shields would shatter after just a few axe blows, and although their long spears could hold off the enemy, it was only a temporary measure. It was likely that within 10 minutes, the savages would indeed reveal their true forms. After all, without shields, even armored warriors could hardly withstand the onslaught of the mountain tribe's axes. Should the mountain warriors wield swords and blades, the savages could very well dominate with their mere hundreds. With a thunderous command from Jiang Tai, the 100 cavalrymen, poised and ready, surged forth, their hooves pounding like rolling thunder. Kicking up clouds of dust and grass, like a lethal dagger, they aimed for the heart of the mountain army. What was that sound? The cavalry's charge was impossible for the mountain warriors to ignore. Already skittish, they were now paralyzed with fear, glancing anxiously around. They beheld a horde of dark figures wielding deadly iron spears, swiftly closing in, obscured by a towering cloud of dust. By mere experience, if it were not some colossal beast, it would require thousands of elite soldiers running at full speed to generate such commotion. Yet regardless of what it was certain to bring death. With only 600 or 700 savages, they managed to hold the mountain warriors at bay. What then could be expected with the addition of thousands of elite soldiers? Kill! With a furious roar, the cavalry plunged into the mountain warriors' encampment. The impact of their charge rendered the spear formations utterly irresistible, cleaving the already chaotic mountain ranks in two. Warriors, charge with me. Seeing this, the warriors in the rear swiftly joined the fray. Against the armed mountain warriors, the savages might need to unite in groups to confront them, but against the disarmed mountain warriors, each savage could stand alone. The sharp spears and battle blades effortlessly pierced the resilient fur of the mountain warriors, penetrating flesh. Thus, the battlefield descended into a one-sided massacre, the savages mercilessly slaughtering the mountain warriors. The already waning morale shattered completely in that moment, as warriors cast aside their weapons, desperately fleeing back to the encampment, fearing that their arms would hinder their escape. Yet no matter how fast the mountain warriors ran, could they outrun the steeds? Would they not all perish? Within the mountain encampment, she glared with bloodshot eyes. Fixated intently on the other innate mountain warriors, before their arrival, she had believed this endeavor would be like the last, merely a means to coerce Jiang Tai into total submission to the mountain tribe. Nothing extraordinary, he had summoned nearly all his kin, seeking to claim some merit. Unbeknownst to him, let she accompany you. We will remain in the encampment, ever ready to confront the savage Tai. After some contemplation, the innate mountain warriors determined that allowing the savages to annihilate their brethren might pose a greater challenge. Given the combat prowess displayed by those savage warriors, they could indeed temporarily stall 2 or 3 innate mountain warriors. The adage many ants can kill an elephant was not without merit. Otherwise, why would so many expendable troops be conscripted for the Zhou Mountain battlefield? Would a few hundred ordinary soldiers not be able to contend with innate beings? While a few hundred innate beings could not resist shaman-level opponents, certainly, this ratio would only be more pronounced on the Zhou Mountain battlefield. Moreover, although the reason for this situation remained unclear, it was evident that these savage warriors were far from mere ants. Humph! She scoffed, then beckoned to the innate mountain warrior named Shi, charging towards the battlefield. On the hillside, 2 have actually departed. Jiang Tai watched as the 2 innate mountain warriors raced towards the battlefield. His eyes lighting up with surprise, he promptly patted the neck of his steed, Bo Ma, and brandished the long spear forged from trident steel, charging towards the mountain encampment. His target had always been those innate mountain warriors. Were you not adamant about avoiding trouble with the mountain tribe? When did your mind change? As he approached the increasingly nearer mountain encampment, Jiang Tai found himself intrigued, jesting at Bo Ma. When you forged iron weapons. When I realized your claims of victory were no jest. Warriors like you will surely surpass the mountain tribe in due time. By following you, perhaps I too shall have the opportunity to advance further? Bo Ma, ever thick-skinned, exhibited no signs of embarrassment in response to Jiang Tai's banter. Your vision is keen. My path is solely forward, until that my head is high. I see no one. Chapter 17. Annihilation within the encampment. The remaining 6 innate mountain warriors were highly focused, their gazes fixed on the battlefield. The moment Jiang Tai made his appearance, they would be the first to converge and encircle him. Jiang Tai did not disappoint their expectations, soon emerging into view. Meanwhile, Ji and Shi, immersed in their slaughter among the savage ranks, remained oblivious. wielding their bone axes with abandon, each swing sending several fully armored savages flying, leaving their fates unknown. 1 man and 1 horse. Both clad in gleaming silver armor, advanced with icy demeanor towards the 2 innate mountain warriors lost in their bloodlust. Jiang Tai raised his spear, a chilling aura emanating from him, freezing the surrounding moisture into swirling white mist. Akin to a white dragon weaving through the thronged, "Be careful." At this moment, it was too late to provide support. All that could be done was to shout a warning. Yet Bo Ma's speed was too great. They were uncertain whether Ji and she heard the warning first or encountered Jiang Tai first. Boom! In the next instant, Jiang Tai thrust his spear forward, propelled by the full-speed charge of Bo Ma. Akin to a speeding train crashing into Ji, the spear instantly pierced through the body of this innate mountain warrior. A terrifying chill surged forth from the spear, freezing the innate mountain warrior who had attempted a final desperate struggle. Then, with a single shake, the frozen body crumbled like a fragile chip, exploding into shards. Only the spear remained, gleaming without a trace of blood. The first one, having completed this, Jiang Tai turned his gaze, icy and resolute, towards Ji. If there were one individual within the mountain tribe whom he loathed above all, it was undoubtedly Ji. Even the chief of the mountain tribe, the principal culprit, could not compare to Ji. As he sensed the overwhelming chill approaching, fear flickered across Ji's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the mountain warriors he had just rallied the courage to strike back and fled towards the encampment. His speed was so remarkable that even Bo Ma was left in awe. Tai, witnessing their leader unleash such power, effortlessly eliminating an innate mountain warrior. The morale of the tribe surged as they brandished their weapons. Shouting Jiang Tai's name, in an instant, the cries reverberated through the air. During the fray, he did not forget to catch up with those dazed mountain spirits, dispatching them with a swift strike. Today, it was imperative to encircle and annihilate them here. There could be no escape. Witnessing Jiang Tai's valiant ferocity, the 6 mountain spirits within the camp charged forth immediately. What do I have to fear? Gazing at the 6 innate mountain spirits before him, Jiang Tai felt a surge of primal bloodlust coursing through his veins, an embodiment of the most fundamental combative instincts. While confronting all 6 innate mountain spirits was indeed somewhat challenging, it was merely that. He turned his steed, spurred it forward, and fearlessly charged towards the 6 foes. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides collided head-on. The mountain spirits had coordinated in advance to confront Jiang Tai. 2 swung their massive axes towards the horse's legs, while 1 leapt high, aiming to cleave both horse and rider asunder. The remaining 3 flanked to the sides. There was no need for Jiang Tai to signal. With a mighty neigh, the steed reared up, revealing its iron-shod hooves beneath. The axes intended for its legs missed their mark. Wild Man Tai, the leaping innate mountain spirit, had raised its axe high overhead. And once it fell, it would spell doom for both horse and rider. Alas, compared to such heavy weaponry, the spear proved far more manageable. Observing the wide-open stance of the mountain spirit, with no leverage to counter, even its head held back, Jiang Tai found himself momentarily entranced. Is this truly the chaos of battle? Though his mind was in disarray, his hands moved without hesitation. He thrust his spear forward, effortlessly piercing through its body. Thud, thud. As the charred mountain spirit's corpse flew backward, the steed's hooves came crashing down on the shoulders of 2 other innate mountain spirits, causing them to spew forth blood. In an instant, one of the 6 innate mountain spirits lay dead, while 2 others were injured. Where do you think you can flee? Yet the remaining 3 flanking mountain spirits had already arrived, hefting their axes down upon Jiang Tai, who was mounted on his steed. This strike was unavoidable. Even Jiang Tai could only swiftly extend his spear to parry one of the blows. Meanwhile, the other 2 axes swung down towards the steed's belly. Bang! The tremendous force sent both horse and rider tumbling through the air, rolling for several meters before finally coming to rest, carving in an astounding display of power. The seemingly invincible innate mountain Gao was reduced to a state of sheer terror by a mere band of ordinary wild men. It is fervently hoped that the mountain Gao pig would endure until the moment they successfully slay Jiang Tai. Alas, it appears your calculations have come to naught. With a cold sneer, Jiang Tai cast a mocking glance at the 5 innate mountain Gaos. The spear in his hand grew increasingly formidable, even pressing down upon the 5 innate mountain Gaos in fierce combat. these 5 innate mountain Gaos proved to be quite formidable, exhibiting impeccable teamwork. Each had spent years ascending to their current innate state, far beyond the capabilities of a mere mountain Gao Pig. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. Once we dispatch you, your kin shall meet their demise as well. Indeed, we are not as inept as the pig, wild men. Submit to my clan, for that is the sole avenue for you and your kin's survival. The 5 innate mountain Gaos spoke in unison. They posed a significant challenge to Jiang Tai. Just as he did to them, having only recently ascended to innate status, could he truly rival all 5? If left unchecked to develop for a few more years, it is likely that only the shamanic leaders of the tribe would stand a chance against him. Ha! My kin are fighting desperately. As their leader, how could I possibly seek to preserve my own life? With no concerns weighing upon him, Jiang Tai's eyes ignited with the fervor of battle, and no longer restrained. He launched a full frontal assault. He could feel his heart in that moment, like a high-speed motor, beating wildly. A torrent of scorching blood surged throughout his body, raising his temperature rapidly. Upon close inspection, wisps of steam could be seen escaping his pores. Distorting the air around him, boom! In an instant, searing golden flames erupted, as if to enchant his spear. The once azure spear gradually transformed into a fiery crimson. Stepping forward, he unleashed a speed multiple times greater than before. Charging at the 5 innate mountain Gaos, the raging flames enveloped his entire being, fierce as an enraged dragon, unstoppable in its advance. Sensing the violent aura emanating from Jiang Tai, the 5 innate mountain Gaos furrowed their brows deeper. After a fleeting hesitation, the strongest among them charged forward. In that instant, the two clashed. The flames no longer held back, freely unleashing their true nature, morphing into a fearsome beast that collided with the innate mountain Gao. Blood spilled forth, only to be swiftly evaporated by the flames. That brief moment of hesitation ultimately cost the innate mountain Gao dearly, as one of its arms was severed. Chapter 19. With the blood of this battle, forged the indomitable spirit of humankind. In a full-throttle explosion of power, even Jiang Tai himself was astonished by the magnitude of his strength. Initially, he had merely managed to fend off the 5 innate mountain Gaos. Yet now he was an unstoppable force. The blinding flames, accompanied by his spear that surged like a sea dragon, dispatched one of the innate mountain Gaos in less than 100 strikes. It was not merely the severed arm that fell. Rather, that dismembered innate mountain Gao became Jiang Tai's prime bait. Each time he attacked it in exchange for injury, the other Gaos would abandon their assaults to come to its aid. Ultimately, it was because only it could endure a few blows against the current Jiang Tai. Gazing at the 3 injured and 1 maimed innate mountain Gao before him. Jiang Tai gasped for breath. The surge of power came with increased exhaustion. What had previously resulted in only a few drops of sweat after prolonged combat now felt as though his lungs were about to burst. A fiery pain consuming him, with no time to rest, he caught his breath and pounced once more. His spear danced like an enraged dragon, scales and claws flying in a dazzling display, yet hidden within was lethal intent. The battle raged on for an entire hour. Ultimately, all 4 remaining innate mountain Gaos fell to him one by one. They had contemplated fleeing, yet were intercepted by the recovering Bo Ma, only to be pierced through the heart by Jiang Tai's spear. We won? Did we truly win? Oh, we did it. Tai. As they surveyed the now tranquil battlefield, the tribesmen erupted in cheers. The previously battered Gao forces, realizing that the tide had turned irrevocably, dared not linger and fled in haste. The tribesmen sought to pursue and eradicate the remnants, but Jiang Tai halted them. Let them return and relay what they have witnessed today to their tribe. Watching the remnants gradually disappear over the horizon, Jiang Tai's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Given the esteem with which the Gao leader regarded him, this must surely be the strongest expeditionary force the mountain Gao could muster. After all, in this savage era of expeditions, there were no cities to provide sustenance. Following this battle, the tribe had firmly established its foothold in this world. Leader, this one still breathes. We have kept it for you. Just then, the tribesmen dragged the mountain Gao pig before Jiang Tai. At that moment, the pig was in a pitiful state, 2 of its limbs severed, and the remaining 2 rendered useless, now writhing like a worm. Upon seeing the fierce countenance of Jiang Tai, It immediately spoke. "My lord, the mountain pig has lost. I beseech you to spare my life. I would willingly submit to the nurturing of your tribe, that your descendants may feast upon my progeny's flesh for generations to come." A smile crossed Jiang Tai's face. "No need for that. Your flesh is far too tough for my kin to consume. It would be better for my kin to capture some more palatable mountain gows to raise in the future." With that, he struck the mountain gow pig's head without hesitation, precisely calculating the force to render it unconscious without delivering a fatal blow. "Gather the remains of our fallen kin. We shall return home." Having completed these tasks, Jiang Tai looked upon the lifeless bodies of his tribesmen. The cacophony of previous sounds had faded, but now, as silence enveloped the scene, everyone could hear the faint, mournful wails emanating from the pile of corpses. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Tai could no longer hold on, collapsing into unconsciousness. 3 days later, the weather was splendid, with the sun hanging high, casting forth endless rays of light and warmth, while gusts of wind rustled the blood-stained battle flags. Within the tribe, all the tribesmen gathered together, and one spoke. The atmosphere was solemn and grave as they gazed upon their leader, Jiang Tai, standing upon the elevated platform. "Tribesmen, do you still recall what the Mountain Gao tribe proclaimed when they conscripted soldiers? They called us monkeys, indeed, and wild men as well? How utterly absurd. What difference is there from beasts? Are we monkeys?" Jiang Tai's voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing, his eyes gleaming red as if soaked in blood, addressing the tribesmen. "We are not. We are not. We are not." The resounding shouts reverberated across the land, startling countless beasts and birds alike. Like a spark igniting a fire, the fury within the tribesmen was rekindled, as if to consume this world. Jiang Tai waited for the tribesmen's emotions to subside before speaking once more. "Then what are we?" No one responded, for the tribesmen knew not the answer. From the moment of their birth, they had been told they were a tribe of wild men, the weakest among all races. No one had ever explained the meaning behind such a designation. "We are humans, proper, dignified humans. Today, we have vanquished the Mountain Gao tribe, trampling upon those who once scoffed at us as monkeys and wild men. Tomorrow, we shall also trample upon other races that have enslaved us." With these words, Jiang Tai did not hesitate, bringing his knife down upon the head of the Mountain Gao pig beneath him. "Let our descendants never again suffer the torments of the past." Blood soared, splattering upon the tribesmen below, staining everyone with the enemy's essence. Blood, after all, is the finest catalyst for warriors on the battlefield. It allows them to forget pain and embrace death. Now, blood could awaken the primal hunting instincts within the tribesmen. Observing the fiery determination igniting in the eyes of his kin, Jiang Tai nodded in satisfaction. Without granting the tribesmen a moment to respond, he seized the severed head of the Mountain Gao, raising it high, and bellowed, "Are you willing to follow me, battling the enemies until the last drop of blood is shed? No matter who the enemy may be. Kill, kill, kill." The battle cries shook the heavens, as if the entire marshland trembled in response. Gazing into the eyes of his spirited tribesmen, Jiang Tai nodded in approval. For a race to endure and thrive, it requires not only immense strength but also a soul. Without a soul, even the mightiest of races becomes little more than walking corpses. Wounded and unable to heal, broken bones find it challenging to rise again. What Jiang Tai endeavored to do was to instill a soul into this newborn humanity, a soul that is resilient, unyielding. Even if Jiang Tai were to meet an untimely demise in the future, the humanity infused with this indomitable spirit would surely flourish once more. Chapter 20. The Eternal Shift of Ages. The primordial spirit descends. 5 years later, following the defeat of the Mountain Gao expedition, the human race experienced a remarkably smooth existence, undisturbed by other races. The tribe's population grew to 2,000. Jiang Tai relished the tranquility, devoting himself to meditation and enhancing his strength. Within just a year, he had unlocked much of his bloodline potential. However, he recently found it increasingly challenging to make further progress. According to Boma, he was nearing the limits of the innate level. This incited envy in Boma, who remarked that Jiang Tai's advancement had been far too effortless. The bloodlines of both Boma and Jiang Tai also began to take root within the tribe. Jiang Tai was somewhat surprised by this, yet Boma explained that its kin had suffered heavy casualties on the Zhou Mountain battlefield, and it would be wiser to pass on the bloodline like Jiang Tai had. During this time, an amusing event transpired. The opposing faction on the Zhou Mountain battlefield sent a merman to the human tribe, demanding conscription of soldiers. Unfortunately, its strength was inadequate, and Jiang Tai swiftly suppressed it with a mere gesture. However, from its lips, Jiang Tai learned of a grave piece of news. The nature of the Zhou Mountain battlefield had undergone a complete transformation. Once, the conflict was merely a skirmish between the races under the command of two primordial spirits. Akin to a venue for amusement, though fierce, it remained within the realm of control. Yet now, the opposing camp's primordial spirit has taken to the field. A colossal hand, obscuring the sun, emerged from the boundless sea. Wielding an overwhelming will that seemed to dominate the world, effortlessly manipulating the vast oceans. The towering waves it conjured inundated the land surrounding the Zhou Mountain battlefield for hundreds of miles, forever transforming it into a marshy realm. The primordial fire spirit faction has suffered the fall of several formidable races of great power. This has prompted the unprecedented voice of the primordial fire spirit to echo across the Zhou Mountain battlefield. Kong Hui, dare you disrupt the rules? Rayleigh, merely crushing a few insects, and yet you were the one to first breach the rules, were you not? The voice of the primordial water spirit resonated like the mighty sea, instilling a sense of boundless authority. Neither side has officially engaged in combat, seemingly restrained by some form of regulation. It is unfathomable what kind of rule could possibly limit primordial spirits that were born alongside the world itself. However, following this incident, the constraints binding the primordial spirits have begun to shatter, and although the two primordial spirits have not directly clashed again, their covert maneuvers have been incessant, in the mere span of 5 years. The number of enlightened beings has surpassed the total from the preceding millennium. The descent of the primordial spirit signifies that the already dire situation of the Zhou Mountain battlefield has become even more acute. Previously, only weak races served as cannon fodder, but now, even those of innate and shamanic levels are being treated as expendable, resulting in immense casualties across the myriad races. It is said that the once vast armies of the Zhou Mountain battlefield have rapidly dwindled from billions to mere millions. The weaker races have nearly gone extinct, entirely utilized as expendables. Yet, despite this, the two primordial spirits remain relentless, issuing a spiritual edict consisting of but 2 simple words: recruitment. The Shan Gao clan, having been wounded, naturally dares not approach the human tribe seeking retribution. Thus, the current scene unfolds. The catalyst for all this seems to be Jiang Tai. By a twist of fate, he had once aided the Fire Phoenix in slaying the enemy general. The four-winged white dragon, leading to an imbalance on the battlefield. It is likely the opposing side believes that the primordial fire spirit is engaging in covert actions. Jiang Tai has reason to suspect this. However, this does not bode well for the human tribes. The escalating friction between the two primordial spirits implies that the vicinity of the Zhou Mountain battlefield, spanning thousands of miles, is no longer suitable for tribal existence. As for recruitment, if the Shan Gao clan does not come, other races will. Given the scale of the human tribes venturing into the current Zhou Mountain battlefield, they are highly likely to be completely annihilated by unknown area of effect attacks. Regarding the primordial spirits, with their strength, even formidable beings are akin to ants, and with a mere thought, they could likely sink the very ground for miles around. This is merely Jiang Tai's superficial perspective at present. Zhou Mountain battlefield, could it be the legendary Bu Zhou Mountain? Jiang Tai mused. Analyzing the truth behind Kwa Fu chasing the sun, this hypothesis may not be impossible. After all, myths from Jiang Tai's past life are far too ancient, and inaccuracies or deliberate omissions could easily obscure the truth of your. It is conceivable that Bu Zhou Mountain was originally called Zhou Mountain, but was renamed after being struck by Gong Gong, and later generations, accustomed to calling it Bu Zhou Mountain, simply perpetuated the error. A chilling thought indeed. Bu Zhou Mountain? Which Bu Zhou Mountain? Just as Jiang Tai was lost in contemplation, an elder approached. He was one of the last remaining elders of the tribe. Here to ensure Jiang Tai fulfills his duties. It's nothing, Jiang Tai replied, shaking his head, swiftly turning to leave. Bu Zhou Mountain? That name seems familiar. Zhou Mountain battlefield, oh right, it's actually the Bu Zhou Mountain battlefield. Watching Jiang Tai's departing figure, the elder pondered silently. Considering the recent immense pressure on the leader, he decided to grant him a day off. Chapter 21. The birth of the spiritual treasure. As Jiang Tai contemplated the future of the tribe, another visitor arrived. It was a small, fiery red bird, no larger than a fist, resembling a red sugar dumpling. It was evident at a glance that it belonged to the Fire Phoenix clan. Though small in stature, it exuded an aura not weaker than Jiang Tai's. Before Jiang Tai could speak, the fiery bird introduced itself first. I am a messenger of the Fire Phoenix clan, representing the primordial spirit. A messenger? Merely a messenger. Though surprised, it made sense. Jiang Tai responded with a calm demeanor. What brings you here, esteemed messenger? Yet internally, he couldn't help but wonder if the primordial spirits had taken notice of his desire to escape. It must be that wretched Shan Gao clan. This grudge shall never be forgotten by the humans. Someone has recommended you to the primordial spirits, claiming that the humans can create a weapon enabling ordinary beings to fight beyond their means. Is that true? The fiery bird's eyes sparkled with anticipation for his answer. No, that is utterly unfounded. Jiang Tai quickly clarified. Indeed, leading a clan of over 10,000 members is no trivial matter. No wonder there had been no movement in recent years. The leader was biding his time for something significant. The primordial spirits have exempted the humans from recruitment quotas, and in return, the humans must provide 100,000 sets of armor, along with 10 innate-grade weapons. This seemingly adorable red sugar dumpling did not heed Jiang Tai's explanation, continuing to speak with a demeanor that starkly contrasted its appearance, displaying a surprising firmness and indifference. The once inconsequential weak races have now drawn the attention of the lofty primordial spirits. It seems the severity of the Zhou Mountain battlefield exceeds his expectations. Jiang Tai understood that it was merely a messenger, incapable of altering this reality. 100,000. But esteemed messenger, our tribe consists of only 2,000 individuals. Since the situation was unchangeable, Jiang Tai could only strive for greater benefits. For the primordial spirits, this was merely an inconsequential experiment. Yet, until the product materialized, his life could be temporarily preserved. If there were insufficient manpower, then they must be seized. This is not something the primordial spirits should concern themselves with. They only require armor. An anticipated response, yet Jiang Tai was not prepared to concede. The Shan Gao clan is strong and enduring. If he could secure 100,000 adult Shan Gao laborers, he vowed to fulfill the task. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Tai declared fiercely, since the humans are already entrenched in this mire, let us drag the Shan Gao clan in with us. If the humans cannot survive, the Shan Gao clan shall surely perish before us. With that, the fiery bird did not linger, transforming into a trail of flame and vanishing from sight. I shall convey your request. You may now begin your preparations. Hearing this, Jiang Tai fell into a prolonged silence. 100,000 sets of armor could potentially be completed if manpower were available. After all, the Shan Gao clan is renowned for their hardiness among the myriad races. What? They have no such reputation. In that case, Jiang Tai would ensure the Shan Gao clan's hardworking reputation resonates throughout the myriad races. The real challenge lies in forging innate-grade weapons. He had no ideas. Even the spear in his hand was merely a simple form and polish. After all, this world does not yet possess practices akin to spiritual or magical cultivation. Wielding the power to split mountains and fill seas is entirely dependent upon bloodlines. Over the past 5 years, Jiang Tai has devised a rudimentary method for tempering his blood essence. However, blood essence bears no correlation to innate-grade weapons. He finally comprehended the hardships faced by the ancients, possessing extraordinary power yet lacking avenues for cultivation. Races with ordinary bloodlines lack even the qualifications to grow stronger. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tai resolved to enter seclusion. Without ideas, he would seek them out. After instructing his tribesmen not to disturb him, he resolutely retreated into his earthen dwelling to begin his arduous training. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slowly closed, and as his breathing gradually slowed, his thoughts sank into his being. 6 months passed. During this time, Jiang Tai did not step outside even once, not even when his tribesmen informed him of the arrival of 10,000 laborers from the Shan Gao clan did he respond. Those who brought him food were frightened by his current appearance. His bloodshot eyes bulged as if they might leap from their sockets at any moment. His hair, dark as withered grass, fell out in clumps. His spirit was on the brink of collapse. Throughout this period, he explored the power of bloodlines, studied blood essence, and the bones of innate beings, trying countless methods. He even experimented with techniques described in novels from his past life. Only the power of bloodlines seemed to hold a glimmer of feasibility. Bloodlines are indeed powerful, yet they cannot store elemental forces within themselves. Rather, they must utilize some medium, employing one's own strength as a catalyst to achieve control over external forces. Heaven rewards those who toil with sincerity. He indeed discovered such a medium, but that thing was too profound, and Jiang Tai could not comprehend it despite racking his brain. It was like knowing how to use a computer but being unable to build one. Entirely different matters. To harness the power of bloodlines, Jiang Tai would need to reach the king level, unlocking the full potential of his bloodline before any possibility arises. Perhaps it was time to venture outside. With this thought, Jiang Tai pushed open the long-sealed door, instantly blinded by the piercing sunlight. Without halting his steps, he strode outward as his eyes adjusted, walking with no particular destination in mind, as if merely seeking solace. Observing the mountains, the waters, and the flourishing greenery. All things were in motion, seemingly chaotic, yet akin to the Zhou Mountain battlefield, concealing an underlying order. This is the outcome of natural selection, requiring no human intervention. Uncertain how long he had been walking, Jiang Tai suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to sit upon the ground, leaning against a colossal rock and slowly drift into slumber. Enveloped by months of accumulated weariness, entering an unprecedented state of relaxation, in his perception, his own existence began to fade, as if he had merged with his surroundings. The wind, the leaves, the vast earth, and the boundless sky, all intimately felt through the rhythms of the universe. Time slipped away, and suddenly, Jiang Tai awoke with clarity. "I have attained enlightenment," he proclaimed, as his vital energy surged, his breath rapidly ascending. Conjuring fierce gusts of wind in the blink of an eye, he shattered the limits of innate beings, reaching the level of a shaman. Of course, this elevation in rank was merely incidental. The true gain from this moment of insight was related to spiritual treasures. To transcend mere weaponry, the foremost requirement lies in connecting with the principles of heaven and earth, the elemental forces, with the crux being that singular character of spirit. And the essence of all things inherently contains spirit, even a mere stone or a simple piece of wood. Only their strength varies. Contemplating this, Jiang Tai casually picked up a stone, and as his own spiritual essence extended, he felt as if he truly perceived the spirit contained within it. Crack! Yet, the next moment, the stone shattered. Undeterred, Jiang Tai conjured a shard of ice crystal, resuming his experiments. After a considerable time, a spear crafted from ice crystal materialized in Jiang Tai's hand, and with a flourish, waves of intense cold emanated, unleashing plumes of icy mist. However, the ice crystal spear soon began to melt away. This was simply the expenditure of the spirit within the spear, not a connection to the spirit of heaven and earth, thus leading to such an outcome. Nevertheless, Jiang Tai had already taken the most crucial step. The following tasks were merely a matter of further experimentation. It seemed he was on the brink of a meteoric rise. Shaking off the moisture, Jiang Tai felt somewhat helpless. According to his initial expectations, he should have produced a magical artifact akin to a machine, rather than the current spiritual treasure. Chapter 22. The Zhuanchu Clan. The Celestial Tree. As Jiang Tai resolved the final conundrum, the subsequent matters became straightforward. Exploitation, ruthlessly extracting from the Mountain Gourd clan. Naturally, Jiang Tai was no demon. He could not impose a 007-style work regime. Instead, he calculated an average mining output based on the speed of the Mountain Gourd's operations over the previous months, determining that each Mountain Gourd needed to excavate 5 times that average daily to earn a reprieve. Additionally, Jiang Tai did not forget that the innate Mountain Gourds possessed qualities far superior to ordinary ones. They had been numerous initially to prevent Jiang Tai from covertly causing mischief, and some had even been dispatched from the battlefield of Shanzhou. However, as Jiang Tai broke through to the shaman level, these innate Mountain Gourds became tireless mining machines, as long as they could excavate enough for 3 days of Bo Ma's mining quota. They would earn a precious evening meal. This figure had been meticulously calculated by Jiang Tai to ensure survival while preserving maximum productivity. Consequently, it also mitigated the risk of the clan members facing potential cave collapses. All that remained was for him to stand at the cave entrance with a whip in hand. Under this operational model, the Mountain Gourd clan showcased their industrious nature in merely 3 years. They completed the entire vein. 100,000 sets of armor and 10 innate level weapons were delivered 2 years ahead of schedule. The speed was astonishing. Even the messenger Fire Sparrow could not help but exclaim in awe. This was all thanks to the hardworking Mountain Gourd clan. Jiang Tai smiled broadly as he extolled the virtues of the Mountain Gourd clan, expressing a desire to procure another batch of them. After all, this model, while efficient, also had a high attrition rate in just 3 years. The original workforce of 100,000 Mountain Gourds had dwindled to half. It was likely that in a decade or so, this once excavated vein would blossom into a vibrant sea of flowers. Listening to Jiang Tai's effusive praise for the Mountain Gourd clan, Fire Sparrow left with a contemplative air. Through Fire Sparrow, Jiang Tai learned of the news from the Zhoushan battlefield. The frictions between both sides were intensifying, spiraling into chaotic confrontations. Both parties had completed their necessary preparations, with only the primordial spirits personally engaging in the fray. Today, I will eliminate one of your generals. And tomorrow, I will crush the army you just summoned. This plight weighed heavily upon the myriad beings on the battlefield, as even the mighty faced the constant risk of demise, remaining ever vigilant. At this moment, in the primordial world, between the southwestern Black Waters, lies the vast expanse of Duguang. Countless crops and spiritual plants, long desired by Jiang Tai, grew like wild grass, seemingly devoid of seasons, allowing sowing at any time. A group of humanoid beings, yet distinctly different in features, traversed the grass taller than themselves. Their skulls were not smooth, but rather high and protruding, resembling halberds, adorned with peculiar patterns that exuded an aura of terror. Their foreheads were pronounced, exhibiting prominent horns. They were none other than the illustrious Xuanchu clan, an indisputable dominant race among the myriad clans, with only a few others able to rival them. The Xuanchu clan displayed no interest in the spiritual plants, as if searching for something else, which the primordial spirits are urging our clan to muster more troops. The children cannot hold out for long, a tall man, exuding a divine aura, reminded the group. Since today we have found nothing, let us return. Upon hearing this, the leader, referred to as the witch, deflated like a punctured balloon, taking a moment to regain composure before responding lethargically. Could it be that fate does not favor our Xuanchu clan? The Xuanchu clan continued their search for a while longer when suddenly, an excited member of the clan rushed towards them. Which we found it. We found the tree without shadows. Where is it? The expression of the Xuanchu witch instantly changed as he seized the clan member's wrist, urgently inquiring. Soon, the group followed that clan member to the base of the tree. However, to their surprise, the tree appeared quite ordinary, its only distinction being its towering height of 100 zhang. Yet, such a height was commonplace in Duguang, where trees of that stature were abundant. Confirming there was no mistake, the Xuanchu witch's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if they could penetrate all things. After a considerable duration, his eyes grew weary from straining. Yet still, he perceived nothing unusual. Child, are you certain you did not missee? The Xuanchu witch shook his head, seeking confirmation a second time. The young Xuanchu clan member nodded resolutely. What did you see? The Xuanchu witch inquired. Lush green leaves, a purple trunk, black flowers, and yellow fruits adorning the entire crown. It's very beautiful. The trunk is straight without lateral branches, save for some small offshoots resembling knife points. Oh, and there are roots too. The young Xuanchu clan member meticulously described. Green leaves, purple stems, black flowers, yellow fruits, a straight trunk without branches. It matches. It all matches, and what else? The more the Xuanchu witch heard the young clan member's description, the more exhilarated he became, unable to restrain his curiosity. Previously, there was a shadow, but when the sun was high, there was not a shadow to be found. I called out to you beneath the tree. But you could not hear me. Yes, yes, this is the celestial tree. This time, before the young Xuanchu clan member could finish, the witch could no longer contain himself, speaking with fervor. Heaven bless our clan, heaven bless Xuanchu. Our Xuanchu clan shall surely break free from the bondage of the primordial spirits and achieve. Child, what is your name? In his fervor, the witch struggled to control his body, yet he trembled as he reached out to touch the young Xuanchu's cheek. Lowering his voice to gently inquired, I am called Gaoyang. Gaoyang stood tall, responding loudly, Gaoyang, good child, you must remain here. After instructing, the witch swiftly led the other clan members away from Duguang, heading towards the Xuanchu territory. He had to convey this news to the ruler of the Xuanchu clan. Heaven's will is not amiss, Xuanchu shall rise. A month later, tens of thousands of Xuanchu clansmen returned to Duguang, setting roots there and beginning the construction of various magnificent edifices. Even the Zhuanxu king, who had participated in the battle, personally arrived, caressing the celestial tree, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ah, splendid, splendid. Our Zhuanxu clan's efforts to incite the war among the primordial spirits were not in vain. Observing the Zhuanxu king, the witch hesitated, wanting to speak. Speak your mind freely. Noticing the witch's unusual demeanor, the Zhuanxu king calmed himself. Your Majesty, you are not the destined one. The witch spoke with difficulty, his gaze shimmering with divine light. Constantly monitoring the Zhuanxu king's expression, he could detect the slightest change in the king's demeanor. Is that so? It no longer matters. As long as our Zhuanxu clan can flourish, as long as we are no longer enslaved by the primordial spirits, as long as no more of our children perish in vain. Chapter 23. A century of change. As the weapons forged by humanity flowed into the battlefield of Shanzhou, it was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, irrevocably altering the dynamics of the battlefield. Previously, thousands of cannon fodder could barely hold off a single innate level being, and even if they were outmatched, they could still escape. In contrast, now, a few hundred armored cannon fodder could vanquish an innate level being. The fundamental reason lay in the innate being's inability to decisively tear through the iron armor. Unarmored cannon fodder was like snapping twigs, while those clad in iron armor were akin to chopping wood. They could indeed be cleaved, yet the effort required multiplied exponentially. In comparison to iron armor, the emergence of spiritual treasures was even more revolutionary. While not capable of surpassing levels, invincibility within the same tier was still achievable. In this increasingly brutal battlefield, possessing a spiritual treasure was tantamount to acquiring a life-saving talisman. As the brilliance of iron tools and spirit treasures shone forth, the status of the human race surged rapidly. Though still a relatively weak species, they showed deference even to intermediate races. There were even instances of powerful beings traveling from billions of miles away to seek spirit treasures from human tribes. Even mighty races with formidable powers frequently heard the name of the human race, their reputation echoing throughout the ancient world of myriad beings. Within a century, the population of the tribe had reached 10,000. The growth rate had slowed significantly compared to the past, as the tribe had fully evolved from primitive savages into humans. While primitive beings could reproduce at 6 years of age and reach their peak by 8, contemporary humans could barely reproduce by 12 and only reach their prime state at 16, a full doubling of the timeline. The average height of humans reached 1.5 meters, although their strength was somewhat inferior to that of the mountain clan. They exhibited greater agility, beginning to resemble the humans described in Jiang Tai's memories. At the same time, over 108 humans emerged, primarily of the fire attribute, with the majority of the remainder being of the ice attribute, and a few possessing other attributes. This was quite normal, as although the ice attribute in Jiang Tai's bloodline was stronger than the fire attribute, the human survival environment was predominantly hot and arid due to the forging of iron armor. For the humans, who only needed to forge weapons in the rear of the battlefield, this was advantageous, but for the myriad races, it was an unprecedented catastrophe. The conflict surrounding the primal spirit grew increasingly acute, and what was once a decade-long campaign turned into one every 5 years, then 3 years, and eventually 2 years. Clearly, the primal spirit was indifferent to whether the ancient races could endure such pressure. If they could not recruit soldiers nearby, they would venture further afield. In a mere century, the ancient races suffered heavy casualties, with some powerful races facing extinction due to difficulties in reproduction. Even the once abundant weak races, akin to grass, became scarce. One day, after a century of trials and tribulations, a once dilapidated and small tribe located on the edge of marshlands had, through the efforts of several generations, erected a formidable city with towering walls reaching 10 meters in height. Hundreds of armored tribesmen, wielding spirit treasures, patrolled the walls under the leadership of innate humans. Within the city, the populace bustled, and compared to the humans, beings from other races were even more numerous. Most were conscripted from billions of miles away, taking a respite here before heading to the battlefield. This was because spirit treasures had become the hard currency of the Zhou Mountain battlefield, with countless races flocking to the human city solely in pursuit of a life-saving spirit treasure. This city had risen to an unprecedented level of prosperity. Boom! At that moment, a surge of energy, as vast as the ocean, erupted from the city, akin to a colossal beast roaring skyward. breaking through the clouds and reaching the stars. Subsequently, two orbs of light radiating scorching and frigid energies slowly ascended, resembling the harmonious glow of the sun and moon. Such a terrifying spectacle drew the attention of the crowd within the city. Is it from the direction of the leader's residence? The leader has achieved king status, exclaimed a human with excitement. The rise of the human race had only taken a century, and now they possessed a being of kingly caliber? Upon hearing this, the myriad races within the city were taken aback, marveling at the news. A century, a long time. Perhaps in Jiang Tai's previous life, but in this era, innate beings have a lifespan of 800 years, while shamanic beings can live for 3,000 years. For those powerful races, they hadn't even passed their juvenile stage yet. For living beings, a century is hardly significant, especially for an intelligent species. It is not surprising that the one who established the spirit treasure system was a prodigious talent. Having received multiple enlightenments from the primal spirit, his realm could naturally soar. A passerby replied, "King status, does that not mean the human leader can forge king-level spirit treasures?" Another exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to Jiang Tai's ascension to king status, the imminent emergence of king-level spirit treasures was far more shocking. What does it matter that the human leader has ascended to king status? It merely adds another intermediate race. Such occurrences happen frequently among the ancient myriad races. And an additional king-level combatant would not significantly affect the Zhou Mountain battlefield. But king-level spirit treasures are different. Given sufficient time, they can be produced in abundance. King-level beings in the Zhou Mountain battlefield can be considered part of the power elite. If all were equipped with king-level spirit treasures, they could significantly influence the tides of battle. This news would catch the attention not just of the myriad races, but even the primal spirit. "Well, my mother has given birth. I must return to see her. Sai, my brother, is getting married. I must also return." After a brief moment of shock, the myriad races within the city frantically rushed towards the gates. At that moment, they were consumed by a singular thought. They must return to their tribes swiftly and inform their leaders. "Our race must be the first to possess king-level spirit treasures," they all silently shouted in their minds. This news quickly spread across the Zhou Mountain battlefield, with leaders of numerous intermediate races personally arriving, and even several powerful beings hastily making their way. In an instant, the entire city was awash with a kaleidoscope of lights. Resembling a vibrant tapestry of neon hues, on the Zhou Mountain battlefield, within the gathering place of the Mountain Clan. Success. Finally, success. The leader of the Mountain Clan held a rough spirit weapon battle axe. Tears of joy streaming down his face. In the span of a century, while the humans thrived, the Mountain Clan had endured unimaginable suffering. From hundreds of thousands, they were now reduced to fewer than 50,000. If it were solely due to the oppression by humans, it would not have reached such dire straits, until it was revealed on the Zhou Mountain battlefield that the Mountain Clan was particularly resilient, and that the human race's ability to develop spirit weapons was largely thanks to them. Initially, the Mountain Clan leader was quite pleased. He even received a gift from the primal spirit, breaking through the shackles that had bound him for centuries and achieving king status. But soon after, countless intermediate and powerful races sent people to capture wild mountain clansmen to return to their own races for labor. What are wild mountain clansmen, you ask? They are those not present within the Zhou Mountain battlefield. All considered wild mountain clansmen, and all of this stemmed from the human race's development of spirit treasures. Armed with the attitude of, "If they can do it, so can I," the Mountain Clan leader threw himself into the fervent imitation of spirit treasures. Now, having finally broken through to king status, he was able to replicate an innate level spirit treasure. Humans, just you wait. Gazing at the spirit weapon battle axe in his hand, the Mountain Clan leader's eyes burned with fierce ambition and hatred. Did he truly not know that the rumors originated from the human race? Of course, he knew. This was never a secret. But knowing it changed nothing. The human race was favored by the primal spirit. Even formidable races and powerful beings had to treat them respectfully. Yet now, everything had changed. The Mountain Clan could also forge spirit treasures, and the humans no longer held their unique significance. No one would protect them any longer. This time, he would not allow the humans even the slightest chance. He would take matters into his own hands. With his king-level strength, he would undoubtedly annihilate the humans in one fell swoop. Eliminating any future threats, the leader is doomed. This time, he is truly doomed. Sob, sob, sob. Just as the Mountain Clan leader was reveling in his excitement, An innate mountain clansman rushed in with a mournful face. "Shut up, I'm living quite well." The mountain clan leader frowned and scolded. If not for the recent joy of forging an innate, level spirit treasure, he would have surely taught this indiscreet tribesman a lesson. Soon, in response to the mountain clan leader's tirade, the innate mountain clansman merely replied dully, "What the hell is going on?" The mountain clan leader felt his fists clenched tightly, but he restrained himself and asked, "The human leader has broken through to king status and can forge king-level spirit treasures. What did you say?" His previously cheerful mood plummeted to the depths, and he seized the innate mountain clansman. Desperate to ascertain whether this was false news, could it be a lie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The human race has only risen for a century. A century. Even if there were 10 more centuries, the humans could never ascend to king status or forge king-level spirit treasures. Listening to the clansman recount the news with greater detail, the mountain clan leader completely collapsed. His once clear eyes were instantly filled with despair, turning a deep crimson as if dipped in red ink. Gripping the clansman's hands with increasing force, as if he might crush their bones, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. The mountain clan leader released his grip and sat down heavily. His entire being seemed dazed. As if he had lost his soul. Chapter 24. Night Raid. The news of Jiang Tai's ascension to king status spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the ears of both factions. For their own camp, this was undoubtedly a morale-boosting revelation, but for the opposing camp, it struck like a thunderbolt. Iron tools were relatively unremarkable. They were easily obtained in large quantities and not particularly difficult to replicate. Even weak races managed to produce them within just a decade. However, spirit treasures were an entirely different matter. Jiang Tai placed immense importance on spirit treasures, having developed a self-destruct mode before their proliferation, resulting in the water spirit faction failing to capture a single one in 100 years, even the most basic innate level spirit treasure. Jiang Tai understood better than anyone the significance of spirit treasures. In the past century, the human race's rapid development was largely attributable to spirit treasures, accounting for 90% of their success. Upon learning that Jiang Tai had achieved king status, the water spirit faction was engulfed in terror. Based on previous experiences, hundreds of armored soldiers could hunt innate-level beings, while a dozen innate-level beings wielding spirit treasures could hunt shamanic-level beings, and dozens of shamanic-level beings with spirit treasures could encircle king-level beings. Now that king-level spirit treasures were emerging, did that not mean that even the top-tier combatants were no longer safe? It is essential to recognize that the anguish from the loss of the four-winged white dragon, a formidable force, has yet to heal even after a century. It is not merely a matter of high-level powers. Even a ruler-tier warrior would require millennia to cultivate. A decisive battle must be initiated. Indeed, we can no longer linger in this state, as it only leads to a slow demise. This confrontation is imperative, for the primordial spirit has long harbored discontent. The decision-makers of the water spirit faction, with little opposition, swiftly reached a consensus. Subsequently, for several months, both sides lowered their flags and ceased hostilities, enveloping the entire Zhou Mountain battlefield in an aura of tranquility, akin to a harmonious celebration. For the primordial fire spirit faction, which consistently held the upper hand, it was merely assumed that the adversary was intimidated, and they regarded this as inconsequential, having witnessed similar occurrences multiple times over the past century. At the foot of Zhou Mountain, revelry ensued. If one were to speak of the most favored aspect of this battlefield, it would undoubtedly be the intoxicating beverages invented by the human race. This elixir, capable of elevating one's spirits and allowing for unabashed release of pent-up emotions, was met with fervent enthusiasm upon its arrival. In the latter half of the night, the entire primordial fire spirit camp fell into a state of silence due to the effects of the libations. A group of merfolk emerged from the inky depths of the sea, shrouded by the sound of crashing waves. Under the cover of darkness, these beings stealthily approached the foot of Zhou Mountain. Witnessing the eerie stillness at the base of the mountain, their faces radiated with uncontainable joy. The first wave of merfolk was modest in number, just over 10,000, yet their quality was remarkably high, with nearly half being innate-level beings, accompanied by over 100 shamans and more than a dozen ruler-level warriors, with the remainder comprising elite soldiers clad in heavy armor. Attack, with a thunderous roar. This elite contingent surged into the Zhou Mountain encampment. Led by a dozen ruler-level warriors and 100 shamans, they charged forth, disrupting the camp like a stirring rod in a stagnant pot. The formidable forces of their own side were roused from slumber by the sudden cacophony. Yet before they could mount a defense, they were met with a devastating ambush from their long-prepared adversaries. Astonishingly, the primordial water spirit faction, previously at a disadvantage in sheer combat strength, found themselves evenly matched against their foes. This revelation left the enemy's nighttime raiding force free from any concerns. Within the chaotic Zhou Mountain encampment, they rampaged, slaying indiscriminately, crushing anyone below the ruler level, and encircling those of ruler-level strength. Within mere minutes, several ruler-level beings had been slain. A symphony of wails echoed throughout the Zhou Mountain encampment. Many soldiers, still in the embrace of sleep, fell victim to the nighttime raiders. Others, bewildered, gazed into the pitch-black night, listening to the incessant battle cries, utterly oblivious to the direction from which the enemy had come or their numbers. By the time the disarrayed Zhou Mountain camp was able to respond and organize a counterattack to encircle and annihilate the enemy's elite raiding party, the main force of it tore through the clouds. Bearing the weighty force of the heavens, its origin shrouded in mystery. Its speed was astonishing, ensnaring a portion of the clouds in its grasp, dragging them down towards the earth. Simultaneously, countless clouds fled, escaping through the gaps between its fingers, transforming into serpentine white dragons, as if the heavens were enraged. It instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Behind that colossal hand lay radiance, yet no one believed survival was possible. Even Jiang Tai felt this way, despite the knowledge that their side possessed formidable beings capable of rivaling it. Kang Hui, what do you intend to do? Fortunately, the primordial spirit of their side prevented that hand from descending. A voice echoed from the unseen peak of the surrounding mountains, accompanied by flames fierce enough to reduce the world to ashes, repelling the overwhelming hand. Do not concern yourself with that. Kang Hui's voice rang out, filled with exasperation. Unlike before, this time Kang Hui seemed to embrace a reckless spirit, unleashing even more formidable power. It was as if he vowed not to relent until Jiang Tai was vanquished. Very well, Kang Hui, you are resolute. Then let the battle commence. At worst, we shall sink this realm. Chongli was equally incensed. Though the primordial spirits were indifferent to the fates of myriad races, even the mightiest beings appeared no different than insects in their eyes. Insects could perish at any moment, for amusement, for venting, or perhaps without reason at all. To die for the primordial spirit was the greatest honor these insects could aspire to. However, they could not perish at the hands of their sworn enemies. Boom! For the first time, the two most powerful entities that had existed since the birth of the world clashed head-on. The sky was rent asunder in their struggle, the earth shattered, molten lava surged forth from beneath, only to be extinguished by the encroaching sea waters before it could unleash its fury. The destruction wrought by their battle extended far beyond this, yet Jiang Tai could perceive only these calamities. A palpable aura emanated from the point of their confrontation, instilling primal fear within every cell of Jiang Tai's being. It was even more terrifying than the primordial spirit's intimidation. Unfazed by this anomaly, Jiang Tai chose to disregard it entirely. Wiping the blood from his lips and spitting out the froth, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the enemy not far away. Spit. Assemble the troops. Prepare for battle. He posed no tangible threat to the primordial spirit, but he could certainly distract it. Did the exalted primordial spirit truly care for the soldiers under its command? Would it even descend personally? Let us see if this time you will take to the field yourself. Just as he had once, as an ordinary wildling, allied with the fire phoenix to defeat the four-winged white dragon. Thus suppressing the enemy for a century, he was merely employing the same tactics now. With Jiang Tai's furious shouts, a formidable force of 10,000 elite troops swiftly assembled. Among them, the weakest were all innate beings. The lesser ones had been so intimidated by the primordial spirit's aura that they could not muster any combat capability in the short term. The opposing forces clearly did not anticipate Jiang Tai's audacity. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the primordial spirit, he now dared to launch an offensive. In an instant, their ranks were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions, failing to mount any effective resistance. You dare? Ha ha ha, why shouldn't I dare? Kang Hui quickly took note of the tumult below and prepared to unleash his wrath once more, yet he could not break free from Chong Li's restraint. Their attacks collided mid-air like two ancient stars crashing together, scattering endless water and fire, radiating the most brilliant light and heat, evaporating the vast oceans and piercing the earth, unleashing a terror beyond the imagination of myriad races. The dual paths of water and fire emerged, clashing and consuming one another until they shattered. This was the very essence of this realm, yet at this moment, it faced destruction. The entire expanse trembled. It was not merely the sky above and the earth below, but the world itself shuddered, akin to a person trembling in pain. The world lamented under the onslaught of the primordial spirits battle, until the two attacks were utterly extinguished, completely fading into nothingness. The power dissipated, yet for the myriad races below, the impact lingered. Even the residual waves seemed to possess infinite might, radiating outward. The first to suffer were the mountains that stood resolutely between the heavens. Earth and sea. Where the aftershocks passed, they fractured inch by inch. This seat of the primordial fire spirit, standing for countless millennia like a celestial pillar, a landmark for millions of miles of land, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Kang Hui, you dare! Chong Li's voice resonated from the heights of the heavens, filled with fury and ferocity. If the earlier obstruction was merely to vex Kang Hui, this time Chong Li was genuinely enraged. What is there that I would not dare? Kang Hui retorted almost verbatim. Chapter 26. The interloper. The battle between the two primordial spirits raged on for quite some time. However, the conflict between the two factions lasted only a few hours. After leading tens of thousands of elite troops to thoroughly crush the enemy's ranks, Jiang Tai, without a hint of nostalgia for the powerful bloodlines scattered across the battlefield, led over 100 of his kin away from the battlefield of Zhou Mountain. No, it was not merely about leaving the Zhou Mountain battlefield. The entire human race was to be mobilized once more. The war had concluded, but Jiang Tai's actions undoubtedly incensed the distant water spirits. Once their war concluded, would the primordial fire spirit act as it did now, willing to incite a grand conflict to protect its own? Even Jiang Tai, in his self-importance, could not believe such a scenario would unfold. By that time, not only would Jiang Tai himself suffer, but the entire human race would also bear the consequences. Even if the primordial spirits were dispatched, there were still those formidable races present. The methods for refining spirit treasures that Jiang Tai held in his hands would undoubtedly attract the interest of powerful races, for they represented the strength that could enable them to dominate the myriad races. And this land had become a gathering place for many powerful races due to the conflict between the two primordial spirits. In the past, no race dared to set their sights on the human race. Given the primordial spirit's attention, but how long could that last? Thus, it was best to flee swiftly while the remnants of the primordial spirits might still linger. 3 months later, the war between the primordial spirits had yet to conclude. However, over 10,000 of Jiang Tai's kin packed their belongings, abandoning the city that had taken a century to build, resolutely following Jiang Tai on the path of migration. Yet, they had not traveled far when they were intercepted. Honorable King of the human race, your esteemed name has long been revered by the myriad races. Even from 10,000 mountains away, it resonates like thunder. Before them stood a group of peculiar beings that resembled humans. Their vigorous bloodlines as evident as molten lava, a company of several dozen, all of them at the level of kings. Jiang Tai observed these individuals with vigilance, refraining from responding immediately. The display of power was impressively executed. It seemed the visitors were not benevolent guests. Tio dispatched such a lavishly arranged party to obstruct the human race suggested they hailed from a formidable lineage. Yet, there were no humanoid races among the myriad races in the Zhou Mountain battlefield. There were indeed monkey-like beings. Could it be that, like the leader of the Mountain Gourd clan, the ancestral bloodlines differed significantly from their descendants? Damn it. I knew I should not underestimate these primitives. Had I foreseen this, I would have fled without packing, but I had not anticipated the sheer audacity of the Demon Ape clan. Merely 3 months had passed, and while the conflict between the primordial spirits was still ongoing, they had already sent someone to block my path. Have you come for the spirit treasures? With this thought in mind, Jiang Tai decided to be forthright. Not to mention the 2 formidable beings the Demon Ape clan possessed. Even dealing with these dozen kings before him would be quite the challenge. Indeed, we have come for the spirit treasures. The leader of the opposing faction was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and nodded slightly. "What do you wish to propose?" Seeing that the other party was no longer pretending, Jiang Tai's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth inwardly. What else could be done? Endure it. The last time he had to endure this much. He had fallen from hundreds of thousands of kin to merely tens of thousands. He had no idea how many members of the Demon Ape clan were available for him to contend with. Over the past century, Jiang Tai had received numerous illuminations and gifts from the primordial fire spirit. Even though his bloodline potential was nearing exhaustion, ascending to the level of a formidable being was far from difficult. Could it be that after traversing this long, he was merely the illegitimate child of some primordial spirit? Was he to wait 3 epochs before returning as a dragon king? Our clan wishes to request the king of the human race to forge 12 pieces of formidable spirit treasures. Cough, cough, cough. Before the other party could finish, Jiang Tai erupted into a violent coughing fit, and no matter how patient Jiang Tai was, hearing that statement was enough to breach his composure, and he immediately retorted. Who are you? You speak of 12 pieces of formidable spirit treasures so casually. Ah, my apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. The leader of the opposing faction scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Honorable king of the human race. I am the envoy of the Zhuansu clan, sent here on the orders of our king. Wait a moment. You say you are from the Zhuansu clan? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tai's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Suddenly stepping forward, he grasped the envoy's hand with excitement, gazing intently at him. Yes, king of the human race, you know of the Zhuansu clan? Observing Jiang Tai's sudden enthusiasm, the envoy from Zhuansu appeared somewhat at a loss. Feeling the heat radiating from Jiang Tai's face, he quickly took 2 steps back. Of course, as a powerful race that stands shoulder to shoulder with the Kuafu clan, how could I not be aware? Jiang Tai swiftly composed himself. There was no helping it. He was simply too exhilarated. But how could he not be excited? For that was the Zhuansu clan, in the myths of his past life. The Zhuansu who severed the connection between heaven and earth. According to legend, Zhuansu felled the towering tree that connected heaven and earth, blocking the path of deities to the mortal realm and solidifying his rule. Thus, in this world rich with mythological splendor, what would Zhuansu accomplish? Jiang Tai did not know. But he was willing to stake his fortune on the Zhuansu clan. Should the schemes of the Zhuansu clan come to fruition, then humanity may indeed encounter a fortuitous opportunity for prosperity. However, if the Zhuansu clan were to falter, it would bear little consequence for humankind. Nevertheless, in accordance with his original intentions, he harbored no desire for the Zhuansu clan to fail. The primordial spirit has reigned over this land with impunity for far too long, enslaving myriad races and wielding life and death with reckless abandon. Now, it has instigated a cataclysmic war that threatens to annihilate all. Perhaps the ancient races harbor grievances against the primordial spirit that have long been festering. We dare not contend with Kuafu. Are you familiar with the celestial tree? Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Jiang Tai interjected. What? The emissary of Zhuansu was taken aback, his previously amiable demeanor transforming into one of sharp intensity, akin to a gleaming sword. He discreetly commanded the remaining dozen or so Zhuansu members to encircle Jiang Tai. The legendary tree that reaches the heavens. Jiang Tai noted the shift in the Zhuansu emissary's expression, inwardly calculating his next move. His words were not uttered casually. They were a calculated probe. It appeared that only this Zhuansu emissary was privy to the knowledge of the celestial tree, suggesting that it was a closely guarded secret within the Zhuansu clan and of utmost significance. Secondly, he aimed to forge a closer bond with the Zhuansu clan. For the present-day humanity, a towering tree that could shield them from the storms of fate is desperately needed to secure time for their development. Furthermore, the world was destined to remain tumultuous for the foreseeable future. The conflicts among the primordial spirits are never confined to mere elements. Additionally, such matters must not be broached by the still feeble human race. Otherwise, the relationship would devolve into one of dependency, which often bears no distinction from slavery. Thirdly, the allure of the alchemical methods possessed by humanity for crafting spiritual treasures was immense. Jiang Tai could not be certain whether the Zhuansu clan might suddenly act with hostility. In such a scenario, the Zhuansu clan's suspicions toward humanity would serve as an optimal shield. After all, humanity has received numerous endowments and enlightenments from the primordial spirit over the past century. An occurrence unprecedented in history, outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to discern the nature of the relationship between humanity and the primordial spirit. For the current Xuanchu clan, discerning the gravity of this matter is imperative. The celestial tree? What is that? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the emissary's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a facade of curiosity. I am not well versed in specifics, merely recalling tales from my childhood spoken of by the Kwafu clan. Jiang Tai casually offered a vague justification. The celestial tree holds immense importance for the Xuanchu clan. Jiang Tai could utilize this to foster a closer relationship with them, yet he must not divulge too much. Merely knowing a name is most advantageous, as for whether the Xuanchu clan would dare to consult the Kwafu clan for verification. Jiang Tai was certain they would not. The relentless pursuit of the Kwafu clan, punished by the primordial spirit, is not born of benevolence, but rather a demonstration of force to the ancient races. They may very well be under constant observation, even if not, for the present Xuanchu clan. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, their schemes, in the grand scheme of things, in the distant future, could amount to a grievous sin against the 9 clans, so it is as expected. Upon hearing this explanation, the Xuanchu emissary refrained from probing further. Chapter 27. Shoshan. Both parties engaged in cautious probing, not limited to Jiang Tai, the king of humanity, but extending to the hundreds of innate-level humans as well. The outcome was predictably one of ignorance. Yet the Xuanchu emissary did not relinquish his suspicions, pondering deeply. This matter is of paramount importance to the Xuanchu clan. Even a minuscule possibility warrants vigilance. Whether humanity stumbled upon this knowledge unintentionally or intentionally sought to probe, their ability to ascend from a once weak race at the bottom of the hierarchy to a formidable middle race with a kingly presence in just a century is entirely attributable to the patronage of the primordial spirit. Humanity must be kept under close scrutiny, ensuring that the Xuanchu clan can monitor every move they make. Esteemed king of humanity, may I inquire where you intend to lead your kin? Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Jiang Tai's eyes. He understood that this venture was likely to succeed. Yet he maintained a facade of concern, his gaze interwoven with resentment, persistently shaking his head. Alas, the great war of the primordial spirits has rendered our homeland untenable for the continuation of our kin. As for where to go, this demeanor did not escape the notice of the Xuanchu emissary, who seized upon this opportunity to extend an olive branch. I happen to know of a fine place, uninhabited by intelligent races, where the land is fertile and the water ample, capable of sustaining millions of humans. What does your esteemed envoy imply? Jiang Tai did not respond directly but instead regarded the Xuanchu emissary with caution, his eyes filled with wariness. Like an experienced fisherman, he would not be easily ensnared by a mere twitch of the bait. Please, do not misinterpret my intentions. The Xuanchu emissary hastily clarified. He possessed compelling reasons to bring humanity to this location, yet he sought to avoid force, for Jiang Tai's potential was evident. Achieving greatness in the future would not be a daunting task, and even the Xuanchu clan must extend respect in the presence of such power. Moreover, Jiang Tai held the secret to crafting spiritual treasures. The Xuanchu emissary expended considerable effort, his persuasive words nearly exhausted. Ultimately, he conceded a series of generous conditions, which reluctantly persuaded Jiang Tai to facilitate the migration of humanity. For instance, the Xuanchu clan offered a bountiful tract of land, along with 1,000 years of protection, ensuring that no other races would disturb them, and that humanity would not be dragged into a second war among the primordial spirits. In return, humanity was merely required to provide 12 spiritual treasures of at least the level of great power. Simultaneously, as Jiang Tai was currently unable to forge treasures of such caliber, he would need to wait until he ascended to greatness. The only viable condition seemed to be the immediate crafting of. Nevertheless, the Xuanchu clan still felt they had profited. Thus, after a day's rest, humanity once more embarked upon the path of migration. A decade later, after a long and arduous journey, humanity finally arrived at the land described by the Xuanchu emissary. He had not spoken falsely. The land was indeed fertile and picturesque, with countless herds of beasts roaming the expansive mountains, their roars echoing through the valleys, some of them fierce predators. Jiang Tai's heart swelled with delight. Esteemed envoy, may I inquire what this place is called? Facing the seemingly gullible Xuanchu clan, Jiang Tai's demeanor was exceedingly amiable. This is Shoshan. The Zhuanqiu emissary replied with equal cordiality, Shoshan, what a splendid name. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Zhuanqiu emissary departed with his kin, showing no signs of reluctance. Jiang Tai rode his dragon steed around the vicinity, ultimately selecting a flat and open area close to a water source as the settlement for his tribe. The 10,000 or so tribesmen quickly set to work. Some felled trees, others excavated earth, while still others gathered dry grass and straw, all striving to erect shelters as swiftly as possible in less than 10 days. A burgeoning cluster of dwellings emerged upon this land. During this period, the Zhuanqiu clan also sent numerous resources to assist humanity in establishing a foothold in this unfamiliar territory. Good news continued to flow in abundance. As humanity settled in Shoshan, recuperating and thriving, the dragon steeds, utilizing their innate gifts, discovered a copper mine. Ordinarily, for a race that had already entered the Iron Age, the significance of a copper mine would be negligible. Yet Jiang Tai was particularly exhilarated, for this copper mine was of exceptional quality, surpassing any copper he had encountered, possessing characteristics that ordinary metals did not. With remarkable energy conductivity, it was as if this copper mine was destined for the crafting of spiritual treasures. Shoshan, copper mine, it all felt strikingly familiar, as though he had heard of it before. He remembered. The copper of Shoshan. In the myths of his past life, the myriad immortals sourced copper from Shoshan to forge the Xinyuan sword for the Yellow Emperor. Subsequently, the Yellow Emperor utilized the copper from Shoshan to cast a cauldron at the foot of Jing Mountain. Once the cauldron was complete, a dragon descended, its whiskers brushing against the Emperor. The Yellow Emperor rode forth. The fact that it was chosen twice by the Yellow Emperor speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of Shoshan's copper. Everything seemed to unfold so seamlessly, as if divine providence was at play. As for the entire realm of the primordial spirits, after more than a decade, the wars symbolizing water and fire between them finally came to an end. Yet the pain they inflicted has far from subsided. The battlefield of the surrounding mountains has become a relic of the past, the land within 1,000,000 miles sunken and transformed into a desolate wasteland. Those races that failed to escape, whether humble as the most meager of creatures or powerful as the apex races, were all annihilated without distinction. Two primordial spirits engaged in combat, like a lit fuse, shattering the restraint they had maintained for eons. Perhaps it was their true nature all along, or were they intent on unraveling the myriad grievances accumulated over countless years? The other primordial spirits descended from their thrones, engaging in battle after battle upon the earth, plunging the world into chaos and darkness. Yet not a single primordial spirit perished. Instead, myriad races suffered further devastation, with some going extinct, never to be heard from again. Chapter 28. A Reunion with Quafu. The blood and qi cultivation system life in Shoshan was tranquil and leisurely. Such peaceful days always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed since they arrived on this land. The population of the tribe had now reached 50,000, with hundreds at the innate level, yet no one had broken through to the shamanic level. Ascending in this era was no easy feat. Upon reflection, Jiang Tai has made rapid progress, having already reached the pinnacle of the King realm. His vitality surges with fervent intensity, akin to a blazing sun. It may not be long before he breaks through to the realm of the mighty. Throughout the past century, aside from his cultivation, he has been engrossed in researching another matter: the establishment of a comprehensive cultivation system. The current framework is far too rudimentary and biased. He aspires to carve out a broad avenue for humanity, not necessarily to completely sever the shackles of bloodlines, but to illuminate a path forward that humanity can envision, rather than relying solely on ancestral lineage as they do now. Unfortunately, his research has yielded little in the way of tangible results. Seated on a cliff, Jiang Tai allows the gentle breeze to tousle his long hair as he gazes thoughtfully at the increasingly prosperous city below, a hint of nostalgia stirring within him. At that moment, a knight riding a swift steed approaches him from behind. Tribe leader, 100 miles to the east, the Quafu clan is making their way towards the tribe, Quafu. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tai instinctively pauses. He recalls the time when he was merely an ordinary wildling, having encountered those formidable beings of the Quafu clan, who appeared as celestial beings. It was their passage that first ignited his fervent desire for strength. Who would have thought that there would come a day when their paths would cross again? Yet, Jiang Tai is no longer the wildling who struggled to survive. He is now the renowned king of humanity in the primordial world. Then let us go and see, Jiang Tai declares, rising slowly and summoning his dragon steed. Just as he prepares to depart, a thought strikes him, and he instructs a nearby human to prepare some provisions. I intend to host a banquet for the Kwafu clan. Chief, do you plan to meet the Kwafu clan alone? Is that not too perilous? The individual nods in agreement but lingers, anxiety etched on their face. As they begin to voice their concerns, they falter, embarrassed, and shake their head. And why, dear child? It is commendable that you cared. I await the day when you all grow strong enough to protect me. Jiang Tai replies with a gentle smile, before galloping eastward with haste. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Tai spots the Kwafu clan from a distance. Compared to several centuries ago, the Kwafu clan appears unchanged, towering at Tianzhong. Their teeth resembling doors, endowed with boundless strength, yet they no longer evoke the same sense of awe. There are only several hundred Kwafu, devoid of elders or children, nor any powerful beings. All are warriors of the king and shaman level. From this, Jiang Tai can discern the former glory of the Kwafu clan. Friends of the Kwafu clan, I have prepared some food within the tribe. I kindly request that you alter your course and slow your pace. He calls out, but the clan does not heed his invitation. Roar, 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 O king of the other races, your actions may bring calamity upon your tribe. With Jiang Tai extending goodwill, a deep, gravelly voice resounds. Calamity? Is that not merely the primordial spirits? They are too preoccupied with their own conflicts to concern themselves with others. Jiang Tai retorts, I am the king of humanity. I have heard that the Kwafu clan once resisted the primordial spirits. Is that true? Without a response, the Kwafu clan merely changes their expression to one of distress. This is their eternal pain, and Jiang Tai's brazen words carry a different weight. After a brief hesitation, they ultimately follow Jiang Tai, jogging towards the human city. Upon arriving at the human settlement, Jiang Tai's kin have already prepared ample food and drink for the Kwafu clan, as per his instructions. What follows is a bizarre spectacle. The Kwafu clan incessantly circles the city, ravenously devouring the delicacies they have not tasted in countless years. Once their hunger is somewhat satiated, the leader of the Kwafu finally addresses Jiang Tai's inquiry. Indeed, my clan once developed the fourth level of the mighty, establishing a vitality cultivation system. We believed we had drawn close to the primordial spirits, but little did we know, at this point, the leader of the Kwafu is unable to contain his sorrow. Tears the size of basins cascading down his cheeks, nourishing his parched skin. The vitality cultivation system? Jiang Tai gasps in astonishment. The fourth level of the mighty, created by the Kwafu clan, is no secret among the myriad races. But what is this vitality cultivation system? Why has he never heard of it before? Has it been erased from existence? Noticing his bewilderment, the leader of the Kwafu begins to explain. The vitality cultivation system is derived from bloodlines, refining one's vitality to enhance oneself, thus facilitating easier breakthroughs and levels. It is quite rudimentary, yet it is a genuine means for beings of low bloodlines to transcend. O King of humanity, I have an ungracious request. The leader of the Kwafu speaks earnestly, sensing Jiang Tai's interest. Speak freely. Jiang Tai does not respond immediately. Even though the leader has made his intentions clear, Jiang Tai understands that should he agree to the request, the vitality cultivation system would be entrusted to humanity. The Kwafu clan cannot endure much longer, but if there is a chance, I still hope that our bloodline can be continued. The leader's face is etched with sorrow. Nearly pleading, the Kwafu clan has interacted with many races and discussed their plight, yet no weak or strong race has ever consented. Now, facing the goodwill of humanity, they cling to this last hope, not for survival, but for the continuation of their bloodline. Please, I beg of you. The Kwafu clan is willing to sacrifice everything. Jiang Tai begins to speak, but the leader's thunderous voice drowns him out. They can no longer hold on. Were it not for the continuation of the Kwafu bloodline, these last few hundred would have collapsed long ago. Even if they can still run, it is but a painful struggle as he speaks. The leader abruptly halts, kneeling straight. The moment he ceases his frantic pace, it is as though a dying man has exhausted his final ounce of strength, erupting into violent coughs as if to expel his very lungs. Jiang Tai remains silent, his expression darkening. Is this a curse? Is this the reason the Kwafu clan must run endlessly, even without supervision? Cough, cough, coughed. At last, the leader of the Kwafu manages to expel something. Jiang Tai reaches out to catch it, dry, hard, and heavy, crumbling to dust at a mere squeeze. It is loamy earth. Devoid of moisture, it is hard to fathom that this substance emanated from the mouth of a Kwafu. O Chief Werwu, witnessing this scene, hundreds of Kwafu break into anguished tears. Amidst the wailing, the Kwafu leader's body begins to swell, yet it is not flesh that expands. He gradually transforms into earth and rock. Only the special organ in his chest, resembling a ruby, retains a flicker of vitality. Countless grotesque roots, akin to claws, sprout from the ruby organ, siphoning the meager flesh of the Kwafu leader until he ultimately becomes a mound of dust. The twisted roots morph into a verdant peach tree, laden with juicy, succulent peaches. Is this the reason the Kwafu clan can never cease their running? Jiang Tai is profoundly shaken by this sight. Do not be alarmed. The mere continuation of bloodlines does not necessitate such a condition. Point one Kwafu hastily interjects, his face a mask of fear and unease, tinged with a hint of pleading and truth. I have consented, but how shall you continue your bloodline? Jiang Tai wishes to articulate something, yet gazing at the peach grove before him, he ultimately refrains from revealing the truth. Indeed, we have our bloodline crystallization. As long as a woman consumes it, a child bearing the Kwafu bloodline shall be born. The leader gestures towards the ruby embedded in his chest. This was the Kwafu clan's final effort upon realizing they could never cease their relentless pursuit. Chapter 29. The Covenant. Jiang Tai enlists a woman of innate prowess from the human race. Under the eager gaze of the Kwafu, she ingests the bloodline crystallization, as radiant as a gem. Subsequently, the Kwafu clan does not resort to deception. They promptly entrust the vitality cultivation system to Jiang Tai, departing the human settlement after leaving a single statement. They continue their aimless run. Jiang Tai watches the departing figures of the Kwafu clan. A sigh escaping his lips, he knows, and they know, that the Kwafu clan has no escape. This is the curse laid by the primordial spirits. Once they cease running, devastation will ensue. Even if Shuangshu's plan succeeds, there will be no salvation for the Kwafu clan. As the silhouettes of the Kwafu vanish over the horizon, he returns to his abode. Delving into the study of the vitality cultivation system, though crude, it does not conceal its profound essence. Using oneself as a furnace, he concocts a powerful elixir. Yet this is not what he desires. This vitality cultivation system may serve the Kwafu clan well, given their innate strength and ability to subdue formidable foes. For humanity to practice it, it might indeed turn them into mere ingredients for medicine. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. Jiang Tai has never lacked inspiration. What he requires is merely a foundation. The vitality cultivation system of the Kwafu clan represents a breakthrough from 0 to 1, while he can easily navigate from 1 to 99. A sense of profound enlightenment courses through him, his spirit begins to soar, and the myriad wonders of the world unfold before his eyes. However, the paramount concern remains: to break through to the realm of the mighty. Several months later, atop the first mountain, like a furious dragon, his blood energy surges into the heavens, shattering the clouds, piercing through the void, reaching an apex of strength that casts the sky in a crimson hue. Reminiscent of the evening glow, the azure ice and the resplendent golden flames suddenly manifested, vying for brilliance in a chaotic and disordered spectacle. Jiang Tai sat cross-legged atop the summit of Shou Mountain, his eyes closed and his demeanor serene. Everything occurring in the external world was of no concern to him. In an instant, the heavens and the earth underwent a transformation, and tumultuous winds began to rise. A thread of icy chill ignited the fiery path, transforming into a radiant canopy that descended from the ninth heaven, resembling a celestial pathway. Taking a step upon it would lead one to ascend to the heavens. Surrounding him, golden lotuses emerged, exuding a delicate fragrance. Above, the ice and fire coalesced into a white dragon and a red phoenix, entwining tightly, transitioning from initial chaos to a gradual order. As Jiang Tai opened his eyes, a resplendent golden disk appeared behind him, reminiscent of the blazing sun. He had ascended from the rank of a sovereign to that of a formidable being. His form became increasingly perfect. Each strand of hair appeared as if sculpted from jade, yet retained its silkiness, while his skin resembled fine satin, and his countenance was extraordinarily handsome. The once fearsome dragon horns had completely vanished, and the pair of wings on his back had also receded. "Congratulations, King of Humanity, on your ascension to greatness." At that moment, a voice resonated. "Gao Yang, you have arrived." Jiang Tai retracted the divine light from his gaze and turned to the messenger Zhuanchu beside him. "Indeed, I heard you have generously treated the Kuafu clan to a sumptuous feast and allowed the bloodline of Kuafu to flourish among humanity." "So I have come," Gao Yang replied. "What brings you here this time?" Jiang Tai inquired. Noticing his cordial demeanor, Gao Yang felt a sense of relief and spoke directly. "The primordial spirit has lingered in the heavens for far too long. Viewing the myriad races of the earth as mere weeds, now, it has repeatedly instigated cataclysmic wars, causing vast landscapes to sink and countless beings to lose their homes. The patience of the myriad races has reached its limit. Now, the Zhuanchu clan is prepared to step forward and lead the myriad races in resisting the primordial spirit, hoping for the assistance of humanity." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Jiang Tai's unchanged expression, his heart tightening. The Zhuanchu clan had demonstrated utmost sincerity in this endeavor. Did they truly believe Gao Yang's arrival was mere coincidence? In reality, he had been waiting for Jiang Tai to successfully break through to the realm of the formidable. The Kuafu clan had once resisted, but now they had no choice but to entrust their bloodline to another clan for survival. Jiang Tai did not respond directly but posed a question. "Are you aware of the celestial tree? It is meant to counter the primordial spirit." Gao Yang replied immediately. "This has already been discussed within the Zhuanchu clan. What can humanity gain from this?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tai finally broached the most crucial topic. Although the Zhuanchu clan spoke eloquently of eliminating the primordial spirit's menace for the myriad races, this was not the sole reason for their outreach to humanity. In the face of the primordial spirit, whether it be the Zhuanchu or humanity, or even the combined strength of the myriad races, they were still insufficient. However, in the realm of conflicts between the myriad races, humanity's role would be immensely significant. It could be said that possessing the knowledge of crafting spiritual treasures, humanity's choices could greatly influence the trajectory of the world. Humanity may select any place upon the earth to thrive. Gao Yang answered without hesitation. "The primordial spirit has ravaged the world for a century, and half of the myriad races have perished, leaving vast tracts of land vacant. Humanity can occupy these lands at will." Jiang Tai shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Gao Yang and the Zhuanchu clan had often supported humanity, he would not allow personal feelings to interfere in discussions of such great importance. "What does humanity desire?" Gao Yang decisively turned the question back to Jiang Tai. "The Kuafu clan possesses a blood essence cultivation system. Surely the Zhuanchu clan has something similar. I wish to study it." Jiang Tai stated he aimed to establish a law for humanity, enabling every individual to embody the essence of a dragon. Yet the foundation was too weak, and humanity lacked any substantial heritage, compelling him to focus on this aspect. "No, that is impossible." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's expression suddenly changed. He had not anticipated humanity's appetite to be so vast. He had assumed they would merely seek a larger territory. "I will exchange the Kuafu clan's blood essence cultivation system for it." Jiang Tai pressed further. "That is not negotiable. It is the foundation upon which my Zhuanchu clan stands." Gao Yang firmly rejected, though a flicker of temptation stirred within him. Before coming, the shaman had advised him to strive to win over humanity. But he had not expected their demands to be so grand. It was regrettable that a century ago, they had not simply annexed humanity. Instead, they had restrained themselves due to the grand scheme of the Zhuanchu clan, merely keeping humanity under close watch. Now that humanity had gained prominence, they had no choice but to court them. Truly, Jiang Tai was a figure capable of rising within a mere century. With this thought, Gao Yang cast a deeply complex glance at Jiang Tai. "Moreover, I seek the methods for crafting spiritual treasures from humanity." Jiang Tai added, "I must return to discuss this. However, we also need the Zhuanchu clan's methods for training warriors." After much back and forth, an agreement was finally reached, and both sides were satisfied. Jiang Tai had intended to retain Gao Yang for a celebratory feast within the human city, but Gao Yang declined, citing the need to return quickly to inform his clan of the alliance. Chapter 30. The Celestial Realm with the Zhuanchu clan and humanity forging an alliance. The two clans exchange members, allowing them to learn from one another. Within just a few years, leveraging the Zhuanchu clan's foundation, Humanity birthed its first shaman-level figure aside from Jiang Tai. Meanwhile, Jiang Tai set about crafting 12 formidable spiritual treasures. Concurrently, news of a discovery that sent shockwaves across the land emerged. A peculiar space, surpassing the primordial world, had been found. Within that space, one could merely bend down and part the clouds beneath their feet to behold the entirety of the primordial world. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even the true form of the primordial spirit. This incident originated from a grand sacrificial event held by the Jinwu clan. During a race with the sun, a member of their clan mysteriously vanished. When that member reappeared, a century had passed, and he had ascended from the innate level to that of a formidable being. Yet, according to the Jinwu clan member, he had merely stumbled into an extraordinary world and consumed a single fruit. Nothing more in his description. That world basked in eternal daylight, with mountains and rivers that knew no night. Precious canopies shimmered beneath the brilliant sun, and elixirs of immortality and longevity were hidden within crystal vases. The blossoms of peach trees were fragrant, blooming once every 1,000 years, while exquisite cloud flowers matured over 10,000 years. This news, once released, instantly captured the keen interest of the myriad races and the primordial spirit. For them, such a beautiful and unique space was something only they deserved to inhabit. They even ceased their conflicts and dispatched the myriad races to search for this extraordinary world. For a brief moment, peace descended upon the land. Ultimately, the Zhuanshu clan located this unique space and presented it to the primordial spirit, symbolizing the Tian. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by other races along the way, and the news was disseminated. The primordial Tian spirit soon became the target of collective IRE. To avoid being besieged, they had no choice but to share the location of that unique space with the remaining 11 primordial spirits. The Zhuanshu clan also extended an invitation to the myriad races, inviting them to celebrate the primordial spirit's accession to the celestial realm. It was only then that the myriad races learned that the entrance to that unique space was atop the celestial tree. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tai smiled and promptly led several shaman-level clansmen to the Duguang Plains. He understood that the days of the primordial spirit wreaking havoc upon the earth were drawing to a close. 10 years later, the myriad races gathered at the center of the Duguang Plains, beneath the celestial tree, quietly awaiting the arrival of the primordial spirit. As avenues materialized, with the sun and moon sharing the sky. An auspicious purple chi rising from the east, divine light illuminating the heavens. These phenomena erupted like a kaleidoscope. Soon after, 12 indistinct figures approached from every direction. Some walked, causing earth-shaking roars. Some soared with the sun, forcibly altering the trajectory of the rising and setting sun. Others emerged from nowhere, coalescing into a figure suffused with the vibrations of life. The only commonality among them was the overwhelming aura of destruction they exuded. Looking down upon the countless beings of the myriad races, swarming like ants, their eyes were filled with indifference and boredom. The chasm between the primordial spirits and the strongest of these myriad races remained terrifyingly vast. Even a mere glance could overwhelm a being, causing their essence to rupture under the relentless influx of the Tao and principles. Humph! One of the indistinct figures snorted coldly. They noticed this scene and felt a sense of affront. However, this was not intentional. It was merely instinctual. The 12 primordial spirits symbolized the 12 paths of the primordial world, reaching the pinnacle of strength. Deities were not to be gazed upon, let alone the paths themselves. Although the primordial spirits could restrain their Tao and principles, they chose not to do so. Go them. These were but a swarm of ants. Whether they lived or died was of little consequence. Long ago, the spirit of the primordial earth had grown bored and found a dwelling of a wise race, lying in wait at the entrance. Whenever one emerged, it would simply crush them. Once the wise race ceased to send out anyone, it merely felt a twinge of boredom, obliterating their dwelling to seek the next fortunate victim. When they realized that even when personally engaging in battle, there would be no repercussions, these wise races had lost all value. Were it not for the discovery of this unique space, they would not even possess the qualifications for an audience. Now, faced with this cold snort that felt akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth, all beings were shaken to their core, their bodies covered in fine, ceramic-like cracks. Most supreme and powerful primordial spirit, in the end, it was King Zhuangshu who, bearing a magnificent tray, brought this tumult to a close. Upon the tray lay the 12 formidable spiritual treasures crafted by Jiang Tai. Ceremonial artifacts such as crowns, jade discs, cauldrons, and bells. The primordial spirit, sovereign of all realms, commanded reverence across the land, shaking the annals of history. Yet it was evident that the primordial spirit could no longer encapsulate your achievements and might. Observing the primordial spirit's lack of interest, King Zhuangxu immediately raised the tray and knelt upon the ground. I, Zhuangxu, along with the myriad clans of the golden crows, dragons, phoenixes, and humans, wish to bestow upon the supreme primordial spirit a title of honor. It shall be called divine. Subsequently, the 5 clans named fell to their knees in unison, fervently beseeching the primordial spirit to accept the title, to serve in the name of divinity, and to enjoy eternal worship. The other myriad clans, witnessing this scene, gradually followed suit and knelt as well. Beside Jiang Tai stood the Gaoyang clan, who distinctly heard a phrase, "They can be replaced," to take their place. Was this the ambition of the Zhuangxu clan? Should he utter, "A true man ought to be thus"? In that fleeting moment, he regained his composure. He did not desire to replace them. He sought only the everlasting prosperity of the human race, divine, just as the myriad clans harbored their diverse thoughts. A voice, robust as the earth, resounded, tightening the heartstrings of all present. No one knew whether the primordial spirit was pleased or displeased with the title of divine. The myriad clans wished to honor the primordial sun spirit as Shiha, the primordial moon spirit as Wangzhu. Tio revere the primordial fire spirit as Zhurong, and the primordial water spirit as Gonggong. King Zhuangxu noted the apparent disinterest of the primordial spirit, his complexion paling in an instant. Yet, no one anticipated what followed. Suddenly, the heavens resonated with a deep hum, and the entire world's firmament seemed to cascade down, merging with the earth, giving rise to creation, and blessings spread far and wide. In that moment, auspicious energies suffused the world, as if the very realm rejoiced. How intriguing! Observing this spectacle, the primordial spirit finally stirred with a hint of interest. The ceremonial proceedings, typically tedious and protracted, concluded only as twilight descended. The 12 primordial spirits, long impatient, transformed into dazzling streaks of light, racing towards the pinnacle of the cosmic tree. King Zhuangxu remained prostrate upon the ground, yet an undeniable excitement flickered in his eyes. After a millennium of scheming, would the day of fruition finally arrive? Next, he merely needed to fell the cosmic tree, severing the ties between the two realms. You have done well. Accompany me as a servant. Yet, it was then that an ethereal yet authoritative voice echoed above King Zhuangxu's head. At once, the joy in his eyes faded, an indescribable panic reverberating within him as his gaze contracted. His heart raced within his chest like a wild stallion, threatening to burst forth and escape its confines. Without needing to look up, he recognized the voice belonged to Wang Shu, the primordial spirit of the moon, revered by the Zhuangxu clan. Compared to others, she was indeed benevolent. However, this very benevolence ensnared King Zhuangxu in a dilemma. Should he obey the command, entering the celestial realm to fulfill the Zhuangxu clan's grand design of millennia? Or, once he entered the celestial realm, he would be met with the wrath of the primordial spirit. At that juncture, even survival would be a luxury. This quandary troubled not only King Zhuangxu, but also the few who were privy to the truth among the myriad clans. The Gaoyang clan, Jiang Tai, the Golden Crows, dragons, and phoenixes all cast their gazes upon the increasingly stooped figure of King Zhuangxu, their hearts taut with apprehension. Anyone can chant slogans, but when faced with the choice of life and death, the vast majority would choose to retreat. Reflecting inwardly, even Jiang Tai might not die in that instant. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling as if it spanned millennia, as all awaited King Zhuangxu's response. No one prompted him. What is it? Are you unwilling? Wang Shu's voice carried a hint of impatience. Though she remained the kindest among the primordial spirits, her demeanor had not changed. No, it is not that. I simply did not anticipate that a lowly being such as I could have the opportunity to serve at the side of the divine for an extended duration. And thus, I was momentarily lost in excitement. King Zhuangxu quickly raised his head and spoke. If that is the case, then let us depart. Wang Shu seemed persuaded by this reasoning. After uttering a final remark, she followed the other primordial spirits, ascending the cosmic tree. Whether intentional or not, Wang Shu did not forcibly take King Zhuangxu away but instead granted him a choice, a profoundly cruel choice. King, I am the current monarch of Zhuangxu. Favored by the primordial spirits, granted ascent to the heavens, and destined to accompany them. I, the Zhuangxu clan, shall become the sovereign of the world. The Gaoyang clan immediately stepped forward, yet King Zhuangxu preemptively interrupted. Having spoken, his gaze swept across the assembled clans, decisively turning to follow Wang Shu's figure. Chapter 31. Desperate times. As the 12 primordial spirits entered the celestial realm, the joy in the eyes of those in the know could no longer be contained, and a roar emanating from the depths of their souls echoed through the heavens. Strike! Just a single word ignited the eyes of countless clans with fervor and excitement. For the beings of the myriad clans, if they wish to no longer be enslaved by the primordial spirits, they must join us in felling the cosmic tree. The Gaoyang clan immediately stepped forward, raising their axe-shaped spiritual treasure, and shouted, the first to charge towards the cosmic tree. The 5 clans in the know swiftly followed suit, and as the Gaoyang clan delivered the first blow, frenzy ensued, their faces contorted with rage as they rushed forward. Fists pummeled, feet kicked, jaws bit, and claws scratched. They spared no effort, seeking to bring down this tree that connected heaven and earth as swiftly as possible. In mere moments, this cosmic tree, not smaller than the former Zhou Mountain, had a fraction of its bark stripped away, as though it had been bitten by some monstrous beast. This tree, which should have been impervious, now seemed soft enough for a child to snap its branches. With the actions of the myriad beings, strange changes began to unfold at the pinnacle of the cosmic tree, where the celestial realm appeared to become transparent, revealing another space within, a realm of unparalleled brilliance. Filled with magnificent celestial palaces, enveloped in mist and flowers, appearing infinitely beautiful, the 12 primordial spirits, having just entered, noticed the actions of the myriad clans, and their otherwise unapproachable countenances twisted into grimaces as they hastily returned. Yet, the once easily traversable barrier of the world had become exceedingly resilient at that moment. Even the mighty primordial spirits found it challenging to tear it asunder. This is bad. We've been discovered. Zhuangxu, what are you going to do? Stop immediately. Beneath the cosmic tree, several voices cried out intermittently. They were a group of clans that had not joined the effort to fell the cosmic tree, and their numbers were not insignificant. Upon witnessing the return of the primordial spirits, they immediately summoned their vitality and charged toward the leading Zhuangxu clan. They were shrewd. From the outset, they had considered that if the Zhuangxu clan succeeded, they would reap the benefits, and if they failed, they could rise up and return to being loyal hounds of the primordial spirits. Boom! At that moment, one of the 12 primordial spirits unleashed a strike. Wrapping itself in earth-shattering thunder, even space itself could not withstand the force, shattering into fragments in an instant. A terror to behold. A world-destroying spear coalesced in its palm, thrusting towards the barrier of the world, aiming to pierce through with unparalleled might and reopen the pathway to the primordial world below. PSSSD. A thunderous spear pierced through this realm, its tip emanating a brilliance 1,000,000,000 times more dazzling than the sun. Those immense celestial bodies suspended in the starry sky, which the myriad clans had never encountered, exploded one after another. Was this the true power of the primordial spirits? Although Jiang Tai had previously witnessed the water and fire spirits in conflict, it had been far from the ground, and he could not perceive the cosmic events. Now, thanks to the phenomenon of the world barrier, he beheld for the first time the supreme might of the primordial spirits. Not only Jiang Tai was astounded, the beings of the myriad clans stood dumbfounded, trembling, momentarily forgetting to continue their assault on the cosmic tree. Cease. Stop at once. Zhuangxu, do you wish for the myriad clans to accompany you to your doom? The heart-wrenching shouts came from several clans that had never engaged in battle. They were filled with trepidation. They feared that if the Zhuangxu clan failed, the primordial spirits would return to the land and unleash a great cleansing. What are you staring at? Continue chopping. Those who have engaged, what retreat do you have? Seeing the myriad clans hesitate, the pace of felling the cosmic tree rapidly diminished, prompting Gaoyang to roar in anger. These clans had long since lost their will amidst millions of years of subjugation, now reduced to timorous creatures, forgetting righteousness for small gains, and valuing their lives over great endeavors. Yet, if they failed this time, and the primordial spirits returned, would anyone truly survive? The enraged primordial spirits would not patiently discern who had chopped and who had not. Silence, Zhuangshu clan, do not sow discord. It is not too late to turn back. As long as we hand over the leading Zhuangshu clan, we can still negotiate. Several clans' expressions shifted as they immediately retorted. Everyone had chosen their side, with no room for retreat. At that moment, the barrier of the world had been torn asunder by the primordial thunder spirit. Its furious and menacing visage gazing down upon the beings of the myriad clans, 12 hands replacing the spear, gripping the world barrier tightly, preventing its restoration. At this rate, all efforts might be in vain. I will hold them off. You continue chopping. With a swift thought, Gao Yang promptly abandoned the cosmic tree, turning to face the dozens of mighty beings. Yet, all he could rely on was a spear forged from the golden essence of the first mountain. This is destined to be a bloodbath. Descendants of the Zhuangshu clan, who do you think you are? Those races opposing the felling of the celestial tree, led by the nine-headed serpent Shangliu, alongside the formidable clans such as Gun and Huan, are formidable foes. As Shangliu advances, its 9 heads launch a simultaneous assault, overwhelming one's defenses. The Gaoyang clan shows no hesitation, wielding a massive axe that descends directly towards the central head of Shangliu. The principle of overcoming the many with the few is timeless. Target the fiercest and disregard the rest. Gaoyang clan, you shall not bear this momentum alone. Just as the situation grows increasingly dire, Jiang Tai leads a group of powerful beings to confront the threat. Though outnumbered by the opposing races, they are sufficient to hold their ground. Let us fight side by side. Gaoyang clan bellows with laughter, radiating a vibrant brilliance akin to the sea. The colossal axe transforms into a chilling crescent moon, striking the neck of Qiongqi before its claws can descend, blood splattering onto Gaoyang's face. Fierce and grotesque, the intense struggle does not last long. Once the celestial tree is completely severed, the connection between heaven and earth is irrevocably cut, and the once ripped barriers of the world begin to swiftly mend. It is akin to the distinction between a door and a wall. The primordial spirits are indeed powerful, capable of breaching doors and windows, but merely that die in the celestial realm. I am the primordial spirit. How can I be threatened by mere ants? Observing the increasingly constricted passage before them, the 12 primordial spirits glare with eyes nearly bursting with fury at the myriad beings below. Yet, they do not relent. The primordial water spirit is the first to act, slicing open its palm and pouring a drop of elite blood into the bodies of the powerful opposing Zhuangshu. Grant me your blood to eradicate these traitors, and you shall become the new masters of the world. The furious roar of the primordial water spirit reverberates through the ever-narrowing passage, shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm. Traitors, perish. The primordial water spirit remains rational, while some other primordial spirits, seeing no hope of escape, sees King Zhuangshu beside them, intent on crushing him. All beings underground witness this scene, friends and foes alike, revealing sorrow in their eyes. King Zhuangshu, the hero destined to save the world. Yet, the fate of heroes seems seldom favorable. To kill him thus would be too merciful, would it not? At this critical juncture, Wang Shu intervenes, rescuing King Zhuangshu. The other primordial spirits swiftly employ their powers, awaiting the opportune moment. We must depart. Those opposing the felling of the celestial tree, seeing the tide turning and receiving the blood of the primordial water spirit, cease their entanglement and quickly lead their kin away from the vast expanse. The celestial tree now stands with less than a fraction of its trunk remaining, finally unable to support its immense form, producing the resounding crack of splintering wood. Boom! The colossal tree crashes to the ground. A moment of utter silence. Watching this scene, Jiang Tai finally feels a sense of relief, murmuring softly. Chapter 32. Council, Emperor Zhuangshu. As the crown prince of the Zhuangshu clan, Gaoyang steps forth immediately, gazing at the disappearing celestial realm above and the excited faces of the myriad beings below. The sorrow in his heart is swiftly replaced by exhilaration, as the emotions of the myriad races gradually calm and silence envelopes the world. He raises his axe high and bellows, "We have succeeded." With Gaoyang's proclamation, the recently subdued world bursts forth with renewed fervor and jubilant cheers. The volume is deafening, as if it could rend the very heavens asunder. Every soul is alight with excitement. After countless years, The myriad races have finally cast off the oppressive mountain that loomed over them, threatening to crush them at any moment. The future heralds a brand new era, an era belonging to the myriad races. Undoubtedly, the Zhuanshu clan, as the architects of this new epoch, shall be its unquestionable protagonists. Unlike the revelry of other races, a thought arises within him. This truly is the best outcome, is it not? King Zhuanshu does not exist upon this land. Otherwise, based solely on his merits, the Zhuanshu clan would ascend above all races, becoming a terrifying existence akin to the primordial spirits. Presently, however, the Zhuanshu clan boasts but one relatively distinguished youth. Contemplating this, Jiang Tai's gaze shifts to several other races privy to the truth. Observing their complex yet unmistakably pleased expressions, Jiang Tai understands that their thoughts mirror his own. Yet compared to the Jinwu, Dragon, and Phoenix clans, the human race is undoubtedly weaker in the luminous new era that awaits. It shall not belong to humanity. With this in mind, Jiang Tai steps forward, distancing himself from the crowd, and addresses Gao Yang. The Zhuanshu clan has led us in overthrowing the tyrannical reign of the primordial spirits. No one shall be enslaved, driven to the battlefield against their will, as the myriad races can now embrace a future of freedom. King Zhuanshu, in his noble sacrifice, proclaimed that the Zhuanshu clan shall be the sovereign of the world. We, the human race, shall honor King Zhuanshu's last wish. The crown prince of the Zhuanshu clan shall ascend the throne, recognized as the sovereign of all. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous myriad races fall into a sudden hush. Their gazes inevitably shift towards Gao Yang and Jiang Tai. We, the Yungnio clan, shall honor the crown prince of Zhuanshu as the sovereign of all. We, the Huantu clan, shall honor the crown prince of Zhuanshu as the sovereign of all. After a brief silence, voices of support begin to emerge. However, most belong to races too weak to contend with the Zhuanshu clan. The powerful allied races, such as the Jinwu, Dragon, and Phoenix clans, remain silent, merely observing. My compatriots, allies of the myriad races, today we have collectively overthrown the brutal primordial spirits. This is not the triumph of one, but the accomplishment of all. Your contributions deserve recognition. This vast expanse of land is your medal, to be shared among the myriad races. With this declaration, a more fervent cheer erupts from the myriad races. For those who have endured countless trials, this is the finest gift imaginable. For Gao Yang, it serves as the perfect opportunity to rally the hearts of the people, as he stands as a sovereign with little merit. The only discontent perhaps lies with those participating in the alliance, but certainly not with the human race. Jiang Tai is the first to step forward in allegiance. The Zhuanshu clan's rule poses no threat to him, and even if merely for appearances, Gao Yang would not slight the human race. Yet, the world remains unsettled. The minions of the primordial spirits linger, and how can I, in good conscience, ascend to the position of sovereign? As the myriad races gradually settle, Gao Yang speaks again, his expression etched with sorrow. I am willing to lower my status, to await the elimination of those minions of the primordial spirits. Before ascending to the role of sovereign, what do you all think? How shall we address the sovereign? Someone inquires. How about addressing him as emperor? A suggestion arises, swiftly gaining acceptance, and thus it is agreed upon by Gao Yang. No, he should now be referred to as Emperor Zhuanshu. Yet this time, Jiang Tai remains silent. Perhaps many races present only perceive the gentle demeanor and humility of Emperor Zhuanshu, yet few discern the deeper implications. Does he truly not wish to ascend to the position of sovereign? No, it is likely that this Emperor Zhuanshu desires it more than anyone else. Yet he cannot pursue it, for this title originates from King Zhuanshu. His current support from the myriad races is wholly due to King Zhuanshu's sacrificial struggle. He must erase the traces of King Zhuanshu from this title, for he is Emperor Zhuanshu, the sovereign of all. It appears that, compared to King Zhuanshu, the present Emperor Zhuanshu is far more suited to this position. As night falls, beneath the felled celestial tree, the Zhuanshu clan hosts a grand banquet. Emperor Zhuanshu, as the guest of honor, is naturally assigned the seat of prominence at the side. Jiang Tai, as a staunch supporter of Emperor Zhuanshu, is placed at the first seat to the right, the third overall at the banquet. The second seat to the left is rightfully awarded to the shaman of the Zhuanshu clan. Tai, you've arrived. Please take your seat. Upon Jiang Tai's arrival, Emperor Zhuanshu expresses great enthusiasm. By the way, Tai, you are the ruler of a formidable race yet bear no surname. leaving me at a loss as to how to introduce you as this great benefactor. Emperor, I previously chose a name for myself, but I have yet to share it with you. Jiang Tai understands well what Emperor Zhuanxu implies, yet he has never been one to allow others to name him, as it would make him appear akin to Elbu. Oh, what is it? Originally intending to offer a name for Jiang Tai, Emperor Zhuanxu finds himself momentarily at a loss, then cheerfully inquires, unperturbed by this minor issue. Previously, Jiang Tai had made clear the position of the human race. Otherwise, with their strength, they would never have secured the third seat at the banquet. Tai, Jiang Tai states. Ta-da. Emperor Zhuanxu's fingers play thoughtfully, his previously cheerful expression suddenly sobering. The shaman of the Zhuanxu clan across from them grows cold, fixating an intense gaze upon Jiang Tai. They may not comprehend the meaning of this name, but they can ascertain much from its two characters. Tai typically signifies greatness, the highest status, or extreme antiquity, as in Taiku.e signifies the number 1. This connotation is inherently special. It can be said that these two characters carry no simple meaning. When these two characters converge, it becomes truly remarkable, signifying the very essence of the universe. Supreme and unparalleled, which may also be referred to as the Tao. What a notion it is to adopt such a name for oneself. Does it imply a belief that one's own position, or that of humanity, is too lowly and a desire to ascend? Thus, one cannot fault the Zhuanxu clan shaman for his displeasure. Haha, Tai, this clan name is splendid, far superior to what I had envisioned. Yet, after a brief contemplation, Emperor Zhuanxu expressed his approval of this clan name. He then rose to announce to the myriad races at the banquet the commencement of the distribution of spoils. All of you are meritorious subjects, and I shall fulfill my promise by bestowing the eastern shores upon humanity. The division was meticulously calculated. The vast expanse of land along the eastern shores was allocated to humanity, while the eastern sea was designated for the Dragon Clan. The same principle applied to the Golden Crows and the Phoenixes. However, Jiang Tai remained unfazed, merely responding with a light chuckle. Unlike the mutual vigilance exhibited between the Golden Crows and the Phoenixes, the eastern shores possessed a natural advantage for defending against the sea. This was merely a slight admonition from Emperor Zhuanxu, for he understood well that humanity bore no ambition for supremacy. The true rise of humanity was still an uncertain number of years away. Clearly, Emperor Zhuanxu did not perceive the Zhuanxu clan, as the rulers of the world, as being at risk of being surpassed by humanity. Chapter 33, Emperor Zhuanxu vs. Gonggong Clan, Humanity vs. Shankao. 3 days after the banquet, Jiang Tai bid farewell to Emperor Zhuanxu, having scarcely engaged with the myriad clans, and made his way directly to the eastern shores. In this moment, humanity resembled the loyal solitary ministers of Zhuangsu. In return, the Zhuanxu clan's grants were indeed generous. Bordering Zhuangxu's territory, the eastern expanse was entirely conferred upon humanity, delineated by Shoshan as the boundary. Such an enormous tract of land would require humanity to multiply over 10,000 years to barely occupy it. They need not even participate in the war against the minions of the primordial spirits. All that was required was to forge spiritual treasures in the rear, supplying the frontline troops. This was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Humanity's total population was but 50,000, with only a few hundred capable of forging spiritual treasures. In contrast, the frontline troops had now amassed millions, with an unceasing stream of races responding to Emperor Zhuangxu's summons. The crafting of spiritual treasures surely follows a sequence, does it not? Thus, carts laden with spiritual plants and treasures, seemingly without cost, were dispatched to the human cities. Many of these were once exclusive supplies for the primordial spirits. Jiang Tai had already devised a plan. Humanity would use these resources to remain dormant for tens of thousands of years, until they completely assimilated the vast and boundless lands of the eastern shores. Yet, an unexpected piece of news shattered his plans. The minions of the primordial spirits had nominated the Gonggong clan as the rulers of the world, inciting countless races to rally, and the Shankao clan was among them. Jiang Tai's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chillingly intense murderous intent. The air momentarily solidified, rendering the messenger from the alien race breathless. For several centuries, the Shankao clan had not only survived but thrived, boasting a population of 1 million, and the former leader of the Shankao had even ascended to a formidable level, truly a stroke of fortune. Thank you, this spiritual treasure shall serve as recompense. After a considerable time, Jiang Tai regained his composure and casually tossed a king-grade spiritual treasure. The alien did not complain, joyfully clutching the treasure as he departed. Inform the clan, assemble the troops that I am about to fulfill a promise left unfulfilled years ago. With Jiang Tai's command, a 10,000-strong army swiftly assembled within the human city. They represented the elite of humanity. Clad in heavy armor, armed with longbows, wore knives at their waists and spears in hand. Ordinary clansmen donned innate-grade spiritual treasures, while those of innate grade were equipped with shamanic treasures, and so forth. Not to say they were armed to the teeth, but they were nearly so. Without delay, they set out that very day. Upon learning of this news, Emperor Zhuangxu did not express anger. Instead, he sent a message stating, "The sooner you depart, the sooner you return." The front line still requires humanity's spiritual treasure support. He offered robust assistance, even preemptively supplying provisions along humanity's march and dispatching aerial races for escort. In just 10 days, the human army traversed countless mountains and rivers. Arriving at the current territory of the Shankao clan, gazing upon the flourishing lands of the Shankao, Jiang Tai felt a surge of fury. "Shankao King, come forth and face me. I am here to fulfill the promise made a century ago." At this moment, the Shankao clan finally realized the arrival of humanity, and the soldiers bore expressions of terror as they beheld the vast, banner-laden army of humans. Only when Jiang Tai's patience was nearly exhausted did the Shankao king sluggishly emerge. "Tai, do not press too hard." His fear did not stem from humanity, but from the Zhuangxu clan in the entire primordial world, who was unaware of the relationship between humanity and the Zhuangxu clan. Although the two clans now belong to opposing factions, with the outcome of Zhuangxu and Gonggong's conflict still uncertain, the Shankao king believed that their camp, having acquired the blood of Gonggong, held a greater advantage. Yet, the Zhuangxu faction could easily crush the Shankao clan. The audacity of humanity to approach so brazenly suggested potential support from the Zhuangxu faction. Furthermore, even without such support, the Shankao clan may not be humanity's match. Over the years, the Shankao king had never abandoned the replication of spiritual treasures, and now, through this technique, had garnered the favor of the Gonggong clan, allowing him to ascend to a formidable level. Yet it was precisely because of this that the Shankao king felt even more apprehensive upon witnessing the magnificence of the human army. Though the Shankao territory boasted 1,000,000 of their kin, it paled in comparison to the scale of 100,000 of the Shankao clan from centuries past. Just as Jiang Tai could summon hundreds of millions of wild men at will. Pressing too hard? Then I shall offer you a choice. Hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, Jiang Tai burst into laughter. Once upon a time, he too had uttered such words, but back then, he was far more humble than the current Shankao king. First, kneel and submit to humanity. All Shankao of innate grade and above shall commit suicide, and from henceforth, the Shankao clan shall not walk on 2 feet, stripped from the ranks of intelligent races, to be nurtured by humanity for generations. Second, let your warriors take up arms and see if humanity can annihilate your Shankao clan. If I lose, I shall have no choice but to summon reinforcements from the Zhuangxu clan and see if they can obliterate your Shankao clan. Upon hearing these words, the Shankao king's countenance turned ashen, his body trembling as he raised his hand in anger, yet found himself at a loss for words. Should he threaten? No, the Shankao clan still wished to survive. Ultimately, the Shankao king, once a towering figure, suddenly seemed to shrink, nearly pleading, "We of the Shankao clan are willing to submit. However, the wild Shankao tribes have not provoked you. We only seek." Jiang Tai had made his intentions abundantly clear. Today, the Shankao clan faced either extermination or removal from the ranks of intelligent races, in comparison to annihilation. Being stripped from the ranks of intelligent races at least offered a glimmer of hope. Did he truly believe that? Just as the Shankao king was desperately pleading, Jiang Tai's mocking laughter rang out unexpectedly. "You think you can play me for a fool?" In an instant, the Shankao king widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Tai with resentment. How could this be? At least the latter half of his statement was true. If he could not defeat Jiang Tai, he would undoubtedly seek reinforcements. Jiang Tai, however, was unusually earnest as he spoke. "Children, yesterday's grievances are like thorns in my back. In the past, your ancestors forged the indomitable spirit of humanity with their blood. Today, let us honor the souls of our ancestors with the blood of our enemies. Kill with a command, The human soldiers raised their weapons and charged towards the Shan Cao territory. Almost in the blink of an eye, arrows imbued with spiritual energy descended upon the Shan Cao like a swarm of locusts. No, you cannot do this. There is an unspoken accord among the myriad races. Children below the wheel cannot be killed. As the battle erupted, the Shan Cao king continued to utter nonsensical pleas. Jiang Tai inwardly nodded. Willing to comply with this unspoken agreement among the races, that makes sense. Children, flatten the wheel for me. The Shan Cao king watched as his kin were struck down by the countless arrows, among them the elderly and children. Blood flowed freely, nearly staining the earth crimson, as the thick scent of blood spread wildly throughout the territory. No, Tai, you go too far. With each roar, the Shan Cao king ceased his pleas for a non-existent chance of survival and raised his massive axe. Charging directly at Jiang Tai, Chapter 34. Plowing the courtyard and sweeping the holes, this was now the mightiest individual combat force upon the earth. Without fortunate encounters, it would take millennia of inheritance for an intelligent race to give birth to a formidable being. An intelligent race could only be deemed powerful if it possessed such a being. Otherwise, even with hundreds of king-grade individuals and millions of warriors, without a formidable being, they could only be considered a mediocre race. The outcome between Jiang Tai and the Shan Cao king had already determined the fate of both races. If Jiang Tai triumphed, the Shan Cao clan would face a thorough cleansing, exiting the ranks of intelligent races. If the Shan Cao king emerged victorious, the Shan Cao clan would endure an even greater purge, as Jiang Tai would undoubtedly employ all his connections and resources to summon multiple formidable beings to eradicate the Shan Cao clan from the ranks of intelligent races. As for the Shan Cao clan's backing, the Gonggong clan would prefer to delay their decisive battle with Emperor Zhuangxiu. With the blood of deities, the Gonggong clan might become the fifth entity to open the realm. Following the Kuafu clan, the power of the fifth realm would be sufficient to alter the tide of battle. This is also why Emperor Zhuangxiu, upholding righteousness and garnering the support of the myriad races, still found the Gonggong clan able to rally a faction capable of contending with him. Although neither the human race nor the Mountain Gourd tribe can be regarded as top-tier races, they have undeniably become the focal point of the battlefield. Should the Gonggong clan dare to stand up for the Mountain Gourd tribe, they will undoubtedly face the merciless suppression of the entire Zhuangqiu camp. This matter appears to be a private affair for the human race, but is it not also a strategic move orchestrated by Zhuangqiu? Perhaps the alien who informed Jiang Tai of the news was indeed instructed by Zhuangqiu. Should the humans fail in this battle, Zhuangqiu could seize the opportunity to cleanse those races that have allied with the Gonggong clan under the pretext of avenging his brother. Conversely, if the humans emerge victorious, the morale within Zhuangqiu's faction will naturally soar. Regardless of the outcome, Zhuangqiu stands to gain significantly. Jiang Tai has already recognized this truth. Between races, where lies the bond of loyalty? It is all merely an exchange of interests. Jiang Tai, observing the enraged Mountain Gourd king charging towards him, stood his ground and summoned his spear. Clang! The clash of the war axe and spear sent sparks flying, the tremendous force creating a massive dent in the ground, which may one day form a lake. Feeling the power transmitted through the spear, Jiang Tai merely flicked his wrist, sending the unstoppable Mountain Gourd king flying. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounter with the Mountain Gourd boar, too feeble. Wild boars ought to employ the combat methods befitting their kind. Such a lack of coherence would lead others to perceive them as a race of intelligence. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the Mountain Gourd king, delivering a downward thrust that severed the king's arm wielding the war axe. Squeal, blood gushed forth, exposing the delicate muscle tissue and stark white bones to the air. In response to the pain, the Mountain Gourd king grew increasingly frenzied, abandoning his upright stance to crouch, slamming his remaining foreleg heavily upon the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled as a weight akin to a mountain crashed down, pressing the ground into a deep depression, while Jiang Tai felt as though the weight of the world had descended upon his shoulders. The air thickened, almost like molten iron. Gravity? It is indeed difficult to contend with those below the level of great powers. But I am not facing an adversary of superior rank. Sensing the pressure surrounding him, Jiang Tai cast a nonchalant glance. A radiant golden halo erupted behind him, akin to the sun, and wherever its light shone, all great powers were returned to the earth. This was a comprehension he had attained upon ascending to greatness. Similar to Tai Chi, yet merely the most rudimentary application, akin to the blending of ice and fire, ultimately transforming into gentle water. The ability of this golden halo is to convert all great powers into the softest of waters, returning to the earth. Humph! Realizing that his efforts were futile, the mountain-gourd king ceased his ineffective struggles. His colossal form began to charge, resembling a massive ship, with two gleaming tusks aimed directly at Jiang Tai. Intent on crashing into him, in response, Jiang Tai gripped his spear and leaped forward, hurling it. The moment the spear was released, it erupted with blinding brilliance, illuminating the heavens and the earth, rendering even the sun above dim in comparison. Countless soldiers engaged in battle were captivated by this spectacle. Instinctively turning their gazes toward it, a collective wail of anguish erupted as the pure white world was plunged into darkness, their vision obliterated by the blinding light. All they could hear was the thundering sound of a falling star. Unable to perceive anything. No, they could still see. In this pitch-black realm, the spear remained resplendent, like a white wave upon an endless ocean, reminiscent of a brilliant light at the dawn of creation, spanning the ancient and the future. Faced with this strike, the mountain-gourd king possessed little capacity for resistance. His great power was pierced with ease, akin to a sugar-coated hawthorn wrapped in rice paper, collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. Like a derailed train, spared at the child, I beg you. The mountain-gourd king, engulfed in despair, continued to plead. Why must you implore me? Jiang Tai looked down upon the mountain-gourd king with indifference, his voice devoid of emotion. The mountain-gourd king wished to utter more, his eyes filled with unwillingness, for he understood that this was neither a rejection nor an affirmation, but a far more brutal response. On another front, a nearly identical scenario unfolded, with Jiang Tai facing the mountain-gourd king. 10,000 humans confronted 1,000,000 mountain-gourds, utterly decimating the mountain-gourd tribe, leaving them in disarray, unable to organize even a semblance of effective resistance. This was not a forced conscription to battle. It was a matter of protecting their homeland and kin. The 1,000,000 mountain-gourds within their territory were as weak as mere cannon fodder. This was not the expected display of a lineage descended from a great power, or perhaps, after several centuries, the mountain-gourd tribe had yet to recover from the wounds sustained on the battlefield of the surrounding mountains. Jiang Tai found this hard to believe. The only plausible explanation is that the mountain-gourd king had long anticipated this day, having already relocated his bloodline, leaving behind only mere cannon fodder within the mountain-gourd territory. The mountain-gourd king is indeed a figure of significance, alas. Jiang Tai wished to say no more to the mountain-gourd king, delivering a fatal blow that severed the king's massive head. Hoisting it upon the spear's tip, he raised it high. The morale of the humans, already bolstered by their advantage, surged further, as they exerted themselves in pursuit of the scattered remnants of the mountain-gourd tribe. Strictly adhering to Jiang Tai's orders, all those taller than a wheel were to be slain. The cavalry, numbering in the thousands, charged ferociously, their iron hooves trampling the land of the mountain-gourd tribe again and again, obliterating all remnants of the mountain-gourd tribe into the earth. They did not overlook the fact that the mountain-gourds were a burrowing race, leaving no cave unsearched in the wake of the pursuit. Tens of thousands of mountain-gourds lay slain, their blood flowing like rivers. Ultimately, thousands of mountain-gourds were captured, herded towards the human territories like livestock. Jiang Tai did not expend efforts searching for the mountain-gourd bloodlines concealed by the mountain-gourd king. Instead, he conveyed a message to all races through the mouth of Di Zhuanqiu. Killing intelligent mountain-gourds would yield substantial rewards in the human city. The one who slays the final intelligent mountain-gourd would receive a powerful treasure of great abilities. Chapter 35. The Fifth Realm. The Emperor. The actions of the human race were not executed swiftly. It took several months to thoroughly cleanse the mountain-gourd territory. During this time, the Gonggong clan showed no inclination to provide assistance. This was hardly unexpected. After all, it was merely a leisurely move, and the mountain-gourd tribe carried no weight in determining the direction of the two factions. Jiang Tai began to reflect deeply. The events unfolding in this world, while seemingly predictable, always contained elements of surprise. From the initial pursuit of the sun by Quafu to the current war between Zhuanqiu and the Gonggong clan. Regarding the outcome of the conflict between Di Zhuanqiu and the Gonggong clan, Jiang Tai was certain that Di Zhuanqiu would emerge victorious. However, in the mythology of his previous life, Di Zhuanqiu was one of the 5 emperors. Followed subsequently by Di Ku, Di Yao, Di Shun, and Du. There are always discrepancies. For instance, this world has not previously seen the existence of the three sovereigns. Whether it be Suiren, Fuxi, Shenong, or Fuxi, Shenong, Huangdi. Will Diku truly ascend to power next? Yet among the myriad races, there is no race named Kud, or will Diku be born from the Zhuanchu clan? Although these subtle details may seem insignificant, they enable Jiang Tai to guide the human race in making precise decisions regarding their alliances, ensuring that they are not punished for choosing the wrong side. But now, Jiang Tai felt as though he had lost this ability. He shook his head, casting aside these convoluted thoughts. The current situation was quite favorable for the human race. They had already exchanged the only method of crafting coveted spiritual treasures, and their own strength was insufficient to influence the world's dynamics. Following Di Zhuanchu's victory, the human race would likely enter a prolonged period of peace. Jiang Tai planned to vigorously develop the human race during this time. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. In which direction should the human race develop? Should they enhance their bloodlines in line with the world's mainstream, ascending as a whole, allowing each member to reach extraordinary heights? Or should they emulate the human race from his memories, spreading their bloodline across the land as mere mortals? Under such a vast base, exceptional individuals blessed by the heavens would inevitably emerge. Perhaps the pursuit of Quafu's legacy could be revisited? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jiang Tai. He could pursue both avenues. The human race is currently weak, and many bloodlines that ought to belong to them have been claimed by other races. So why could Jiang Tai not incorporate these powerful bloodlines into the human lineage? The bloodline of Quafu has already found continuity among the humans. This serves as the best precedent as for how to acquire them. Patience is all that is required, even if Jiang Tai is certain that Di Zhuanxu will triumph over the Gonggong clan to become the sovereign of the world. He has never believed that the Zhuanxu clan would endure eternally. Even the primordial spirits, powerful as they may be, have ultimately been ensnared within the confines of the so-called immortal realm by the myriad races. The enhancement of personal strength is not an immediate concern. Following this war, one side is destined to ascend to the fifth realm. At that time, merely making an appearance will allow the myriad races to discern the path to the fifth realm. The potential of the myriad races is unparalleled. At the dawn of creation, all races were merely intelligent beings, devoid of the extraordinary. Their ancestors unlocked the first realm of innateness through mere observation of the primordial spirits. Moreover, compared to striving upward, Jiang Tai is more inclined to explore downward. The power systems established by the myriad races are currently too flimsy and crude, imposing significant limitations. He wishes to carve out a broader path to the heavens, not only for the human race but also for his own ambitions. The title of Sovereign of the World. While the name may seem appealing, it incessantly reminds the myriad races that 12 deities loom above them. What Jiang Tai desires is not the tyranny of subjugation. To be revered among the heavens, to be honored by the myriad realms, to be the progenitor of the path. Each title resonates far more splendidly than the title of Sovereign of the World. He seeks to be esteemed as the ancestor. 30 years later, another unexpected event transpired for Jiang Tai. Gonggong was the first to break through to the fifth realm, unleashing a great flood that submerged the elite forces of Emperor Zhuanchu's camp. A million-strong army, and decimated more than 10 formidable beings from the Jinwu, Dragon, and Phoenix clans. Even though Emperor Zhuanchu personally donned his armor and entered the fray, he was grievously injured and forced to retreat. From that moment on, the Gonggong camp reached an unprecedented peak of power. They even proclaimed their intent to defeat Emperor Zhuanchu and become the sovereign of the world, seeking to exact retribution on those races that had betrayed the divine. One could only wonder whether this was the influence of Gonggong's blood, or if the Gonggong clan had truly swelled to such proportions. Subsequently, the Gonggong camp continued its string of victories, sweeping across vast territories, and was on the verge of encroaching upon the lands of the Zhuanchu clan. Known as Guangai in an instant, the morale of Emperor Zhuanchu's camp crumbled. It took dozens of powerful beings equipped with divine treasures just to barely restrain Gonggong, rendering Zhuanchu's advantages utterly meaningless. Had it not been for Gonggong's threats of retribution against all, it is likely that some races would have defected. Just as Jiang Tai was on the brink of losing faith in Emperor Zhuanchu and preparing to migrate his entire clan to the fringes of the Eastern Sea, Emperor Zhuanchu broke through to the fifth realm on the battlefield. Thereafter, leveraging the advantage of his divine treasures and coordinating with the shaman of the Zhuanchu clan, he decisively struck down Gonggong's forces. A decisive strike. Following this, The morale of Emperor Zhuanqu's camp surged, and within a mere decade, they reclaimed all the territories lost during the century-long war, driving the remnants of the Gonggong camp to the harsh and frigid far north. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tai fell silent for a long time. Until one night, a powerful being of the Dragon Clan, Ying, came to visit. I already know your intentions. We likely have no common ground. After listening to Ying's account, Jiang Tai resolutely asked him to leave. The Human King, 3 of the 5 clans that are privy to the situation have already suffered calamity. Do you believe the human race can remain unscathed? Ying's eyes reddened, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. His purpose in coming was to unite with the human race to combat the threat posed by the Zhuanqiu clan. Why can't we? Jiang Tai coldly replied. According to Ying, Emperor Zhuanqiu had already broken through to the 5th realm, and the shamans of the Zhuanqiu clan had also reached half-step 5th realm, poised to break through at any moment. Yet, in this endeavor to slay Gonggong, they had already sustained grave injuries. If the 4 clans united, with the Jinwu, Dragon, and Phoenix taking on the frontline combat, while the human race provided sufficient divine treasures, they could surely launch a successful strike against Emperor Zhuanqiu. Once successful, the 3 clans were willing to share the world with the human race. Such words were pleasant to hear. But what right does the human race have to share the world equally with the other 3 clans? Just because of Jiang Tai, a single formidable being? Moreover, if, as Ying claimed, Emperor Zhuanqiu could conceal his strength and deplete the living forces of the 3 clans, could he not also conceal his strength and eliminate all 4 clans in one fell swoop? The human race will inevitably perish at the hands of your guardianship. Seeing Jiang Tai's reaction, Ying was enraged and stood to leave. Yet merely days later, Ying returned to Shoshan, this time being escorted back by the shamans of the Zhuanqiu clan. Jiang Tai personally welcomed him. This rogue sought to incite chaos and was captured by the emperor. After discussion among the clans, it was decided that he would be imprisoned by the human race. What does the king of humans think of this? The shaman of the Zhuanqiu clan was quite cordial, devoid of the hostility displayed during the banquet at Guangzai. Acting on the emperor's orders, I will personally oversee this rogue, Jiang Tai bowed in response. Upon hearing this, the shaman of the Zhuanqiu clan became even more amiable, engaging in casual conversation with Jiang Tai before departing under the pretense of having official duties. Ying, consider yourself fortunate. Emperor Zhuanqiu is indeed gravely wounded. Jiang Tai cast a deep glance at Ying before leading him into the depths of Shoshan. This matter was not concealed by the Zhuanqiu clan. Within a few years, it spread across the myriad clans, with many cursing the Dragon Clan for their ingratitude while also lamenting Emperor Zhuanqiu's benevolence. Thereafter, all the clans held Emperor Zhuanqiu in the highest regard, even drawing comparisons between him and the previous Zhuanqiu king. Chapter 36, Dai.it was the 3rd year of Emperor Zhuanqiu's calendar, the calendar instituted after his victory over Gonggong, marking his official ascension as the sovereign of the realm. The world entered an unprecedented era of peace. The population of the human race reached 500,000, and development in Shoshan neared completion, gradually expanding into the vast lands by the Eastern Sea. The human race had finally established a firm foothold, possessing a solid foundation. Even if Jiang Tai were to suddenly vanish, the human race could still resiliently thrive in this harsh world. Conversely, from the primitive tribes of yore to the present human cities, governance could no longer rely solely on personal prestige. Under Jiang Tai's guidance, a simple yet comprehensive administrative structure emerged. From that point on, he would only make a small number of decisions regarding the direction of the clan, delegating other matters to the officials below. One day, a male official approached Jiang Tai, his face brimming with joy. Chief, Xie's child has been born. While attending to state affairs, Jiang Tai paused for a moment, then recalled that Xie was the innate woman who had consumed the blood crystal of Kuafu. After establishing the direction for the human race's development, he had kept a close eye on Xie, but had gradually forgotten due to the lengthy gestation period. Nearly 200 years had passed, and the child had finally arrived, Jiang Tai remarked. After saying this, he followed the official to Xie's home. Chief, child, you have worked hard. Upon seeing Xie, who had just finished giving birth and still appeared pale, Jiang Tai gently stroked her head. Have you chosen a name for the child? Yes, he shall be named Yi. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tai was momentarily taken aback. Chief, is there something wrong? Seeing Jiang Tai's reaction, Xie struggled to sit up, her tone tinged with anxiety. Jiang Tai was not only the chief, but also the source of the entire human race's bloodline. It would not be an overstatement to call him the father of all. If the father did not approve of the child, no, there is nothing wrong. This name is splendid. Jiang Tai smiled, grasping Xie's wrist, channeling a gentle flow of spiritual energy to nourish her body, which had nearly depleted due to bearing Kuafu's bloodline. Initially, he had considered naming the child something grand like Tai Hao, Fushi, or Shenong, but upon reflection, doing so would undoubtedly be a mockery of the child's life. This world is one where the great powers of heaven and earth are vested in oneself. Names carry significant karma, and without the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, one would surely suffer a backlash of fortune. This was evident from the primordial spirit and Emperor Zhuanqiu. The invincible primordial spirit was imprisoned in the immortal realm. Could it have been accomplished solely through the strength of the myriad clans? Why was Emperor Zhuanqiu able to break through to the fifth realm, the great emperor, even earlier, and defeat the Gonggong clan, which possessed divine blood? To summarize, it all boiled down to two words: fortune. The primordial spirit lost the favor of fortune due to its transgressions. The Zhuanqiu clan was chosen by fortune to end the primordial spirit's tyranny, and now, this child's name was not imposed by me but chosen by the child's mother herself. This essentially meant that the world recognized this child's identity. Upon careful consideration, this child harbored a deep-seated enmity with Shihe, for the Kuafu clan perished due to Shihe's curse. Each shooting down the 9 sons, it seems that a powerful warrior is destined to arise within the human race. Jiang Tai cradled the child, examining him closely. With black hair and eyes, a robust physique, and abundant vitality, he was a congenital being from birth. Aside from the lengthy gestation period, he embodied all the traits expected of a human child. Vaguely, a sense of kinship related to blood pulsed within Jiang Tai's heart. This indicated that the child's human lineage was remarkably strong, perhaps even surpassing that of his mother, drawing closer to Jiang Tai. The progenitor of their bloodline. Only Jiang Tai's bloodline could suppress that of the Kuafu clan. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tai grew increasingly fond of the child. This child bears great karma and is destined for a tumultuous future. In 10 years, I shall personally instruct him to is that truly possible, Xie exclaimed in delight. Previously, she had worried that the child's bloodline issues might lead Jiang Tai to disfavor him, but it now seemed that her concerns were unfounded. Of course, he is a prodigy of my human race, just like you all. He is my child, Jiang Tai replied softly. After completing all this, leaving some nourishing spiritual wisdom for Xie, Jiang Tai departed, not wishing to disturb the mother and child. 15 years later, atop Shoshan, a resolute young man brimming with vigor stood at the edge of a cliff. His eyes were sharp, and with a longbow in hand, he let the mountain winds tousle his black hair as he stood silently, seemingly awaiting something. Roar, before long, a fierce dragon of the dragon clan soared from the depths of Shoshan, its scales and claws shimmering with an aura that could intimidate myriad beasts. However, the sight was marred by the fact that several arrows were embedded in the dragon's body, blood flowing profusely to a beam of light. In the next moment, the young man drew his bow and nocked an arrow, releasing it with a roar. The arrow erupted with resplendent brilliance, eclipsing all else in its path. As if the world were reduced to that single arrow. Between the two cliffs, only a single ray of heavenly light could be seen, hence called a beam of light. The arrow was swift, piercing through flesh almost the instant the bowstring was released. The hardened dragon scales were easily penetrated, and with a mournful cry, the enraged dragon plummeted from the cliff, breath extinguished. Ancestor, I have succeeded. After accomplishing this feat, the calm expression on the young man's face vanished, and he dashed toward the man behind him with exuberance. At such a young age, he could hunt a king-level dragon, surpassing even my own prowess in the past. Jiang Tai did not hesitate to praise him, for this young man named Yi was indeed extraordinary, perfectly blending the strengths of both the human race and the Kuafu lineage. In just a mere 15 years, he has already surpassed his ancestors and peers, emerging as one of the most formidable figures in the entirety of the human realm, second only to Jiang Tai. He has adeptly assimilated the techniques and moves imparted to him by Jiang Tai, refining them into styles that suit him best. Beyond mere cultivation, he has also absorbed numerous principles of conduct and perseverance, embodying the spirit of never yielding. May I embark on a journey to the outside world now? Upon receiving praise, the youth appeared even more exhilarated. Ever vibrant and full of energy, he is not one to remain confined to a small space. Instead, he yearns for the vast expanse of the outside world. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Jiang Tai responded. The capability to single-handedly hunt down a king-level dragon already equips the youth with sufficient strength for self-preservation. Moreover, he carries the heavy burden of blood feuds from the Quafu lineage. Jiang Tai, as well as the entire human race, has never concealed the truth of his lineage from him. There has been no need to do so. The friction between the dragon clan of the East Sea and the human race has intensified of late. Although they dare not act overtly due to the intimidation of Emperor Zhuanqiu, provocations like today, where the younger generation is sent forth to challenge, have become increasingly frequent. This is a calculated move. Taking advantage of the human race's brief period of resurgence, believing that it cannot nurture unparalleled talents. Now, it is time for the youth to step forth and proclaim the name of Dai. Let those coveting the shores of the East Sea witness the might of the human race. Chapter 37. The human race only knows battle. Never surrender. Though the East Sea was bestowed upon the human race by Emperor Zhuanqiu, this vast territory still harbors numerous formidable factions and ferocious beasts. For those ancient and powerful races, these are but trifling nuisances. Yet, for the human race, they pose considerable challenges. Consequently, over the years, the actual territory expanded by the human race scarcely exceeds 10,000 miles. Frequently plagued by disturbances from various mid-tier races and beasts, leaving them in a state of despair. In these years, the human population has only increased by a mere 100,000, totaling just 600,000. Jiangshuipan, the second city of the human race, is home to 30,000 of the 100,000 scattered along the shores of the East Sea. It also serves as a crucial route for transporting resources from Shoshan City to the East Sea. However, tranquility is not the order of the day here. Despite the human army having plowed through the surrounding lands for miles before the city's establishment, recently, a powerful group of mid-tier races has emerged, launching repeated assaults. This group, resembling fish with serpentine tails and elongated fins akin to wings, possesses the heads of tigers and four-legged bodies, known as the Tiger Jiao. They emerged from Jiangshui, immediately launching a fierce attack on the human city. Intent on claiming this bountiful land for themselves, observing the Tiger Jiao below the city, the human king's expression darkened. How dare you attack my human city? Do you not fear that my celestial soldiers will come and plow your homes, exterminating your kind and erasing your lineage, as was done in the past? This time, the Tiger Jiao clan has mobilized in full force, gathering 100,000 young warriors and several kings. In contrast, within the human city of Jiangshui, there is only one king stationed and 3,000 soldiers. Even though each is elite and equipped with an array of spiritual treasures, they are still being driven back, forced to retreat behind their walls. Even if your human race were to emerge in full force, we would not be intimidated, the Tiger Jiao retorted, laughing dismissively, showing no concern for the human threat. Though the human race is a formidable faction, they are confined by Emperor Zhuanqiu's decree, trapped within the confines of Shoshan. This is common knowledge throughout the primordial world. It can be said that while the human race bears the name of a powerful lineage, it is, in fact, a hollow shell. It is precisely for this reason that the Tiger Jiao feels emboldened to brazenly assault the human city. The East Sea was bestowed upon my human race by Emperor Zhuanqiu. Do you wish to rebel? The human king demanded, attempting to intimidate the Tiger Jiao. Ha ha ha. Then you should summon Emperor Zhuanqiu for assistance. The Tiger Jiao king laughed, unable to contain his mirth. Regardless of how one slices it, the human race is a powerful faction. To require assistance just to deal with a mid-tier race, not only would it be a matter of face, but it would undoubtedly reveal to all races that the once feared human race is merely a facade, potentially provoking a coalition against them. Today, we shall breach your city. If you surrender now, you may yet secure your lives. Seeing that the human king had no retort, the Tiger Jiao king grew bolder. Enraged, the human king pounded his fist against the city wall, bloodied and bruised. Gazing at the elderly, women, and children behind him, all ready to fight to the last, he felt a torrent of rage welling within him. Impossible to unleash. The human population is sparse. Should they perish here over a fleeting conflict? I will surrender. However, you must not harm my kin. After much contemplation, the human king's eyes hardened, and he ultimately made his decision. You may open the city gates and come to surrender personally. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Jiao clan's faces lit up with joy. The human city is no easy fortress to conquer. It is akin to a colossal spiritual treasure. If their own kin were to assault the city, half would likely perish. To capture it without shedding blood would be the best outcome. Very well. The human king descended the staircase. With a heavy thud, the massive city gates creaked open, the human king stepping forth into view. Cheers erupted from the opposing camp. Some clan members even began to celebrate prematurely, eager for their race to claim this prosperous human city. Their method of celebration? Sharpening their blades. What assault on a city does not involve bloodshed? How foolish these humans are. Little do they know that their leader has already issued orders. After breaching the human city, there shall be 3 days without sheathing blades. As the Tiger Jiao rushed toward the gradually opening city gates, each vying to be the first to enter and seize more spoils, a sudden cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air. Look out! It's a rain of arrows! One Tiger Jiao raised his head and let out a shrill warning. Above the throng gathered at the city gates, arrows rained down like droplets of rain. These were no ordinary arrows. Each was a spiritual treasure, and their power was enough to instill dread even in innate beings, capable of turning a careless individual into a mere pincushion. The ordinary Tiger Jiao warriors were instantly pierced through. The sheer volume of Tiger Jiao soldiers clustered at the gates maximized the arrow's lethality, and in mere volleys, over 1,000 Tiger Jiao fell lifelessly to the ground. In this era, only the exceedingly wealthy human race could afford such extravagant expenditure. To the myriad races, this was akin to hurling gold at one's foes. Boom. With the rain of arrows concluded, a squadron of cavalry clad in jet-black armor surged forth from the fully opened gates. Resembling a flood intent on engulfing the Tiger Jiao, the human king led the charge, brandishing a battle standard and at the front of the line. The previously chaotic Tiger Jiao soldiers, disoriented by the arrow rain, stood no chance against the cavalry's iron hooves. Countless Tiger Jiao were trampled underfoot. The city of Shoshan has dispatched several contingents of reinforcements, yet they have all been intercepted by other races along the way. Each time, the response remains the same. At this juncture, the reasons have become painfully clear. This assault on the human race is not a mere coincidence. It seems to be a premeditated scheme aimed at driving humanity from the shores of the Eastern Sea. The human monarch shut his eyes in agony. If the city falls, it would not only mean the demise of the 30,000 souls within its walls, but also the 70,000 scattered along the Eastern Sea's coastline, all of whom would likely perish. The progress humanity has made over the past few decades would be undone in an instant, leaving them grievously wounded. How could he possibly report this to the clan leader? Suddenly, a shout from his side broke through the despair. Someone is coming. What? Someone? Could it be our reinforcements? The human monarch's eyes widened in surprise, turning towards the direction indicated by his loyal guard. Yet, a single glance nearly drained the strength from his limbs, almost causing him to topple from the city walls. Indeed, reinforcements were approaching, but they were not from the human race. They were the reinforcements of the Hujiao tribe. A massive army of Hujiao surged towards Jiangshui City on the horizon, kicking up clouds of dust, and it appeared to number over 10,000. Is this truly the end? Oh, heavens, why have you forsaken humanity? Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as a wave of despair washed over him. No, this cannot continue. The spiritual treasures within the city have been nearly exhausted. If they remain entrenched, the people of the city would become sitting ducks. They must seize the moment while they still possess the strength to break free from the encirclement of the Hujiao tribe. The human monarch swiftly made his decision and proclaimed, "Men, follow me out of the city." Wait, General, the situation with the Hujiao reinforcements appears unusual. At that moment, the loyal guard pointed excitedly towards the distant Hujiao forces. What he observed was a disheveled Hujiao army, mixed with a significant number of wounded. Their movements toward the Hujiao forces did not resemble a rallying for support. It seemed more like a rout. Like sheep fleeing from a ferocious tiger, they ran headlong, not daring to pause, even as they trampled their kin, offering them as fodder to the pursuing beast in a desperate bid for survival. Finally, they have arrived. I will defend the city while you lead a squad to break out and assist the reinforcements. The human monarch exclaimed joyously to his deputy. In his excitement, he struck the city parapet with his fist, causing it to crumble into rubble, falling into the midst of the Hujiao horde below. Soon, he gathered a contingent of 500 men. Within the entire city, these were the only ones still capable of fighting. Outside the city, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the humans, the mood within the Hujiao ranks was grim. Damn it, of all times. One Hujiao warrior seethed. Just as it seemed the humans would soon have no strength left to resist, perhaps today they could finally seize the city. Reinforcements from the humans arrive? Give it up. The 30,000 who fell before were for naught. But if they do not relent, the remaining 70,000 Hujiao may not prevail. All races proclaim that the human race is now weak and hollow. Yet such claims come from powerful races with formidable beings. In reality, what sets humanity apart lies in their grassroots strength, their diverse spiritual treasures, and an increasingly sophisticated cultivation system, enabling each human to transform into a force to be reckoned with, capable of facing 10 foes alone. Otherwise, the Hujiao tribe would not have spent decades uniting the native races along the Eastern Sea, deploying millions of troops just to assault a city with a mere 30,000 inhabitants and 3,000 soldiers. The number of human reinforcements need not be vast. Even 10,000 would suffice to crush the Hujiao tribe in a head-on clash. Now is the time to commit all forces, taking advantage of the disarray within the city to launch a decisive assault. Cleansing the city with blood. After a moment of silence, the Hujiao chief's expression hardened as he declared, "We shall proceed." But a Hujiao warrior hesitated. Such a course would undoubtedly enrage the humans. Decades ago, the events surrounding the Shang-O tribe spread throughout the entire primordial world. What do we have to fear? At worst, we shall be dragged into Jiangzui. And no matter how strong the humans are, can they defeat us in the water? The Hujiao chief replied. Upon hearing this, the concerns of the Hujiao warriors dissipated. Unlike the native races along the Eastern Sea, the Hujiao tribe had to compete with humans for their territory. Being a water tribe, even if they could not remain by the Eastern Sea, they could retreat into the vast expanse of the ocean. As long as they could make life difficult for the humans, the Hujiao tribe would still benefit. With the upper echelons of the Hujiao tribe making their decision, orders swiftly spread. Half of their forces would engage the human reinforcements, while the other half would concentrate on assaulting the city, ensuring that not a single human would remain within its walls. Meanwhile, the 500 soldiers who had broken out of the city fought fiercely, sustaining half their number in losses, yet they finally breached the enemy lines and reunited with the reinforcements. However, upon seeing the state of their allies, the initially jubilant human soldiers felt their hearts sink. Reinforcements had indeed arrived, but they consisted of merely a single youth. Though this youth appeared vigorous and likely of royal lineage, his presence was nearly inconsequential in the current situation. The Hujiao tribe boasted over a dozen warriors of royal caliber. Even the strongest human monarch would find himself restrained. My lord, where is the main force of the reinforcements? Despite the despair, the deputy of Jiangshui City inquired. He yearned to hear the youth's response that the bulk of the reinforcements was close behind, that he had merely come ahead to assess the situation. I am the reinforcements, the youth replied. You? The deputy's expression wavered as he grappled with his words. Should he vent his frustration on his own kin? The most harrowing realization is to glimpse hope only to have it snatched away. General, trouble. The Hujiao tribe has launched a surprise attack. The city has been breached. At that moment, a piece of news plunged the deputy into a deeper abyss of despair. What did you say? The deputy could hardly believe it. Seizing the messenger by the collar, his eyes bloodshot like a feral beast ready to pounce, poised to strike down the messenger before him. Then he turned to the youth. You would have done better not to come. Even knowing such thoughts were misguided, the deputy could not suppress them. Chapter 39. Blood Battle, Dihai, Hujiao. You shall pay for your sins. The human monarch was nearly driven to madness, his spear whirling in a frenzy as he battled against over 10 Hujiao monarchs. It had become a desperate struggle for survival, disregarding casualties, solely seeking to vanquish foes. Yet, the Hujiao monarchs acted with clear intent, merely to delay the human monarch, allowing their forces to infiltrate the city and unleash carnage. As he watched Hujiao warriors scaling the city walls and pouring into the city, the human monarch felt utterly powerless. The anguished roars of the humans mingled with the triumphant cries of the Hujiao, creating what felt like the most exquisite symphony to the ears of the Hujiao monarchs. Enraptured, they floated in bliss. Once a peaceful and prosperous city, it was now engulfed in towering flames. Countless Hujiao smashed through door after door, dragging out humans who had sought refuge, regardless of age or condition, be it the elderly, the sick, women, or children. Their sharp claws easily shredded the tender flesh of the humans. They devoured still warm hearts and livers before their owners' eyes, reveling in the gruesome feast. Yet, compared to the Hujiao numbers, the humans within the city were sparse. Many Hujiao warriors engaged in grisly contests, one biting a foot while another gnawed at a hand, tearing apart their prey under overwhelming force. Some even captured human children, not to harm them but to drag them into the view of the human monarch, systematically dismembering them before his horrified gaze. The human monarch lost all semblance of sanity, devoid of rational thought. He hurled himself forward, employing every means at his disposal to save the child from the jaws of the Hujiao. Yet, faced with over 10 Hujiao warriors of equal rank, he found himself utterly helpless. "Ah!" he howled in anguish, discarding his spear in a fit of rage, launching it forth. The spear, once pristine, was now stained with blood, transformed into a streak of crimson as it hurtled away. Boom! This time, the Hujiao monarchs did not intervene. They allowed the bloodied spear to fly, piercing the body of the hapless Hujiao who had dared to approach, as if mirroring the human monarch's wrath. The spear struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that upheaved the earth in a radius of 1,000 meters, resembling an erupting volcano. Foolishness! Without your weapon, what can you use to contend with us? The Hujiao monarchs exchanged glances, a flicker of fear evident among them. Yet, more prominent were their feelings of pity and delight. What a fine spiritual treasure, so carelessly lost. Delighted, they thought, without his weapon, the threat posed by the human monarch would diminish significantly. The human monarch, however, cared not for such trifles. Lacking a spear, he still had his fists, his feet, and his teeth. Pouring every ounce of his being into a frenzied assault against the Hujiao monarchs, he demonstrated a remarkable capacity to dominate. Scattering the ranks of the Hujiao warriors, puff, until a sharp claw pierced through his chest. He had not noticed that his armor had been rent in the fierce battle, exposing a gaping wound. A massive hole appeared, revealing white bones and mangled flesh, with his heart, torn by the claw, still thumping wildly. Yet, the human monarch's resolve did not waver. He thrust his hand into his own chest, grasping the claw of the Hujiao monarch. And with a violent tug, he pulled it through his own body, tearing it free. 10 fingers, akin to steel rods, forcefully shattered the hardened scales, plunging into the flesh of the tiger serpent's arm. Then, with every ounce of strength, he exerted a tremendous pull, managing to extract nearly half of the tiger serpent king's body through the gaping wound in its chest. No one could fathom the agony he endured. Ha ha ha! Gazing at the enemy within arm's reach, he longed to laugh, yet his throat was choked with blood, silencing his voice. "Madman! You lunatic!" Witnessing the grotesque, blood-soaked grin of the tiger serpent king, his nerves were on the brink of collapse. And what awaited him were the relentless blows of a human king. It seemed as though the human king had forgotten everything. Even when other tiger serpent kings rushed to his aid, he remained motionless, solely focused on unleashing his fists. With a resounding thud, the final punch landed, and the tiger serpent king's skull was obliterated. The heart could no longer supply blood. The frothy blood in his mouth was expelled, and the human king finally found his voice, and called Ding Hai. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, another tiger serpent king charged at him, claws aimed to crush his skull. Boom! In an instant, the advancing tiger serpent king abruptly altered its trajectory, hurtling in another direction, not by its own volition, but propelled away by an external force. It was an arrow. Accompanying the arrow was a cold youth wielding a longbow. Upon seeing the youth's arrival, Ding Hai seemed poised to utter something, yet found himself utterly voiceless despite his efforts. "I will avenge you." The youth gently supported the battered Ding Hai, speaking softly. Then, with tender care, he laid down the lifeless Ding Hai. Refraining from closing his unblinking eyes just yet, he must witness how vengeance against the tiger serpents would unfold. Another human king had come, eager to accompany him in death. The tiger serpent king, as an enemy, had no time for their melodrama. As the youth settled Ding Hai, it came charging forward. "I am and I am here to slay you." He moved with remarkable speed, even managing to place Ding Hai down with care. Without turning, the longbow in his hand swung like a club, striking the tiger serpent king with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The tremendous force rendered the Tiger Serpent King utterly defenseless, embedding it deep into the city wall. The wall itself trembled under the immense power, its foundation unstable, swaying precariously with the risk of collapse. Kill him. The Tiger Serpent King did not relent. Instead, they surged forward in a frenzy. He surveyed his surroundings and swiftly nocked an arrow, unleashing a barrage of arrows capable of grievously wounding even kings, as if they were worth nothing. Just like the human king before him, who had subdued a dozen Tiger Serpent Kings single-handedly. Yet for this was merely the prologue. His speed eclipsed that of the arrows. He leapt into the fray and swiftly crushed a Tiger Serpent King that had just evaded an arrow beneath his feet. Another arrow followed. In a mere 10 minutes of combat, he had slain 5 Tiger Serpent Kings of equal rank, displaying an unparalleled prowess. Damn it! When did the humans give birth to such a prodigy? This time, even the notoriously fierce and bloodthirsty tiger serpents felt a twinge of fear. Though they surrounded none dared to advance. Their hesitation, however, did not deter Chapter 40, the onslaught at the Eastern Sea. Since the vice-commander of Dinghai had left the city, only an hour had passed, and the 30,000 humans within the city had nearly vanished. The tiger serpents, who had rampaged through the city, upon seeing the arrival of human reinforcements, lost their will to fight and fled into the Jiang River, disappearing in an instant. All that remained were the acrid smoke, raging fires, and the scattered remains of the slain. By the time the vice-commander led the survivors back into the city and beheld the torn bodies of their kin, wails of sorrow echoed across the Jiang River. Even with Yi's extraordinary talents and unmatched combat prowess, he was powerless to protect all his kin within the city. Sensing the lingering, ghastly scent of blood, the youth was consumed by an unprecedented fury, yet could only unleash his pent-up rage upon the remnants of the fleeing tiger serpents. It wasn't until his quiver ran dry and no more tiger serpents remained in sight that the breathless youth came to a halt. Tell me, is the mastermind behind this the Eastern Sea Dragon clan? He seized a captive tiger serpent king, demanding loudly die in this era of Emperor Zhuanqiu. The human race had no enmity with any clan, save for the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Due to their imprisonment, they had sought trouble. You want to know? I refuse to tell you. The Tiger Serpent King, aware of his impending doom, had no intention of speaking. He understood that the Tiger Serpent clan had irreparably offended the human race. And without a protective backing, the Tiger Serpent clan would face annihilation at the hands of the humans. The example of the Mountain Gao clan was still fresh in their minds. Even under coercion, he remained silent. Had it not been for the vice-commander intervening, he might have beaten him to death. After deliberation, it was decided to send him back to Shoshan, where Jiang Tai would make the final decision. 10 days later, Jiang Tai's orders arrived alongside reinforcements. Who had long reached his limit, immediately took the command. What did the clan leader say? The vice-commander inquired eagerly. The ancestor said to mobilize the entire clan's strength to sweep the Eastern Sea shores, to settle accounts and interrogate the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So it was indeed the Eastern Sea Dragon clan's doing? The vice-commander's brow furrowed with concern. Everyone knows the might of the Dragon clan. Even though many formidable beings fell during the battle between Emperor Zhuanqiu and the Gonggong clan, the top-tier combatants within their ranks remain substantial. If we engage the Dragon clan in war, it will surely be the humans who suffer. That is of no consequence, he replied mysteriously, observing the vice-commander's growing anxiety, and then slowly explained. The ancestor said that if it wasn't the Dragon clan's doing, then let the Eastern Sea Dragon clan prove it themselves. The human race still has me, but the vice-commander intended to say more, yet was interrupted as he dashed off to prepare the troops. Without even waiting for the reinforcements, he led over 10,000 vanguard soldiers, impatiently heading towards various locations along the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Sea, in a grand hall constructed of crystal and glazed glass, adorned with countless rare treasures, the rulers of the Yinglong lineage had gathered to discuss matters. Their lineage had been beset by calamities. Once one of the most powerful branches of the Dragon clan, they had lost half their might in the war against the Gonggong clan, and the remaining powerful beings had been dispatched to quell Emperor Zhuanqiu's wrath due to the Yinglong's reckless actions. Now, they could scarcely muster a single formidable being. Their daily lives were fraught with envy and oppression from their kin, further deepening their resentment. unable to retaliate against their own kind and too fearful to confront Emperor Xuanqiu. The humans became their sole target. The result was that the Yinglong's ancestor could not be rescued, and instead, they had inadvertently caused the death of their most promising genius destined to ascend to greatness. This ignited a complete eruption of resentment within the Yinglong lineage. How dare the weak humans treat our dragon clan in such a manner? We must retaliate. The dragons gathered together and resolved to teach the humans a lesson. Thus, they orchestrated the previous scheme. However, it failed, provoking the humans to mobilize 200,000 troops, sweeping through the entire eastern sea shores and advancing toward the dragon clan's territory. Could the humans truly have uncovered anything? One dragon asked, filled with trepidation. The 200,000 troops of the humans posed an existential crisis for the currently weakened Yinglong lineage. Did the humans dare to provoke the entire dragon clan? Another dragon retorted. Upon reflection, this reasoning seemed sound, and the dragons nodded in agreement, convinced of its validity. However, to leave no loose ends, it was wise to eliminate the Tiger Serpent clan. A dragon proposed this, prompting a chorus of agreement. As long as the matter was handled discreetly, even if the humans learned of it, they could be left with no evidence. At that point, even if the humans were reluctant, they would have no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of their actions. None of the dragons present believed that the humans would dare to confront the entire dragon clan over a mere 10,000 kin. These dragons undoubtedly inherited the character of their ancestor, the Yinglong, marked by an astonishing capacity for action. From the decision to eliminate the Tiger Serpent clan to its execution, a mere 2 days elapsed. When they reconvened, there was no trace of tension, only a sense of triumphant pride. Bang! At that moment, the glazed door was forcefully burst open from the outside, a dragon, shimmering in a stunning ice-blue hue. Over 1,000 feet long and more beautiful than the purest crystal entered, the current leading dragon of the clan. Yet, at this moment, the ice dragon's face was filled with an exceedingly complex array of emotions. Upon seeing the Yinglong lineage's faces immediately betrayed a hint of guilt, and they hurried to welcome him. Clan leader what brings you here? Looking at these dragons, Yi's face was filled with disdain. Yet he maintained his composure and inquired, was it you who orchestrated the incident involving the humans? As soon as the question was posed, the Yinglong lineage fell silent, and after a long pause, one of them quietly replied, "You know, it was truly you? How dare you?" Upon receiving confirmation, he exploded with rage, glaring furiously at these thoughtless fools before him. Just like their ancestor, that imbecile Yinglong, this cannot be blamed on us. If there is blame, it lies with the humans for being so ungrateful. They actually dared to imprison our ancestor Yinglong. When we went to reclaim the dragon, the humans even killed the dragon we sent. How dare the mere humans insult our dragon clan in such a manner? We cannot let this go unpunished, indeed. We are all here for the dragon clan. The lineage of the Yinglong explained in a cacophony of voices. The subtext was unmistakable. I am a member of the dragon clan, and everything I do is for our kin. So you must protect us. Fool! He could no longer contain his fury. Scales erupted from his body like a porcupine's quills. Threads of dragon blood seeped from the gaps in his scales, and a terrifying pressure erupted like a geyser, overwhelming the entire Yinglong lineage and rendering them powerless upon the ground. After a moment of venting, he reluctantly retracted his oppressive aura. After all, he was a clan dragon. As the clan leader, he could not simply turn a blind eye. He had to find ways to assist these dragons in their predicament. Where have you hidden the Huijiao clan? Hand them over, and it would at least provide some justification to the human race. He shook his head helplessly, striving to quell his anger as he inquired calmly. The Huijiao clan has already been dealt with. Indeed, they were handled very thoroughly. There will be no loose ends, clan leader, please rest assured. Upon hearing this, the Yinglong lineage gained confidence, nodding vigorously, their pride swelling. What? Who had just begun to regain his composure, erupted in rage once more. He looked incredulously at this group of fools, wishing he could strangle them. Clan leader, you are being overly cautious. They are merely the human race. Do they dare to challenge our dragon clan? Not receiving the praise they had anticipated, the Yinglong lineage felt somewhat dissatisfied. Fools. All of you are fools. Do you truly believe that a war between our clan and the humans is merely a matter between the two races? Emperor Zhuanqiu has long sought to subdue our dragon clan. He simply lacked the opportunity, and now you have handed him the very reason. Do you not realize that the very day our clan goes to war with the humans? The following day, Emperor Zhuanqiu's soldiers will join the fray. Chapter 41. Accountability of the Dragon Clan by the Eastern Sea. The initial exhilaration he felt from the expedition to clear the coast of the Eastern Sea plummeted into the abyss, even igniting greater fury. What had he witnessed along this journey? Not just the 30,000 kin of Jiangshui City, but the remaining 70,000 scattered along the eastern sea coast met a similar fate. Villages were razed, kin slaughtered, their bodies left unrecognizable. Decades of human development were obliterated in an instant. 100,000 souls, with barely 1,000 survivors. The first thing he did upon reaching each location was to recover the corpses of those who had perished in the wilderness. Dragon Clan, come forth! He roared towards the eastern sea. His hands never faltered. Arrows, like shooting stars, rained down into the ocean. A tremendous force erupted, conjuring towering waves that surged skyward, obliterating countless aquatic beings, including dragon soldiers measuring several meters in length. Unlike the human race, the Dragon Clan operated on a model of elite lineage. Every member born was inherently a being of innate caliber. Thus, the vast Dragon Clan, ruling the entire Eastern Sea, did not boast a significantly larger population than the human race. Each dragon could be considered exceedingly precious. These movements did not cease. Rather, they intensified, as dragon soldiers hidden beneath the waves continued to fall. Witnessing the corpses of dragons afloat on the sea, Yi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Having already witnessed the demise of over 100 dragons, it became evident that the dragon density in this sea was abnormally high, yet no dragon strongholds made their presence known. Was this not a sign of guilt? Initially uncertain, he now firmly placed the blood feud of the 100,000 kin squarely on the shoulders of the Dragon Clan. Just as Jiang Tai had said, if the Dragon Clan was not responsible, then they ought to provide proof. Cease this at once. Young one, do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you? An enraged dragon roar erupted from the depths of the sea. Soon after, a bottomless whirlpool appeared on the surface, and a dragon measuring 1,000 feet broke through the waves, twisting its body to deflect a barrage of arrows. A formidable aura radiated from it, stirring the entire sea into chaos. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, the sun obscured, as if an ancient thunderstorm had erupted, casting the magnificent dragon in a regal light. Within the ranks of the human forces, banners snapped, formations were thrown into disarray. The overwhelming presence of power was unmistakable. Do you dare? A glint of satisfaction flickered in Yi's eyes, yet he did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he drew his bow, aimed at the colossal dragon, and released a flurry of arrows. Seeking death, the colossal dragon, feeling the sting of pain coursing through its body, seethed with anger. A minor king of the human race dared to be so audacious? Had it truly sought death? Surely, it was unaware that this longbow was crafted from the dragon horns of your kind, and the bowstring was made from the sinews of your kin. He sneered contemptuously, yet did not draw another arrow. Instead, he channeled an immense amount of vitality and blood into the longbow before releasing the string. Howl as he released his grip, the sound of the bowstring snapping echoed across the sea, accompanied by a dragon's furious roar, reverberating endlessly. Feeling the unique intimidation that belonged to the Dragon Clan emanating from the longbow, the colossal dragon's movements faltered. Could it be that this weapon was indeed forged from our own kin? One must admit, your Dragon Clan is truly a treasure trove, perfectly suited for crafting spiritual artifacts. Observing the colossal dragon momentarily stunned, he spoke again. His intent was to provoke the mighty dragon further. On this visit to the Eastern Sea, witnessing the scenes before him, he would not be satisfied until several mighty dragons of the Eastern Sea had met their demise. He harbored no concern that his personal vendetta would embroil the human race in trouble. After all, his ancestor had claimed that he would bear the burden of any consequences. Ancestor was invincible. The mere Dragon Clan could be extinguished with a mere gesture. Roar, human brat, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. Provoked by Yi's taunts, the mighty dragon, indeed, became enraged. With a thunderous roar, it lunged toward the human ranks with its gaping maw. Excellent. Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his entire being infused with exhilaration. Along this journey, He had slain numerous king-level beings. It had grown tiresome. Encountering a mighty dragon for the first time, he wondered if he could defeat it. Ao, cease this at once. Just then, a roar far more powerful than that of the innate dragon erupted from the eastern sea. A dragon measuring 3,000 feet broke through the ocean's surface, cleaving the sea in two. Following that, the heads of numerous dragons surfaced, almost occupying half of the sea, silent yet poised in a standoff against the 200,000-strong human army. It was the Dragon Clan's leader, E, leading 10,000 dragon soldiers to the scene. After halting Ao, his formidable eyes, radiating an aura of authority, fixed upon E as if they could crush him with a glance. Humph! Yet E merely scoffed, standing tall and unyielding, refusing to back down. Humans, you have mistaken your target. The events at the Eastern Sea are not the doing of my Dragon Clan. Realizing his intimidation had borne no fruit, Yi's demeanor softened as he began to explain, as the leader of the Dragon Clan and a mighty being, it was already a significant concession for him to condescend to explain to a mere king-level youth of the human race. Now, it was up to the humans to decide their course of action. Not the work of the Dragon Clan? Then provide evidence, he questioned without mercy. Evidence? It would be better to present it to me. Upon hearing this, Yi's heart sank, sensing trouble. Did the humans truly possess evidence? Those fools of the Yinglong lineage. Did they not assert that everything had been handled thoroughly? It seemed that resolving this matter amicably would not be so simple today, however. The human race would likely not wish to sever ties with my Dragon Clan. In the end, they would deny everything and offer some form of compensation to see if they could. Wait, what? You expect my Dragon Clan to provide evidence? He appeared somewhat confused, uncertain as he inquired again. Indeed, you cannot simply claim it was not you without substantiation, can you? He replied nonchalantly. Wait, you should be the ones presenting evidence. He finally regained his composure and retorted, bewildered. We humans are the victims. You expect the victims to provide evidence? This is utterly unreasonable. How can you still claim it was not your Dragon Clan? He asserted with righteous indignation, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. Young one, I am trying to reason with you, yet you mock my Dragon Clan so brazenly. Do you truly believe my kin are easily bullied? He finally grasped the situation, his anger boiling over as he questioned fiercely. The massive dragon body arched, a terrifying chill emanating from its form, freezing the surrounding sea within moments and rapidly extending outward. We humans are not to be trifled with. Facing this cataclysmic pressure, he showed no signs of fear and immediately pushed back. Very well, very well. The human race truly possesses a backbone. He, in a fit of rage, laughed darkly, yet did not resort to violence. Instead, he declared, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can defeat my clan's prodigy, I shall pardon you for your disrespect toward me. He was acutely aware that a war with the human race was precisely what Emperor Zhuanchu desired. While the human race might lack depth, they were indeed wealthy, and hiring a few mighty beings would not pose a challenge, much to Emperor Zhuanchu's delight. Yet, he could not afford to lose face. So he sought to find a way to save his own pride. Naturally, he never doubted that his prodigies would emerge victorious. As he spoke, he prepared to select a king-level dragon, an Onid. I find this one quite suitable. Perfect for honing my skills, he interjected, pointing at the mighty dragon named Ao. Chapter 42. Drawing the bow to shoot the dragon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere around the eastern sea fell into an eerie silence. Regardless of whether they belonged to the dragon race or the human race, all gazes were fixated upon the spirited youth before them, imbued with an air of audacity, in this era devoid of divine beings. A comprehensive view of the world reveals that only Emperor Zhuanchu has attained the fifth realm, while the formidable powers of the fourth realm remain the pinnacle of strength among countless races, capable of safeguarding the prosperity of a lineage for millennia. Even the likes of Jiang Tai and Emperor Zhuanchu, in their youth, never entertained thoughts of transcending realms in rebellion. The crux of the matter lies not in the lack of brilliance of Jiang Tai or Emperor Zhuanchu, but rather in the simplicity and instability of the cultivation system. It is akin to constructing a house. In modern times, steel and concrete enable the effortless erection of skyscrapers, yet in primitive times, one could only fashion a hut from a few withered branches and a heap of leaves, destined from the outset to be of limited height. Should one attempt to elevate it further, the inevitable result would be a collapse, burying the builder beneath. No one believed that E could prevail. E, what do you intend to do? The first to react was a human monarch, tugging at E's garment in an attempt to dissuade him from this seemingly jestful decision. All right, I accept. The human monarch received no reply from E, only to hear Ao's raucous laughter echoing. Fearing that he might have a change of heart, he thought it utterly foolish for a mere monarch to dare challenge a formidable dragon. The human race? Human prodigies? Ha! Throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in such defiance. Not even the current emperors. Following this, a cacophony of mocking voices from countless dragons ensued. They regarded E as an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky, mistakenly believing that the limited space above their heads constituted the entirety of the heavens. Even the Dragon Lord briefly displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Ao, remember to spare his life. Rest assured, I know my limits. In stark contrast to the dragon's contempt, the humans appeared exceedingly anxious. The few remaining monarchs hurriedly gathered around Ai, seeking ways to thwart this unfair contest. After all, he was the sole human prodigy with the potential to transcend into a formidable being, personally mentored by Jiang Tai, with limitless prospects ahead. These human monarchs were all kin of Jiang Tai, witnessing firsthand the arduous ascent of the human race. Thus they could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away so carelessly. But how could they persuade the dragons? With the tides having turned, the dragons would likely not relent. I shall fight in Yi's stead, declared one human monarch. Just as the debate reached a fervent climax, Yi's voice resonated calmly. Why do you believe I will certainly lose? Yi, the human monarch wished to articulate a response, yet upon meeting Yi's starry-eyed gaze brimming with confidence, he found himself at a loss for words. That gaze was familiar. He felt as if he had seen it before. It stirred within him a fervor that propelled the human race forward, a steadfast pride that would never yield. Could it be that he truly believes he can win? Such thoughts arose unbidden. Prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Today we feast on dragon meat. Before the human monarch could react, he declared, striding boldly toward his adversary. Well said. We await your invitation for dragon meat. What audacity, truly, he is a son of the human race. Some wished to offer words of caution, but others intervened, sharing a glance that conveyed understanding. Since he was so confident, perhaps they should let him test his mettle, trusting that a son nurtured by the clan leader would not be one to merely boast. Yet, secretly, each clasped their treasured artifacts tightly. Even if he were to falter, their presence would provide a safety net. Once both races dispatched their combatants, a battleground ample enough for a lone human and a dragon was swiftly prepared. As the dragon soared, its scales and claws glimmering, a potent surge of vitality surged forth, resonating like waves crashing against rocks, even from hundreds of miles away. The vast East Sea seemed a playground for the dragon. In contrast, he remained composed, his vitality steady, his spirit contained. Though phenomena manifested around him, they paled in comparison to the might of the formidable dragon, akin to the moon beside a firefly. In fact, he could scarcely measure up to even a typical monarch-level being. Humph! I thought you possessed some grand abilities. Have you been so frightened that your vitality has waned? Upon witnessing this scene, Ao's disdain deepened. In this age, all races relied upon the strength of their bloodlines in combat, and the vigor of one's vitality became the paramount standard for assessing power. Yi's current state led all to believe he had been so thoroughly cowed that even his vitality had diminished. Unless you try, how will you know? He remained unfazed, calmly adjusting his bowstring. Do you truly think you are worthy to contend with me? This declaration did not incite a shred of wariness in Ao. Rather, it further fueled his contempt. Let Tai come. With that, Ao charged forward, not even resorting to the powers of his bloodline, determined to vanquish this audacious human solely through raw strength, employing the most direct and brutal means. One could even glimpse through the gaping maw of the formidable dragon, witnessing the blood vessels pulsating in rhythm with its heart. The breath it exhaled stirred a tempest of blood and gore, uprooting trees along the coast. Sand was swept away, revealing the black rocks of the shoreline, as a colossal tsunami surged forth, inundating the coast. An apocalyptic spectacle. In response, he merely continued to regulate his breathing. His right hand gradually drawing the bowstring. It seemed as though he had completely lost awareness of the approaching formidable dragon. His ancestor had once said that this world is far more than it appears. Lakes, rivers, mountains, and even oceans are vast. Yet above them loom even greater expanses, the celestial bodies known as stars suspended in the sky. From that day forth, he harbored an insatiable longing for the world above. Yet he had never witnessed it, nor possessed the capability to ascend and explore. The only reliance he had was the longbow in his hand. If he could not ascend, then he would bring it down. With a sigh, he expelled a breath of stagnant air, the longbow drawn to its fullest. Yet he did not release in the next moment. The previously tranquil vitality surged forth, transforming into an unfathomable vortex, continuously funneling energy into the arrow in his grasp. Everyone present felt a palpable shift in the air, as if something had emerged, actively converging toward Yi's longbow. It resembled vitality, yet bore subtle differences. No one could articulate what it was, until that essence accumulated in ever greater abundance, radiating brilliant light akin to the morning sun or the zenith of midday, filled with the vitality of flourishing flora and the refreshing essence of ocean water, an intricately complex sensation. Yet the singular truth remained. All these elements brimmed with vibrant life. This aura elevated Yi, whose vitality had appeared so feeble, to an unprecedented height, one capable of threatening formidable beings. Star Piercer, with a thunderous shout, Yi released the bowstring. Not good. Chapter 43. Dare to insult the human race. Though there was no dispute over the outcome, Yi's attention remained fixated on the battlefield between the human and the dragon, primarily to prevent Ao from succumbing to madness and slaying the human prodigy. Such an act would only ignite a full-blown war between the two races, rather than the current standoff, benefiting Emperor Zhuanxu as a bystander. While this scenario might not be particularly detrimental for the human race, who had cultivated amicable relations, it would be an unbearable blow for the dragon race, already severely weakened. Yet as time passed, Yi's perspective shifted. What power is that? Could it truly allow a monarch to defy a formidable being? He was certain it was not the strength of a spiritual treasure. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts coursed through Yi's mind. Was it the power of Emperor Zhuanxu? No, he had borne witness to the conflict between Zhuanxu and the Gonggong clan. The two were entirely different. Was it the power of the Tai clan? He had thoroughly studied that clan. There was no doubt that they were prodigious talents, capable of devising methods to forge spiritual treasures upon first encountering the extraordinary, and within a millennium, leading the frail human race to rise and break through to the level of formidable beings. To label them as monstrosities would not be an exaggeration. In all the myriad races, it was unlikely anyone could claim superiority over the Tai clan in terms of innate talent. If this were a novel power system birthed by them, it would not be impossible. Of course, there remained one possibility most favorable to the dragon race, that this monarch-level human had developed it independently, given the relationship between the human race and Emperor Zhuanxu. Should this power come to light, it would soon be shared with the emperor. The three clans that had conspired to slay the severely injured Emperor Zhuanxu were still alive solely because he had yet to recover. Unable to exact vengeance, should the emperor acquire this power, even in his weakened state, it would suffice to obliterate the three clans. Knowing Zhuanxu's temperament, he would never allow such an opportunity to slip away. The notion that this new power system was developed solely by the human race presented the most favorable scenario for the dragon race, as they could extinguish this power system, even claiming it as their own. Now, the dragon race faced a dilemma reminiscent of their earlier confrontation with the wounded Emperor Zhuanxu. Should they mend ties with the human race and lower their heads in submission? Or, these intricate thoughts raced through Yi's mind in a mere breath. The situation on the battlefield had undergone a dramatic transformation. The arrow in Yi's hand was released, its energy potent enough to annihilate an unprepared Ao. Not good. Yi's expression changed, and he acted swiftly. The dragon race could no longer endure the loss of a formidable being. Yet, more than that, their hearts were consumed with greed. If Emperor Zhuanxu could ascend to the fifth realm, then could he not achieve the same with this newfound power? Why not? Emperor Zhuanxu was merely 2,000 years old. He, known as Yi, has surpassed 10,000 years of existence, his profound depth far exceeding that of the once mighty Emperor Zhuanxu. Having witnessed the power of the fifth realm firsthand, he now seeks to harness this formidable system of strength. If only he could break through to the fifth realm. If only he could break through to the fifth realm. What of the human race? What of Emperor Zhuanxu? None of that matters. The Dragon Clan shall not shy away from contending for the position of the supreme ruler of this world. This power, it shall be mine. With this thought, he cast aside any hesitation and decisively moved, ignoring the perilously endangered Ao. Charging straight towards Yi in the face of such an unfair battle, the human race remained ever vigilant. The moment he made his move, some sensed the impending danger. Before they could voice their outrage, they were met with an even more horrifying sight. What do you intend to do? At the furious roar of the human king, all eyes fell upon the errant E. The human king instinctively rushed forward, positioning himself in front of E. Gripping his powerful spiritual treasure tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, attempting to obstruct the Dragon Clan's lord. They were acutely aware of their inability to match E, yet if they could only stall him for a moment, allowing E the chance to react and escape, it would suffice. But they had grossly misjudged the gap in power. As the lord of the Dragon Clan, Yi's strength far surpassed that of ordinary formidable beings. With a mere flick of his dragon tail, he sent several human kings, armed with powerful spiritual treasures, flying. Had it not been for their armor, they would have surely perished on the spot. How dare you? Do you not fear that the lord of my clan will come to eradicate your Eastern Sea Dragon Clan? One human king struggled to rise, roaring in anger. Yet paid no heed, relentlessly advancing towards It was only at this moment that the onlookers and dragons grasped the situation, gazing into the sky, where a terrifying dragon, towering at 3,000 zhang, loomed. The human hearts were intertwined with fury, despair, and dread. Sons of the Dragon Clan, annihilate these humans. The formidable dragons quickly realized these intentions and swiftly rallied their forces to attack the 20,000-strong human army on the shore. Even if he could swiftly ascend to the fifth realm after acquiring that power, the breakthrough would still require time. They must eliminate all these humans to ensure that the news would not leak, thus granting the time needed for his ascension. The vast mountains and rivers separating the Eastern Sea and Shoshan would take years for even flying races to traverse. It was only due to the human race's wealth that they could amass such a large army in such a short time. As long as the Dragon Clan acted decisively, meanwhile, he had already reached The efforts of the several human kings proved utterly futile. Boy, hand over that power to me, and perhaps you may die a merciful death. Currently, exhausted from unleashing that star-piercing arrow, had no strength left for resistance, let alone escape. The might of that arrow was extraordinary. The Dragon Lord Ao was pierced through, his heart punctured, rendering him incapable of further resistance. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood the Dragon Lord's intentions, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Dream on. Even if you destroy it, I shall not grant you a thing. The human race may be weak, but they are never lacking in courage and spirit. Yet Yi's speed was simply too swift, far surpassing the exhausted Yi, and before he could finish his words, he was already upon him. He could even smell the foul stench emanating from the dragon's gaping maw. A massive dragon claw lunged towards Yi, halting his movements. Buzz just then, the armor on Yi's chest erupted in radiant brilliance, forming a halo that enveloped him. The aura he had previously wielded resurfaced. Yet it was exponentially more potent. The lush greenery withered in an instant, the clear waters turned murky, and even the blood within the corpses was drawn forth, as the essence of the world was frantically siphoned away. Creak, creak. The dragon claw collided with the halo, producing a sharp, ear-piercing friction akin to the clash of blades. He could not advance an inch. Dragon Clan, do you believe my human race is devoid of defenders? Chapter 44. Blood Spear stabilizing the sea, pressing the dragon. The Dragon Clan, powerful beyond compare, far surpassing the likes of the Mountain Gourd and Tiger Jiao, consists of beings of innate caliber at the very least. Even if the human race was affluent enough to arm every individual with treasures surpassing their own level, and despite their numerical advantage, they still could not gain an upper hand against the dragon army led by formidable beings and kings. Were it not for the human race's quest for vengeance, their morale bolstered, they would have likely crumbled at the first encounter. If only our human clan's leader were present, would you dare to act so recklessly? Some, torn apart in the fray, let out unwilling roars as they met their demise. Yet the slaughter would not cease. Jiang Tai was not present here. Dragon Clan, do you believe my human race is so defenseless? Until a voice, dignified and solemn, resonated across the battlefield. echoing along the eastern sea's shores. A golden sun radiated an unparalleled aura, blinding to the eyes, with a terrifying figure standing amidst it, akin to a celestial emperor, surveying the world with disdain. Wherever his gaze fell, it seemed to carry an overwhelming will, compelling even the proudest true dragons to bow their heads. The two clashing races, previously engaged in battle, instinctively halted their movements. They could not defy this will, as if it embodied the very principles of heaven and earth, unyielding. Only a few formidable dragons remained unaffected, yet even they felt a repulsive force, as if ensnared in a quagmire, each movement inviting greater resistance. Tai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the figure before him. Yet what prevailed was a sense of dread. Wasn't he on the distant shores of the eastern sea? Why was he here? Why was his might so overwhelming? Was he not merely a youth scarcely over 1,000 years? Could it be? The human clan's leader, Tai Yi, has already transcended to the fifth realm. How else could he exert such terrifying pressure? This level of power he had only sensed from Emperor Zhuangxiu and Gonggong. Why is the way of heaven so unjust? Is that truly the clan leader? Ha ha ha, our clan's leader has arrived. Today, we shall slay you all and obliterate the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Clan members, counterattack. In stark contrast to the Dragon Clan's terror, the human race erupted in celebration. The human army, on the brink of collapse and retreat, transformed in an instant into a formidable force, swords raised, charging at the dragons. With only about 20,000 dragons present, even if they were all of innate caliber or higher. As long as no formidable dragons intervened, the human race could indeed contend with them, even gain the upper hand. Tai Yi, cease your pretense. You are but 1,000 years old. What merit do you possess to ascend to the fifth realm? Yi, having regained his composure after a moment of panic, quickly rationalized. He did not believe Jiang Tai could break through to the fifth realm in such a short span. The only explanation for the power that enabled Yi to contend against formidable beings must lie with Tai Yi. This unknown power was indeed astonishing. Yet the vast distance between the Eastern Sea and Shoshan spanned millions of mountains and rivers. Even if it were truly the fifth realm, it would be impossible for such a reach. The figure before him was merely bluffing. Thinking thus, he cast aside his concerns, brandishing his claws, intent on tearing the figure apart. The dragon claws, enveloped in chilling energy, had previously only leaked a fraction of their power. Capable of freezing vast expanses of sea, now, coalescing into a singular offensive, one could only imagine its terror. But before he could strike, a blood spear, as if freshly emerged from a blood pool, plummeted from the 33 heavens. With a thud, it pierced his neck, pinning him to the shoreline, writhed in agony. Yet the blood spear felt as if it were imbued with the weight of mountains, nearly impossible to dislodge. He could only twist his body to alleviate the pain. From above, he appeared like a white eel skewered on a cutting board, awaiting dissection. After a long while, he finally managed to break the spear's tip free, allowing him to raise his head once more. Observing this, Jiang Tai remained silent, merely exerting pressure into the void, preparing to summon more spears of war. Feeling the pain at his neck, a glimmer of panic flashed in Yi's eyes, and he dared not make any further moves. Hastily pleading for mercy that I, the little dragon, shall bear the responsibility for today's events, he conceded. He was uncertain whether Jiang Tai possessed only a single strike's might, but he had but one life to lose. Should he endure another hit, his life would surely be forfeit. Yielding now was not without its pathways to survival. He was gambling, hoping that Jiang Tai shared the same stance as the Dragon Clan. Unwilling to be perpetually subjugated by Emperor Zhuangxiu, to be the eternal sovereign of the world. In truth, the circumstances between the two clans were rather similar. It seemed that the weaker party held the moral high ground. If so, then you shall journey to Shoshan and present your spear as an apology. How does that sound, Dragon Clan Lord? Jiang Tai, expressionless, replied slowly, agreed. Upon hearing this proposed resolution, Yi's face twitched, but he ultimately gritted his teeth in acceptance. Today, the Dragon Clan's pride would indeed be trampled underfoot by the human race. Who was to blame for the Dragon Clan's 3 miscalculations? That they were not outright slaughtered was a testament to the human clan leader's benevolence. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but remember the foolishness of the Yinglong lineage. Were it not for those thoughtless beings, this situation would never have arisen, and he would not find himself in such a predicament. No, If he were to suffer, they would not escape unscathed either. Rather than allow them to remain within the clan to continue endangering the Dragon Clan, it would be better to hand them over. Eliminating any future threats. Chapter 45. Essence on Shoshan. Jiang Tai, seated upon the cliff, slowly opened his eyes, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth, cold and lethal. A gentle breeze wafted from below the cliff, stirring his long hair. Just then, a bird flew overhead, struggling against the headwind, flapping its wings with all its might as he was about to leap over the cliff, passing by the vicinity of Jiang Tai. His movements suddenly faltered, an instinctive urge to flee surging within him. In that fleeting moment, a decisive severance occurred. The once whole bird was cleaved apart by an unseen force, the edges smooth and even. Upon closer observation, it seemed as though an inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings, transforming everything into instruments of lethal intent. Even the gentle breeze could morph into a weapon of death, regardless of how many times one had witnessed such a phenomenon. It remained utterly astonishing. Who incited such murderous intent within you? A resonant voice boomed from below the cliff. It was long after Emperor Zhuanqiu entrusted him to the care of the human race. Jiang Tai constructed a dedicated prison for him. Bound by several chains of copper, he was confined in this place. Displayed before me, does he not fear that I might learn from him? Receiving no response from Jiang Tai, Ying Long continued to inquire. He appeared to be in decent condition, possessing the strength to jest. If you can learn, then you are free to do so, Jiang Tai replied. He then formed a seal, channeling vital energy akin to a river into the chains binding Ying Long, securing him firmly at the cliff's base. This was the culmination of Jiang Tai's efforts over the years, drawing upon the multitude of cultivation systems exchanged from various races. He had forged a path of cultivation that transcended the mere honing of vital blood. This was the essence of energy. The essence resided within all things, trees, rivers, oceans, and the earth, ubiquitous in nature. Building upon the inward pursuit of the vital blood cultivation system, he sought outward. Not only did this elevate his combat prowess to a staggering level, but it also prolonged the duration of battle to an extraordinary extent. It could be said that as long as there existed essence in the surroundings, Jiang Tai could engage in an unceasing struggle. This was also the fundamental reason why he could defy the formidable powers with his kingly might. Naturally, this did not grant Jiang Tai the combat strength to confront a great emperor. For he had yet to reach that realm. However, he could still contend with the half-step great emperor level of the which, as described by Ying Long in a vague sense, he felt that the path of cultivation he had embarked upon seemed to be leading towards a direction ill-suited for this world. Although uncertain whether it was good or bad, he never ceased his forward momentum. Perhaps it was not appropriate for this world, yet it resonated profoundly with his own being. He had not refrained from attempting various avenues, such as tapping into spiritual energy, primordial energy, or even contemplating the essence of the heavens and earth. Yet, perhaps due to the world recently bearing the scars of divine warfare, it was reluctant to allow sentient beings to wield such power, resulting in stagnation in his progress. Years later, I have arrived at a gust of frigid wind howled past, the immense aura of a peak power laid bare, almost staining half the sky crimson. Within the city of Shoshan, countless humans gazed upward in terror. Jiang Tai remained silent, continuously forming seals while murmuring incantations. The anguished roars of the dragon race soon followed, as the clouds were rent asunder, and an uncontrollable frost giant dragon, measuring 3,000 zhang in length, plummeted, a blood-red pole protruding from its neck, presenting a pitiful sight. The colossal body crashed to the ground, stirring a tempest of sand. If you are to seek forgiveness, it should be done with the appropriate demeanor. Observing the writhing dragon lord before him in agony, Jiang Tai remarked, "Tio, come and admit fault," while maintaining an air of superiority, unwilling to lose face. Such a scenario is hardly plausible. At that moment, the two parties were separated by countless mountains. Jiang Tai could only rely on the life-preserving measures granted to to unleash a single strike. But now, they stood face to face. "Humph, I was wrong. Cease your incantations, please." Feeling the pain radiating from the spear, he repeatedly begged for mercy. "I only aimed to keep Emperor Zhuanqiu unaware. It would benefit both races." What brings you here?" Before Jiang Tai could respond, Yinglong's panicked exclamations echoed from below the cliff, accompanied by the clinking of chains. Is this not due to the foolishness of your lineage? At the mention of this matter, he felt a surge of anger. Despite the pain causing his eyes to redden, he could not help but roar in indignation. Why lineage? Yinglong fell silent. He certainly understood the misdeeds of his kin, who frequently provoked the human race and attacked Shoshan. Yet, he was oblivious to what transgressions they had committed this time to bring about such a fate for the current Dragon Lord. Compelling him to personally seek forgiveness at Shoshan? If you wish to reminisce, there will be ample time in the future. For now, let us discuss the defeat of the dragon race. Jiang Tai interjected, raising his hand to halt their conversation. Upon hearing this, both dragons fell silent, and a profound stillness enveloped the scene. What does the human lord intend to do? It was agreed that to quell Emperor Zhuanchu's wrath, my dragon race offered all our treasures. He was the first to speak, displaying a somewhat obstinate demeanor, akin to a stubborn pig not fearing boiling water. After all, what he spoke was the truth. Very well, this time. My human race has suffered the loss of 100,000 lives, with prodigies on the brink of becoming great powers nearly perishing at the claws of the dragon. Therefore, I shall slay 100,000 dragons and eradicate all your kin who have the potential to break through to greatness. Jiang Tai's expression remained unchanged as he promptly laid forth his demands. No, absolutely not. This time, before he could voice his protest, Yinglong hastily interjected from below the cliff. If Jiang Tai were to proceed with such an act, it would spell eternal doom for the dragon race. Jiang Tai did not respond, merely remaining seated in silence, resembling a stone statue. Such a demeanor, however, bore tremendous pressure upon the two dragons, their eyes filled with panic, their jaws clenched tight. They did not believe for a moment that Jiang Tai was merely making idle threats. We truly lack resources. If you have any conditions, every city is designed to accommodate at least 100,000 inhabitants, while the remaining populace radiates outward in the form of villages and towns, weaving a vast network that extends across millions of miles of land. However, this method is not without its drawbacks. It is essential to acknowledge that, at present, the primary source of sustenance for the human race still hinges on hunting. With a significant concentration of population and no stable food supply, a single misstep could precipitate a disaster. Even in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, disease ravaged the land until the birth of a human infant, blessed by the gifts of heaven and earth, provided a much-needed respite. His name was Yin. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tai promptly journeyed to Jiangshui City to witness the child for himself. This young boy bore two magnificent horns atop his head and was imbued with a faint scent of grass. Naturally attuned to the ways of flora, he possessed the aura of great potential, yet appeared to be inherently unskilled in combat. Jiang Tai chose not to impose upon him, but instead allowed him the freedom to grow at his own pace. Decades later, when Jiang Tai heard Yan's name once more, he discovered that the boy had developed the ability to identify medicinal herbs and could discern between grass and medicine by tasting them. Tragically, by that time, he had perished from consuming too much grass. Upon learning of this, Jiang Tai's expression turned strangely peculiar. How could such a promising prodigy have met such a hasty demise? Fortunately, his bloodline endured. Although the child shared his father's penchant for grazing point, one could only wonder how much longer he would survive. It seemed he was not meant to be. Yet, regardless, Yan's contributions to humanity remained indelible. It was through his personal exploration of various herbs that humanity was spared the ravages of disease, ensuring prosperity for generations to come. Whether or not he was the individual from Jiang Tai's memories, he felt compelled to take action. A decree was issued, granting his descendants the land of Jiangshui and bestowing the name Yin, so that they would not forget the ancestral commitment to the exploration of herbs. Jiang Tai's voice resonated from the cliffs of Shoshan, swiftly reaching the ears of every member of humanity. Undoubtedly, this was an act of enfeoffment. Furthermore, such instances would become increasingly common until there were no more lands to bestow. Even though countless superior plans lingered in Jiang Tai's mind, for the people of this era, it would not be a misfortune. It would ignite healthy competition. Additionally, Jiang Tai was preparing to delegate authority. Since he had forged the path of vital energy, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, and it would not be long before he touched the threshold of the fifth realm. During this period, he lacked the excess energy required to manage the ever-expanding dominion of humanity. Chapter 47. The rebellion of the Ba clan, the mighty sovereign in the heart of the vast expanse of Dugwang. The once felled celestial construct has now been transformed into a sprawling palace complex. Extending for hundreds of miles, its grandeur rivaling that of a mountain, blocking out the scorching sun above. Presently, the ruler of all under heaven, Emperor Zhuangxu, resides within. Multitudes from various clans traverse and converge at the palace's periphery, some bearing rare treasures to pay tribute, others brandishing state documents in a bid to surrender, and still others drawn by admiration for Emperor Zhuangxu, seeking to align themselves with him. It is difficult to fathom that the Zhuangxu clan managed to erect such a magnificent and prosperous palace in merely a few hundred years. This remarkable feat is attributable to the formidable prowess and extraordinary methods of Emperor Zhuangxu. Centuries ago, he vanquished the Gonggong clan, capturing a vast number of slaves, after which the Zhuangxu clan's army engaged in continuous warfare, conquering nearly all territories save for that beyond the great wilderness to the north. Thus, this palace, rivaling the celestial realm, was constructed. Gazing upon this grand structure, each member of the Zhuangxu clan felt a sense of pride. Their gazes toward the myriad clans were infused with disdain and derision, as if they were born to be superior. Yet, rather than merely a palace, it stood as a symbol of the Zhuangxu clan's immense strength. And all of this stemmed from Emperor Zhuangxu. It is vital to note that prior to the Great Cataclysm, while the Zhuangxu clan was among the most powerful of the myriad races, they were not without adversaries, and their population numbered merely in the tens of thousands. Even now, the Zhuangxu clan did not possess absolute power to dominate all other clans. Though the renown of King Zhuangxu was immense, it was but a fleeting legacy. The subsequent establishment of the Fifth Realm, the decisive battle against the Gonggong clan, and the subjugation of the myriad clans, all came to fruition through the hands of Emperor Zhuangxu himself. One could argue that his methods to weaken the Jinwu, Long, and Feng clans were underhanded, yet one cannot deny his capabilities and tactics. However, just as the Zhuangxu clan reached the zenith of its power, a thunderous report cast a shadow over this flourishing race. A Zhuangxu clansman, riding a fearsome flying beast, rushed into the palace complex with a look of anxiety. Report. The Ba clan has rebelled. Report. Our forces in the great wilderness to the north have been routed by the Ba clan in alliance with the remnants of the Gonggong clan. Report. The Jinwu clan has rebelled, announcing their allegiance to the Ba clan. Report. The Ba clan, representing the myriad clans of the great wilderness to the north, has declared war on Emperor Zhuangxu. One calamity after another struck the once thriving Zhuangxu clan like a torrential downpour. Initially, the ministers of the Zhuangxu clan seethed with rage, cursing the Ba clan. Yet, as more and more clans joined the rebellion, even the Jinwu clan, once a collaborator in the Great Cataclysm, turned against them. The ministers found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts swelling with confusion. Emperor Zhuangxu had triumphed over the Gonggong clan because, at that time, they represented the divine. The myriad clans feared that the brutal deities would return to the world and unleash a great cleansing. Now, however, the Ba clan had little to do with the divine, at least on the surface. How many clans would heed Emperor Zhuangxu's call? Could the Zhuangxu clan and their vassals alone defeat the myriad clans of the great wilderness to the north? Amidst the ministers' growing panic, Emperor Zhuangxu, seated upon his throne, displayed no sign of distress, as if he had not heard a single word of the tumultuous news. Only when the ministers had exhausted their voices and turned their gazes toward Emperor Zhuangxu did he speak. It seems many believe I am gravely injured and on the brink of death. In the next moment, Emperor Zhuangxu's eyes snapped open, and an overwhelming aura, akin to the might of mountains and seas, descended upon the court, leaving the ministers gasping for breath. Even those waiting outside the palace, hundreds of miles away, felt the chilling pressure of his formidable presence. The races that had once followed Emperor Zhuangxu in battling the Gonggong clan quickly realized that this aura surpassed even that of before. Could it be Emperor Zhuangxu had fully recovered from his injuries? Instinctively, such thoughts blossomed in their minds. Be a clan, Jinwu clan, remnants of the Gonggong clan. Hemph, mobilize the troops and quell the rebellion. Emperor Zhuangxu's voice was not particularly fervent. It could even be described as indifferent, as though he were discussing something trivial. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, when shall the troops be dispatched? It would be prudent to summon the myriad clans. A senior official of the Zhuangxu clan stepped forward to ask. Immediately, but before the official could finish his sentence, Emperor Zhuangxu's voice rang out sharply. Your Majesty, This is unwise. The Divine's lackeys are formidable. It is unwise to confront them. I urge you to reconsider. Your Majesty. Almost instantaneously, over 100 officials rose to counsel him. The Ba clan's audacity in openly rebelling indicated they possessed the confidence to oppose Emperor Zhuangxiu, likely bolstered by a fifth realm expert. After all, the remnants of the Gonggong clan and the Jinwu clan were powerful. Why would they submit to an obscure Ba clan? Where were these divine lackeys? Merely opportunists who had fortuitously breached the fifth realm and harbored ambitions for the position of sovereign. With a single utterance, Emperor Zhuangxiu had defined the nature of the situation. Having said that, he paid no heed to the minister's counsel and simply waved his sleeve, departing the assembly. This left the Zhuangxiu ministers with bitter expressions. They held high positions, yet how could they remain oblivious? Following the aftermath of that great battle, rumors of Emperor Zhuangxiu's grave injuries began to circulate, stirring unrest among the myriad clans. Emperor Zhuangxiu intended to resolve the hearts of the myriad clans through a single battle. With the strength of the Zhuangxiu clan, he sought to pacify the great wilderness to the north. Should he prevail, the myriad clans would be settled, and the Zhuangxiu clan could enjoy a millennium of peace. Emperor Zhuangxiu aimed to make it abundantly clear to the myriad clans that he was not yet old. However, should he fail, it was likely that this once mighty sovereign would crumble into nothingness overnight. No one knew where Emperor Zhuangxiu drew his confidence. Not even the ministers of the Zhuangxiu clan held much hope. Yet he presented his choice, unyielding and resolute. The ministers of the Zhuangxiu clan, left with no alternative, could only make preparations for war, integrating vast numbers of slaves and those clans loyal to Emperor Zhuangxiu into the army. This was the only effort they could muster. This news swiftly spread throughout the primordial world, as all clans awaited this unprecedented war. Emperor Zhuangxiu, indeed, was a mighty sovereign. Jiang Tai, stationed at Shoshan, also expressed a hint of astonishment upon hearing this news. This individual was ruthless and adept at strategizing before taking action. Jiang Tai did not believe he would gamble the fate of the Zhuangxiu clan, which hung in the balance, on mere chance. Yet, Jiang Tai also held no faith in his victory. The previous Emperor Zhuangxiu had relied on dozens of powerful individuals to withstand the fifth realm Gonggong clan. Could the myriad clans of the Great Wilderness not do the same now? Perhaps Emperor Zhuangxiu would pay dearly for his arrogance. Chapter 48. An unexpected victory in the 324th year of Emperor Zhuangxiu. The main forces of the Zhuangxiu clan and their allied races convened at Chongsang. They united over 5 million troops, personally led by Emperor Zhuangxiu, marching northward with their sights set on the Great Wilderness to confront the rebel army led by the Ba clan. In Duguang. Only shamans and a few thousand clansmen remained. After more than 40 years, the much-anticipated Zhuangxiu army finally reached the Great Wilderness to the north. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they encountered the waiting Ba clan rebel forces head-on. At this juncture, the Zhuangxiu army found itself at a considerable disadvantage. They arrived weary and beleaguered, their numbers diminished, and their generals few. Reflecting upon the rebellion led by the Ba tribe, which has united the strength of myriad clans from the northern wasteland, they have adopted a strategy of waiting for their adversary to tire. Now, they have chosen to launch a decisive battle while the imperial forces of Zhuangxiu are still struggling to establish their foothold. Even the seemingly unshakable Emperor Zhuangxiu has been intercepted by the fifth-tier powerhouse of the Ba tribe, accompanied by dozens of formidable beings. It is a situation where they seemingly possess every advantage of time, place, and circumstance. Should Emperor Zhuangxiu remain confined to this predicament, the illustrious legacy of the Zhuangxiu clan may well be reduced to a mere few centuries, facing the peril of potential downfall. Amidst the fierce combat, the jubilant laughter of the Ba tribe's leader echoes. You represent Emperor Zhuangxiu, while I embody Emperor Ba. We ought to govern the land together and shepherd the world. Perhaps we could leave a splendid tale for future generations. Ha ha ha. Yet, despite such bravado, the current state of the Ba tribe's leader is far from favorable. Even though he is also a fifth-tier powerhouse and has allied with numerous mighty beings to assault Emperor Zhuangxiu, he still finds himself at a disadvantage. Emperor Zhuangxiu is far too formidable, significantly stronger than he was 300 years ago, as if he has never sustained any injuries. With a mere gesture, he can unleash a force capable of collapsing mountains, pressing down on the Ba tribe's leader, who shares the same tier, rendering him unable to lift his head. The disparity between them resembles that of a mere foot soldier facing a boss in a game. However, Those capable of breaking through to the fifth tier in this era are by no means ordinary individuals, in stark contrast to the battle involving Emperor Zhuanqiu. The forces of Zhuanqiu below appear to be undergoing a complete reversal. Faced with an overwhelming number of Ba tribe rebels, the Zhuanqiu army suffers casualties by the moment, struggling to hold their ground. If Emperor Zhuanqiu cannot swiftly determine the outcome, this expedition, which bears the fate of the Zhuanqiu clan, is doomed to failure. Yet, it is precisely at this moment that the tide of battle shifts for Emperor Zhuanqiu. With a thunderous crash, the sudden descent of the Ba tribe's leader causes a mountain to crumble, sending tremors through the earth. The soldiers on the ground sway unsteadily, as though caught in a powerful earthquake. Half of the Ba tribe leader's body is obliterated, resembling a plastic bag pulled from a refuse heap. A torrent of scalding blood gushes forth, akin to molten lava, seeping into the earth, transforming the once vibrant land into desolation and cracks, causing even the most resilient weeds to wither in an instant. Such is the fate of the land drenched in blood. In contrast, Emperor Zhuanqiu bears merely a bloodied hole through his chest, and his garments are somewhat soiled. This injury, far from being significant, would be trivial even to an average king or powerhouse. Were it not for the peculiar energy fluctuations emanating from the wound, akin to a relentless parasite, it would likely have healed by now. The dozens of formidable beings who had besieged Emperor Zhuanqiu have long since vanished. Witnessing this scene, all present on the battlefield are momentarily taken aback. They all recognize that the Ba tribe's leader is no match for Emperor Zhuanqiu, yet none anticipated such a rapid defeat. Even Emperor Zhuanqiu. Following a brief silence, the Zhuanqiu forces erupt in thunderous cheers, spontaneously launching a vigorous counteroffensive without requiring any command from Emperor Zhuanqiu. Emperor Zhuanqiu, you truly are powerful, the Ba tribe leader, rising in disarray, quickly signals his forces to retreat. However, as he departs, he casts a lingering glance at Emperor Zhuanqiu. Observing the retreating rebels like a receding tide, Emperor Zhuanqiu does not pursue them. Instead, he clutches his chest. Where the wound stubbornly refuses to heal, his expression complex. This matter is exceedingly strange. Father, how are you? The numerous offspring of Emperor Zhuanqiu do not engage in the pursuit. Instead, they gather around him, expressing their concern. I am fine, Songshu. Take your brothers and attend to your duties. Emperor Zhuanqiu replies softly to As the ruler of the world. He has many offspring, most of whom inherit his powerful bloodline, with Songshu being the one he holds in the highest regard. Songshu complies and departs with his brothers. As night falls in the encampment, the Zhuanqiu army celebrates their victory from the day. Lanterns and decorations adorn the surroundings. Soldiers gather around bonfires, with abundant food and drink laid out, engaging in lively conversations, boasting of their performances during the day. Even the usually aloof Zhuanqiu clansmen mingle among the soldiers. The entire encampment is filled with joyous laughter. Prior to this, most were aware that this was to be an arduous war. Many had made arrangements for their final affairs, preparing for a struggle that could span centuries, even facing the prospect of dying far from home. Yet, they had never anticipated that the rebellion led by the Ba tribe would prove so feeble. At this rate, the army would require only a few decades to completely pacify the northern wasteland. In stark contrast to the jubilant Zhuanqiu forces, within the grand tent, Emperor Zhuanqiu is troubled, his brow furrowed, his mind in disarray. The soldiers remain oblivious to the peculiarities of this war, yet he perceives them acutely. Although the Ba tribe's leader is far inferior to him, there is no logical reason for such a swift defeat. He had not even had the opportunity to unleash his ultimate attack. Unless there are ulterior motives at play, is he attempting to lull me into complacency, planning a midnight raid? Or is he relying on the strange force festering at my wound to slowly drain my life? Emperor Zhuanqiu cannot fathom it. Nevertheless, he never loosens his vigilance, having long arranged for night watch and seeking remedies for his chest injury. The peculiar force dwelling in his wound should stem from a deity. Yet it is not without a remedy, as compensation from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Father. Just as Emperor Zhuanqiu is lost in thought, a familiar voice breaks through, causing him to frown. He has many offspring. Some he cherishes, while others he detests. Such is the case with the figure at the door. Ayahan? Come in. Ultimately, he cannot deny his own progeny. Once granted entry, Ayahan strides in eagerly, holding a bowl of broth that emanates a chilling aura. Father, Upon seeing your chest injury remain unhealed during the day, I took the liberty of selecting some cold-natured treasures and brewing this broth. Eohan speaks humbly, his demeanor unusually compliant. Observing this once unruly and incorrigible child now exhibiting such obedience brings a sense of comfort to Emperor Zhuanqiu. Causing his tone to soften slightly, your intentions are appreciated. What matters do you wish to discuss? Yet, due to his preconceived notions, Emperor Zhuanqiu instinctively assumes this child has caused trouble and requires his intervention. He takes the broth, preparing to drink it. Upon witnessing this action, a flicker of delight crosses Eohan's face. This subtle change in expression does not escape Emperor Zhuanqiu's keen eyes. His movement instinctively halts. What was once mere speculation now solidifies into certainty. His previously eased mood tightens once more, and he grips the bowl with increasing force, nearly shattering it. You ungrateful wretch! And no, it's nothing, just a small token of filial piety. Faced with his father's ire, Eohan instinctively recoils, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes as he hastily explains. Emperor Zhuanqiu contemplates striking him, yet ultimately restrains himself, downing the contents of the bowl. However, he surmises that Eohan's misdeeds must be significant, reaching a point where he cannot refuse this bribe. Speak. As Emperor Zhuanqiu swallows the broth, he intends to inquire further, only to be seized by a violent, agonizing pain from his chest injury. He is unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Emperor Zhuanqiu can distinctly feel a new energy stirring at the sight of his wound, battling against the original force within him. It is as if two fifth-tier powerhouses are locked in combat at the very heart of his injury, exacerbating the situation beyond his control. Unfilial son, what have you made me consume? Emperor Zhuanqiu glares at Eohan. His voice laced with blood. Disappointment, rage, and disbelief swirl within his gaze. He cannot fathom that his own progeny would dare to betray him. He wishes to strike down this ungrateful child, but cannot bring himself to do so, ultimately sending him flying with a forceful palm. Ha! It's merely diluted blood of Gonggong. It won't endanger your life. Eohan wipes the blood from his mouth, a hint of madness and resentment flashing across his face. Why would you do this? Once composed, Emperor Zhuanqiu gazes at his offspring, disappointment evident in his eyes as he calmly inquires. Even though the pain in his chest is excruciating, it pales in comparison to the anguish of being betrayed by his own child. The Ba tribe leader has promised to assist me in ascending to the 5th tier, to co-govern Zhuan. Fool, do you genuinely believe he would aid you? If he truly intended to share dominion over the world, why would he resort to poisoning me? Do you possess a brain made of pig's fat? Before Eohan can finish, Emperor Zhuanqiu erupts in anger. Had he previously entertained any hopes for this offspring, he is now utterly disillusioned. Even if Eohan had expressed a desire to seize the position of co-ruler, he would not have felt such disappointment. A ruthless mindset is not inherently negative for one in power. As long as Eohan can quell the ensuing turmoil, yet he never anticipated. Do you know why this is the case? I am the most powerful among your offspring. Compared to me, Songshu cannot even withstand a single move. It is merely because he was the firstborn after you ascended to the throne that you shower him with favoritism. I refuse to accept it. Do you know what the myriad clans call me? Hard to train, difficult to discipline. They say I am your only blemish. I merely killed a few lowly peasants, and yet, Eohan appears to have lost his mind, his eyes gleaming with madness, disheveled hair framing his face as he points at Emperor Zhuanqiu, loudly voicing his grievances over the years. Listening to these words, Emperor Zhuanqiu felt an increasing pain in his heart, unsure whether it was due to anger or the intensifying struggle between two divine powers. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaimed in fury, "It is your own failure." Eohan was momentarily taken aback. The madness in his eyes did not wane in the slightest due to Emperor Zhuangqiu's rebuke. Instead, it flared up like adding fuel to fire, becoming even more grotesque. To this point, nothing you say matters. If you do not give it to me, I shall take it myself. With that declaration, Eohan's body began to swell rapidly. Fiery tendrils burst forth from his pores, transforming into strands of black and yellow fur. While his once even teeth sharpened in an instant, he morphed from human form into a beast resembling a tiger. Only the pronounced crest atop his head, reminiscent of a weapon's blade, signified his lineage to the Zhuangqiu clan. A violent aura erupted forth, swiftly propelling Ao Hin to the pinnacle of power. It seems the lord of the Ba clan indeed bestowed upon Ao Hin an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, it is not beyond redemption, Ao Hin. Do you intend to commit patricide? Observing the ferocious creature before him, exuding an air of brutality akin to a savage beast, Emperor Zhuangxu spoke coldly. Ao Hin remained silent, merely raising his enormous claws the size of grinding wheels, slowly advancing towards Emperor Zhuangxu. The murderous intent in his eyes surged, filling the tent with an unmistakable aura of death. Do you not consider our father-son bond at all? Emperor Zhuangxu continued. Roar. But the only response he received was a menacing growl. Bang. Almost at the moment Ao Hin lunged, Emperor Zhuangxu struck. A torrent of blood energy coalesced, transforming into a radiant fist of light, which sent Ao Hin flying like a rag doll with a single blow, creating hardly any noise. No, this is impossible. How can you still possess such strength? Only then did Ao Hin finally speak again. A flicker of panic crossed his ruthless eyes, but more than that, there was an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Thus, you prove your own incompetence, unable to discern the enemy's trap. Emperor Zhuangxu staggered to his feet. The clash of two distinctly different divine powers within him had indeed inflicted severe injuries, yet he was far from being incapable of contending with a formidable opponent. He remained the sovereign of the world. Ao Hin, do you have any regrets? Emperor Zhuangxu's face was pale, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet he still managed to stagger before Ao Hin. Do not call me Ao Hin. I am Tao Wu. Yet even now, Ao Hin, or rather, Tao Wu, remained obstinately unrepentant. Tao Wu. Is that so? Looking at the figure of Tao Wu before him, Emperor Zhuangxu murmured to himself. The head that had always held high for the first time drooped, the hair cascading down, obscuring his current state. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sound akin to the tearing of air echoed. Emperor Zhuangxu, using his finger as a blade, severed the weapon-like crest atop Tao Wu's head. Blood sprang forth. By removing the crest from your head, you shall no longer be a member of my Zhuangxu clan, and our father-son bond shall henceforth be severed. At this point, even Emperor Zhuangxu paused for a long while, and then his gaze sharpened, sternly declaring, Go and seek refuge with the lord of the Ba clan, and witness how I shall pacify the northern wilderness. A cascade of blood light erupted behind him, resembling a turbulent sea of fury, illuminating the darkened sky. Even Tao Wu, at the peak of power, now appeared like a small boat, liable to be capsized and sunk into the depths of eternal silence by the surging waves. This extraordinary scene instantly roused the soldiers within the camp, countless powerful figures hastily making their way towards the commotion. Begone, next time. I shall slay you. Sensing the approach of others, Emperor Zhuangxu raised his hand and cast Tao Wu aside. Almost in the next instant, Zhuangxu pushed open the door and hurriedly inquired, Father, what has transpired? The rebel army attempted a night raid, but I have repelled them. Emperor Zhuangxu replied coldly, without casting a glance at the offspring he once cherished most. Instead, he gazed into the distance where Tao Wu had departed, lost in thought. Of course, this was not because he still held on to their father-son bond, but because he did not wish for this matter to affect the morale of the troops. He was aware that this incident could not be concealed, but he could only strive to keep it hidden. Subsequently, many others arrived, yet Emperor Zhuangxu dismissed them with the same reasoning. Cough, cough, cough. Once everyone had left, Emperor Zhuangxu could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His vitality had diminished significantly in an instant, resembling an eggplant wilted by frost. The lord of the Ba clan had indeed executed a brilliant maneuver. The current Emperor Zhuangxu was no longer the formidable sovereign capable of single-handedly swaying the outcome of battles. The two divine powers within his wounds, though not overwhelmingly strong, could each have been resolved by the once mighty Emperor Zhuangxu. But when mixed together, they resembled a unique poison. All it took was the depletion of his robust vitality, drop by drop. Yet Emperor Zhuangxu would not retreat. Even if it took 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, at worst, he would raze the northern wilderness to the ground. Chapter 50. Breaking the Imperial Realm. The first heavenly tribulation. The war between Emperor Zhuangxu and the allied forces of the Ba clan had devolved into a prolonged stalemate. This development had far exceeded the expectations of the myriad clans. Emperor Zhuangxu was truly confronting an entire region with the strength of his clan. In an instant, the previously restless myriad clans fell silent, especially after the betrayal of Emperor Zhuangxu's son, Tao Wu, which heightened this sentiment to its peak. No one could fathom the extent of Emperor Zhuangxu's might during his prime. However, this silence was not one of tranquility, but rather the calm before a storm, as the myriad clans lay in wait, biding their time. Regardless of how strong Emperor Zhuangxu had been in his prime, he was now undeniably injured, at the cliffs of Shoshan. Jiang Tai remained seated, his gaze intense, a frown etched upon his handsome brow. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, sighing deeply. A storm is brewing. The current situation in the original world reflects this truth. Though Emperor Zhuangxu's displayed strength could indeed intimidate the myriad clans, the Zhuangxu clan was showing signs of fatigue. Regardless of who wins or loses this war, the myriad clans would rise in rebellion. Presently, the human race boasted a population exceeding 6 million, nearly all residing along the Eastern Sea, and possessed 4 powerful beings. They had ascended to the pinnacle among the myriad clans, emerging as a true dominant race. Even in terms of the world's geopolitical landscape, they wielded significant influence. They were no longer the weak race that could merely establish a foothold amid chaos through sheer force. To secure peace for the human race in the impending turmoil, formidable strength was essential. Jiang Tai, having reached the pinnacle of power over a century ago, could easily break through to the 5th realm and attain the title of emperor, based on the experiences accumulated during his previous breakthroughs. Yet for reasons unknown, he had been stuck at the peak of power for over 100 years. Each time he attempted the same breakthrough, he felt an overwhelming sense of imminent doom, as though stepping onto a path that would lead to calamity and annihilation. Jiang Tai understood that this was no mere illusion. Was it the essence cultivation system? Or, Jiang Tai murmured to himself, his sharp gaze piercing the heavens, as if seeking to unravel the truth of this world. He could afford to wait before. But now, with the situation rapidly changing and the threat of chaos looming, Jiang Tai could no longer afford to delay. His vitality surged, and the previously restrained aura erupted violently, spilling forth like a rampaging beast, continuously rising. Until he reached a certain threshold, the sensation of an obstructed path surged again. Hemph! With a cold snort, he inhaled deeply, forcibly stripping countless essences from all existence, drawing them into his mouth. The multicolored essences resembled radiant divine mists, enveloping the world in a layer of exquisite veils. The countless human inhabitants of Shoshan were stirred by this phenomenon, peeking out in awe, captivated by the beauty of the scene. They knew not what it was, only that with Jiang Tai guarding Shoshan, none dared to act recklessly. To this moment, Jiang Tai's body seemed to transform into a blazing sun furnace, the scorching vitality serving as flames, the essence akin to kindling, igniting a terrifying inferno that threatened to burn a hole through the heavens. The previously stagnant momentum surged once more, elevated to an unprecedented level. The fearsome aura swept through the wilderness like a sandstorm, causing dozens of peaks to shatter, as if intent on leveling Shoshan to the ground. Beneath the cliffs, the 2 locked dragons trembled in fear. Even though they were at the peak of power like Jiang Tai, the overwhelming aura instilled a primal dread within them, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. If they were not bound, they would have fled without hesitation. Tai, what do you intend to do? Such thoughts arose simultaneously in their minds. Is it not enough? Then let us add this. Sensing the changes in the world, Jiang Tai's gaze sharpened. A seemingly ethereal halo rose behind him, as if capable of devouring all. Even a mere glance would invoke profound dread. The wrath of heaven. The wrath of heaven. Beneath the cliffs, the roar of the responding dragon echoed. Indeed, it was the wrath of heaven. This force defied the principles of the universe and should not exist. Hence the wrath of heaven was invoked. The heavens responded in kind. Boom! Accompanied by the thundering roars, the once clear sky darkened, gathering ominous clouds, with countless bolts of destructive lightning erupting from the heavens, as if the universe was sounding a dire alarm. Tai, what have you done? Are you intent on destroying Shoshan and obliterating the human race's centuries of accumulation? Sensing the lethal threat above, the 2 dragons roared in panic. They did not concern themselves with the fate of the human race. They were merely terrified that the impending thunder would reduce them to ashes. Even the officials of Shoshan hastily approached, inquiring about Jiang Tai's actions, subtly suggesting if it could be temporarily delayed unless absolutely necessary. "This, indeed, is my way," Jiang Tai responded in such a manner. This force initially stemmed from the four-winged white dragon and the fire phoenix, deriving from the realms of ice and fire. Subsequently, as Jiang Tai ascended to great power, he thoroughly purged the dragon and phoenix blood from his being, seamlessly integrating the two opposing forces into a resplendent golden sun. This was the embryonic form of the ethereal light we'll see today. Initially, Jiang Tai envisioned shaping it into the cycle of yin and yang, the duality of Taiji. However, while traversing the path of Taiji, he discerned that this profound, heavenly road, resonating with the ultimate principles of the universe, was ill-suited for him. He refused to be a submissive subject of this realm, nor did he wish for humanity to be mere playthings manipulated by the will of the cosmos. He aspired to dominate the world. Gazing upwards at the seemingly tangible heavy thunderclouds, Jiang Tai slowly rose. Was this sufficient? With a single step, he traversed 1,000 miles, charging upwards against the thunderclouds. At that moment, clothed in black, he stood like a spear erect amidst heaven and earth, exuding an unparalleled prowess that made it difficult for others to gaze directly upon him. It was not merely blood essence, vital energy, or the path of the Tao, but an intent belonging to sentient beings. Today, he manifested himself in the guise of a spear. Even the deep, abyss-like thunderclouds were swiftly pierced, creating a vast chasm. Radiant sunlight streamed through this aperture, illuminating Jiang Tai in a golden glow, exuding an air of nobility akin to a deity who had opened the heavens. The imperial aura that connected heaven and earth surged mightily, encompassing mountains and rivers for miles. Should a member of the Xuanchu clan be present, they would likely be struck with terror, for Jiang Tai's presence had now reached the fifth realm. Within Shoshan City, countless humans beheld the figure beneath the heavenly breach. Their gazes were fervent and proud, looking upon the source of their shared bloodline as if venerating a true deity descending to the mortal realm. Boom! At last, under Jiang Tai's relentless provocations, the thunderclouds unleashed their pent-up fury, akin to a dam bursting forth. Like a deluge, the thunder poured down from the clouds, saturating every corner of the world with a thick aura of destruction. If one were to part the clouds, they would witness the stars in the celestial dome shifting, with the supreme celestial bodies of the sun and moon at their center, forming a terrifying pattern imbued with boundless killing intent. This was the wrath of heaven and earth, transforming the murderous intent of the stars into thunder, seeking to obliterate the traitors. Chapter 51. The divine's hidden hand erupts, heroes arise simultaneously, in the northern expanse of the great wilderness. Atop an unknown mountain, the Emperor Xuanchu and the leader of the Ba clan, engaged in a fierce battle, both felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, nearly simultaneously halting their actions and gazing skyward. An overwhelmingly terrifying killing intent descended upon the mortal realm. The heavens and earth were enraged. Who could it be? This aura was all too familiar to Emperor Xuanchu. He had felt it when the primordial spirits erupted into war. Yet, who in the world could evoke such murderous intent? Even the two individuals currently at the fifth realm felt a chilling dread, afraid to make the slightest move, lest they attract this killing intent upon themselves. Is it Tai? Has he finally lost control? For some reason, Emperor Xuanchu's thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Tai in terms of talent. Even he admitted to being inferior. Should they both start from the same line? It is likely that Emperor Xuanchu would not even qualify to catch a glimpse of Jiang Tai's taillights. Nonetheless, he did not believe that Jiang Tai could survive under such terrifying cosmic killing intent. Contemplating this, Emperor Xuanchu could not help but sigh inwardly. In terms of personal relations, he shared a good rapport with Jiang Tai. He admired this extraordinarily talented, ambitious, and discerning leader of humanity. Alas, it seemed he was destined to perish. However, from the perspective of racial interests, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps the shaman on the brink of breaking through to the imperial realm could seize this opportunity to advance. With this in mind, Emperor Xuanchu glanced at the leader of the Ba clan, finding that the latter was also looking at him. In that brief moment of eye contact, they reached a silent consensus. Retreat. With the orders given, the once entangled armies swiftly withdrew, separating into clearly defined factions. Once a safe distance was established, both leaders called upon their most powerful kin to impart their experiences of the fifth realm. hoping for someone to achieve a breakthrough. Within the camp of the Golden Crow clan, the chieftain June felt the world shift dramatically at this moment. After much contemplation, he ultimately retrieved a brocade box crafted entirely from crimson divine jade. Upon opening it, he revealed a pulsating, golden-red flame within, emanating extreme heat that incinerated anything approaching it, even warping the very fabric of space. This was the source of the Golden Crow clan's confidence in standing alongside the Ba clan. Summoning Emperor Xuanxiu, a remnant left by the divine Shiha, a wisp of true solar fire. Should June merge with it, he could, like the ancient Gonggong, achieve a breakthrough to the fifth realm in a remarkably short time. However, having personally encountered Gonggong, he was well aware of the drawbacks of divine remnants, which had prevented him from fully committing to the decision. Yet now, with the cosmic upheaval, his opportunity seemed to have arrived. What was merging with a wisp of true solar fire? He sought to seize the authority of the sun. June remained silent for a long time before finally closing the brocade box once more. With a powerful flap of his wings, flames erupted from his feathers, transforming into a blazing sun as he soared from the camp towards the celestial sun. With the draw of the true solar fire. A journey that had once seemed impossible now took only a few breaths, and June found himself before the resplendent, world-illuminating supreme star. Yet, he did not immediately seize the sun's authority. Instead, he was captivated by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the myriad stars. Countless stars, constellations, seemed to paint lines of infinite mysteries through the principles of heaven and earth, revealing the rules of cosmic operation and the ultimate power of this realm, now laid bare before him. Desire surged within his gaze, even surpassing his obsession with the sun's authority. If I could harness this power, what claim would the world have? I shall be the celestial emperor. However, the distractions within his heart were soon quelled. This formidable starry pattern was indeed extraordinary, but without sufficient strength to support it, he might not stand a chance in the impending era of brilliance. With this thought, June no longer hesitated, swallowing the wisp of true solar fire and plunging into the supreme star capable of incinerating all. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, in the realm of Thunder Marsh, this area was guarded by a powerful human, Huaxiu, and had remained largely free from calamities. Yet today, the heavens erupted with killing intent. The stars shifted, and dragons and snakes rose from the land, leading to heavy losses for the once peaceful human tribe of Thunder Marsh. As the Lord of Thunder Marsh, Huaxiu unreservedly ventured forth to investigate the source of this inexplicable killing intent. Alone, Huaxiu made her way deep into Thunder Marsh. It was said that this place had once been the dwelling of the Thunder God during the reign of the divine beings. The prolonged presence of the deities had long altered the rules here, suffusing it with boundless thunder, somewhat akin to the pervasive killing intent now engulfing the world. Previously, due to the world-destroying thunder, this had been an impassable territory for all races. Yet now, Huaxiu had entered with little difficulty. After searching for a long time, apart from the world-ending thunder, there was nothing else. Frowning, Huaxiu returned in disappointment. However, just as she was leaving, she inadvertently stepped into a massive mud pit. In an instant, the surrounding thunder seemed to receive a command, transforming into streaks of thunder spirits that surged toward Huaxiu in a frenzy. Initially, Huaxiu was somewhat alarmed. One strike from this thunder could severely injure her. Now, with nearly all the thunder converging, she feared there would be nothing left of her. Yet, when the thunder spirits made contact with her body, they were astonished to find that these once violent forces capable of annihilating everything were now surprisingly docile. They flowed into her body, filling her with a tingling sensation that was quite pleasant. Once the strange phenomenon faded, Huaxiu did not feel any abnormalities within her body and, without further thought, fled toward the city of Thunder Marsh. Countless races perceived the upheaval of the heavens and earth, seizing the opportunity to rise. Some attempted to break through to the fifth realm on the spot, while others sought treasures to claim. In the South Sea, a fearsome dragon, stretching thousands of feet, burst forth from the ocean. Heading straight towards the sky. In the southwest, a creature resembling a rabbit yet bearing the form of a lion, its body covered in scales as tough as iron, leapt from the mountains, unhesitatingly charging towards the shores of the Eastern Sea. Intelligent races largely ignored the direction of the killing intent. However, those beasts lacking intelligence, their eyes reddened, were stirred to a frenzy by the cosmic killing intent, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around them as they slowly approached the shores of the Eastern Sea. Gradually, these once inconspicuous beasts formed a terrifying wave of monsters. Wherever they passed, countless races suffered heavy losses, whether they were humble, like the grass, or powerful, like the blazing sun. None were spared from having their territories trampled. Interestingly, aside from the initial wave heading toward the Eastern Sea, the remaining beasts flowed like rivers, diverging towards different locations. Chapter 52. The Humans' Killing Intent, the Reversal of Heaven and Earth, in Shoshan, for a radius of 1,000 miles. The terrifying thunderclouds had enveloped everything, rendering the heavens and earth a pitch-black void that ushered in a profound sense of despair. Only the sporadic thunderclaps provided fleeting glimpses of light, illuminating the indomitable figure bathed in thunder. Jiang Tai's black armor had long since shattered, and his once flawless physique now lay battered and bloodied. Vast amounts of crimson staining the earth, a thunderbolt, immensely thick and resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, roared downwards. Enveloped by a chilling aura potent enough to wither all existence, the myriad paths receded, and all living beings bowed their heads in submission. Countless unaware souls knelt, trembling in terror, beseeching the heavens for forgiveness. Boom! The force descended upon Jiang Tai, manifesting the might of the divine. His recently restored body suffered yet another grievous blow, shattering into fragments, compelling him to inhale essence deeply to reconstruct his form. Although his body was remade, the remnants of thunder remained, coiling within him like vengeful dragons, incessantly tearing at his newly restored flesh. In the realm of reciprocity, Jiang Tai paid no heed. Instead, he brandished his spear and plunged into the tempestuous storm. The entire expanse of calamity seemed to come alive, unleashing colossal thunder spirits, their jaws forged from apocalyptic lightning, gnashing at Jiang Tai's form. The spear, equally sharp, radiated an irresistible aura of lethality, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. It severed the head of one thunder spirit, which he then unhesitatingly consumed, swiftly refining it. These thunder spirits, born from heavenly tribulations, contained the purest essence of the cosmos. A single mouthful restored Jiang Tai to peak vitality. Sensing the vibrant life coursing through him, a smile graced his lips. This tribulation was significantly weaker than when it first descended, thanks to the myriad clans that had risen in response. The initial heavenly trial truly possessed the supreme power to annihilate Jiang Tai. The heavens would not permit the birth of a fifth realm. This rule applied not only to Jiang Tai. Godslaying, Jiang Tai roared, his spear flying from his grasp in the enveloping darkness of the storm. It streaked through the sky like a comet, trailing a radiant glow that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was breathtakingly resplendent, vanishing into the thick clouds. The thunder spirits seemed to recognize the peril of this strike, hastily abandoning their entanglement with Jiang Tai to retreat. Yet, like withered branches, they proved fragile, pierced through. The once fearsome thunder spirits dissipated into strands of lightning, vanishing from existence, as their names suggested, godslaying and celestial extermination. They were unstoppable. In an instant, the world fell into silence. The oppressive storm clouds, once radiating apocalyptic might, receded, and the murderous intent dissipated, as if the tumultuous world had transformed from chaos to calm in the blink of an eye. Time itself seemed to halt. Drip after a long while, a drop of cool rain fell upon Jiang Tai's cheek, producing a crisp sound that shattered the stillness. Then, without warning, a torrential downpour cascaded down, washing away the blood and grime from Jiang Tai's form. It fell upon the summit, cleansing the ashes and dust stirred by the thunder tribulation. Had it come to an end? No, not yet. Jiang Tai gazed skyward. Within the heavy clouds, an immense gaping void had appeared. The brilliant midday sun poured through the vast opening, its gentle golden rays reminiscent of divine light from the celestial realm, outlining a path to ascension. At this moment, the gates of heaven swung open, welcoming those who would ascend. Roar. Just as Jiang Tai pondered, a hoarse dragon's roar resonated through the heavens and earth. A colossal black-scaled dragon, exuding a formidable aura, fixed its blood-red eyes upon Jiang Tai, charging forth, a ferocious beast? Half-step. No, it was a complete imperial realm being. Jiang Tai was momentarily stunned. The creature emanated an overwhelming vitality, surpassing even the mightiest of beings. Even now, Jiang Tai felt dwarfed in comparison. It seemed that the heavens did not forbid the emergence of fifth realm beings after all. But why was it a ferocious beast? The history of such beasts far predates that of intelligent races. Some say they are the failed evolution of wise races, while others claim they were born alongside the primordial spirits. Before Jiang Tai could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through his body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered his form riddled with fine cracks, resembling a shattered ice surface. Streams of crimson blood oozed from these fissures, staining him a deep red. Each of these seemingly fine cracks was profound, leaving marks upon his very bones. The wind calamity? Soon enough, Jiang Tai identified the source. The massive void created when he shattered the thunder tribulation. Roar! At that moment, the ferocious dragon was upon him. Its foul maw gaped wide, intent on swallowing Jiang Tai whole. What other tricks could he employ? Jiang Tai bellowed, and the all-consuming void light re-emerged, stirring the winds and clouds. Yet, he did not confront it head-on. Instead, he swiftly retreated. Compared to the overwhelming thunder tribulation, this ethereal wind calamity, seemingly omnipresent, instilled a deeper sense of caution. As for the Imperial Realm Dragon, whoosh, during Jiang Tai's retreat, his grasp of the void manifested. The spear's sharp intent materializing, before he hurled it with great force. This spear, embodying his will, pierced through the dragon's hardened skull and remained firmly embedded in the cliffs of the summit. Blood flowed profusely from the dragon's forehead, cascading down the mountainside like rivers of crimson, ceaselessly flowing. Its life force extinguished, it was as dead as could be. Jiang Tai paid it no further mind, focusing solely on the heavenly tribulation. When adults clash, what business do children have meddling? Ancestor, traverse your tribulation in peace. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. It was Dai. Sensing the pervasive murderous intent in the heavens and earth, he had discerned the gravity of the situation and rushed to arrive. Now, he was leading the human forces of the Summit City against the onslaught of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Tai cast a glance downward but offered no response. I have witnessed the murderous intent of the heavens. Today, let the heavens bear witness to the murderous intent of man. In the next moment, the void light erupted, the once inconspicuous dark hue expanding instantaneously, transforming into wisps of mist that filled the air. Even Jiang Tai himself began to blur, as if transcending to celestial heights. But was it truly mist? Why did it convey an overwhelming sense of chaos and slaughter? It seemed as though all the misfortunes of the world could be found within this mist. Especially as the gray fog spread wider and thinner, this sensation intensified. This is the Great Path. Chapter 53. Paving the Path. Ascending to the Emperor, the ill-fated multitude. This is the Great Path. Jiang Tai pointed skyward with one hand and earthward with the other. Proclaiming loudly as these 5 words escaped his lips, an unprecedented path emerged from the void, resembling a clear spring gushing forth through the fissures of the earth, unassuming yet deeply rooted, like a blazing sun. It was dazzling and, like a cold moon, engraved upon the fabric of reality. Resonating with the heavens and earth, it thrived alongside the myriad paths, the Great Path. The souls of all beings stirred, softly murmuring. Something seemed to have manifested in this world. Even from billions of miles away, the eyes of countless beings glimpsed a towering figure etched into existence, as if a deity had materialized, supreme and exalted. With every blink, stars shimmered in its gaze. Countless chains of order encircled it, and the flowing path accompanied it on either side. It was truly sacred. With a resounding boom, it soared into the sky. Arms outstretched as if to rend the chaos, to create and reshape the universe. It transcended space, traversing the river of time, striking the primordial, treading upon the present, and dominating the future. An invincible aura blossomed. Casting a disdainful glance upon the world, Jiang Tai inscribed his path into the heavens and earth, augmenting this realm with a new essence. Yet, the great path he had summoned was still feeble and crude, merely allowing Jiang Tai to experience a fleeting moment of the might of the cosmos before it receded back into his being. This was Jiang Tai's final trump card, a bold defiance against the heavens, a forceful breakthrough into the fifth realm. Yet, this was a genuine alignment with the will of the heavens. The laws of the world unfold thusly, just like Zhang Jie, who opened the path of writing in the myths of the past, or Nuwa, who crafted a pathway of creation. How? At this moment, Jiang Tai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the principles of the path assimilated within him. Even his vitality calmed, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet, 9 celestial clouds descended around him, swirling at his side. Golden lotuses bloomed, breathing life into the world. Myriad paths encircled him, rejoicing in jubilance. To speak plainly, Jiang Tai had become the greatest auspice in this realm. Rumbling, above him, thunder roared, the heavens erupted, as the will of the heavens coalesced into the strongest killing formation composed of stellar power, descending upon him alongside the myriad paths. The calamities of wind and fire manifested simultaneously. Akin to the blade of divine intent, entwined with the apocalyptic thunder, intent on slaying Jiang Tai. The greatest auspice and the strongest tribulation simultaneously descended upon one individual. Go be honest, it felt profoundly discordant. Only those ferocious beasts, driven by the will of the heavens, remained frenzied, for that was their nature. Boom! The thunder above continued to rumble, yet it lingered without descending. The will of the heavens hesitated. Lacking complete sentience, it resembled a rudimentary awareness, instinctively responding to seek fortune and evade peril. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Xing uncertain how much time passed, the will of the heavens finally reached a decision. A thread-like bolt of lightning descended, striking Jiang Tai, causing several strands of hair to curl from the heat. Then, the oppressive storm clouds transformed entirely into a downpour, gently cascading, nurturing all things, swiftly reviving the vegetation silenced by the thunder tribulation. Breaking through, ascending to the emperor, Jiang Tai whispered softly. He took a step forward. His aura surged, swelling like the rising tide, the imperial might radiating outward. Spanning countless miles with a single step, he became an emperor. Almost simultaneously, a palm descended, the murderous intent resurfacing. The human soldiers, previously resisting the onslaught of ferocious beasts, felt their treasured artifacts slip from their grasp, flying away. Even the most unremarkable innate-level spiritual treasures, under the augmentation of a formidable will, became extraordinarily sharp, capable of delivering a fatal strike even against king-level ferocious beasts. In an instant, the countless waves of ferocious beasts near Shou Mountain were utterly vanquished. Having accomplished this, Jiang Tai did not cease his actions. Rather, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, numerous auspicious signs and extraordinary phenomena transformed into ethereal points of light, akin to fireflies, and flew towards the human gathering place along the eastern coast. This joy was one he wished to share with humanity, encompassing not only the opportunity for imperial ascension, but also the auspicious energy bestowed by heaven and earth after the opening of the path. Even the mighty would reap substantial benefits. It is anticipated that soon, humanity will usher in a brand new golden age. Congratulations to the ancestor for ascending to the imperial realm, the long-awaited Yi. Witnessing this spectacle, hastily stepped forward, his face beaming with delight. Although humanity had previously been strong, it ultimately lacked a solid foundation, with top-tier combat power being scarce in times of peace. This was manageable, but in chaotic eras, where myriad races clashed, even Jiang Tai's formidable strength could not be everywhere at once. Yet now, with Jiang Tai ascending to the imperial realm, he had become the 4th emperor among the myriad races. Even those who coveted the power of the sun would have to ponder their own capabilities. Could their clan withstand the wrath of an imperial-level powerhouse? Congratulations to humanity for achieving imperial ascension. The people of Shou Mountain knelt in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Jiang Tai smiled faintly, immersed in the collective joy of celebration. However, in stark contrast to Jiang Tai's elation, those myriad races seeking to seize the opportunity found themselves cursing in frustration. Originally, it was Jiang Tai who initiated this event, and thus he was destined to bear the brunt of heaven and earth's greatest malice, attracting a calamity so immense that even an emperor could fall. Yet now, the true instigator had managed to escape unscathed. The wrath of heaven and earth naturally fell upon the multitude of heroes, especially the leader of the Jinwu clan, Jun, who aspired to seize the power of the sun, was left bewildered by the sudden increase in malevolence directed towards him. But in an instant, this confusion morphed into terror. The grand formation, delineated by the celestial constellations, had now turned its focus upon him. And even hiding within the sun would not grant him immunity. The power of the stars transformed into a familiar battle spear, piercing through the sun, precisely aimed at June despite June's attempts to harness the power of the sun to resist. He was grievously wounded, his body impaled upon the sun's core, blood spewing forth. Within the vast hall, thundering sounds echoed as the witch, on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm, sensed the sudden intensification of the thunderous tribulation. Although unaware of the reason, she was drenched in sweat, desperately adjusting herself, consuming rare heavenly materials as if they were free, seeking to confront the tribulation in her peak condition. The witch, on the verge of tears, could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. However, just as she prepared for everything, the thunderstorm did not descend. Instead, a familiar figure emerged from the thick clouds. Tai? Why are you here? The figure remained silent, resolutely advancing. Wait, we can discuss this. I shouldn't have. Boom. Such occurrences rippled throughout the world. Jiang Tai seemed to have become heaven's chosen executor, wielding a spear as he emerged from the storm clouds, sweeping through the multitude, instilling fear in all who dared to claim supremacy. Simultaneously, the myriad races could not help but wonder. What exactly had Tai done? Why did his figure emerge from the thunderstorm? As the principal party, Jiang Tai naturally sensed the heavens directing Tai to confront the myriad heroes. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance, by etching his own path into the fabric of heaven and earth. Jiang Tai inadvertently left behind elements that had now become tools for heavenly retribution against the multitude. Chapter 54. Who rescued the female Ba? Such a puzzle. In the year 1384 of the Emperor Zhuanqiu, after a millennium of brutal conflict, the alliance between the Zhuanqiu clan and the Ba clan finally drew to a close. The scars of war marred the northern expanse, countless lands reduced to ashes, rendering the entire northern wilderness nearly barren, with less than 30% of its inhabitants surviving. Ultimately, the Ba clan's coalition was defeated due to the withdrawal of the Jinwu clan. Emperor Zhuanqiu fulfilled his boast, opposing an entire domain with the strength of his clan and emerging victorious. Yet, this war bore no true victor. Emperor Zhuanqiu triumphed, but he was grievously wounded, and the Zhuanqiu clan was nearly decimated by this century-long conflict. Their population diminished by over half, leaving only around 500,000. In contrast, the myriad races flourished during this millennium. The Ba clan's defeated leader, driven mad by despair, resolved to make a final stand, challenging Emperor Zhuanqiu at the Northern Sea. This place marked the northernmost edge of the primordial world, its waters deep and dark, perpetually shrouded in gloom, concealed by ice and snow, inhabited by various formidable beasts, and a gathering place for countless demons and monsters. Two figures clashed amidst this setting, their vitality and vigor overwhelming, each exchange of blows generating shockwaves capable of shattering the thick ice above. Standing upon the ice, life forms resembled mere ants, as if the very tectonic plates were tilting. The inky waters of the northern sea erupted from fissures in the ice, swirling and churning, conjuring colossal waves as if a primordial ferocious deity had broken free from its constraints, roaring into the world. Yet, despite Emperor Zhuanqiu's grievous injuries, the leader of the Ba clan found victory elusive. The chasm between them appeared insurmountable. This battle endured for several years. Ultimately, their struggle culminated in a confrontation reminiscent of their initial meeting. The leader of the Ba clan pierced Emperor Zhuanqiu's chest with one hand, while Emperor Zhuanqiu retaliated by tearing apart the leader's form. Where is the Taowu? If you surrender him, I may spare a remnant of your clan's bloodline. Emperor Zhuanqiu did not kill him, merely stating coldly he remained human, swayed by emotions, and though the past millennium seemed tranquil, his heart had long been shrouded by obsession. Otherwise, he would have retreated entirely when the situation turned dire. Or perhaps he could have rallied those myriad races subservient to him to jointly strike against the Ba coalition. There was no need to seek justification, as all were aware of the Ba clan's harboring of remnants from the Gonggong clan. Yet Zhuanqiu did not act. Zhuanqiu, you may have won this time, but your clan shall never rest easy. The leader of the Ba clan, held aloft, bore a grimace. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Rather, Taowu had long fled upon sensing the tide turning, and the leader could not locate him. As long as I exist, the Zhuanqiu clan shall forever be the sovereign of the world. Emperor Zhuanqiu harbored confidence. Every situation possesses duality. Although his stubbornness had led to grievous losses for the Zhuanqiu clan this time, it had also showcased his astonishing combat prowess to the myriad races, just as he had proclaimed. As long as he remained alive, no one among the myriad races dared to stir unrest. Moreover, beings of the fifth realm possessed lengthy lifespans, able to live for hundreds of thousands of years. And now, Emperor Zhuanqiu was merely 5,000 years old. He had ample time ahead, is that so? Then let me offer the sovereign of the world my final. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Ba clan revealed a hint of madness in his laughter. Boom! Emperor Zhuanqiu reacted, delivering a devastating blow. Although he was oblivious to the leader's intentions, he knew it could not be anything good. Yet he was too late. Sizzling sounds erupted at the moment he struck down the leader of the Ba clan. A familiar pain surging from the wound on his chest. Zhurong's divine power. Emperor Zhuanqiu's expression darkened with rage, veins bulging. The uncontrolled vitality erupted, shattering the ice of the northern sea, while the searing heat of Zhurong's power evaporated the sea surface by dozens of meters. He had never been so unrestrained. It took him a millennium to barely quell the previous surge of Zhurong and Gonggong's divine powers, and now another wave returned, even more potent. The leader of the Ba clan injected the unrefined blood of Zhurong into Emperor Zhuanqiu's body. This scenario was entirely different from the wounds he had previously suffered. For other races, this would be an unparalleled opportunity. Zhurong's blood could even defy the laws of heaven and earth, elevating the host's realm. Yet for Emperor Zhuanqiu, it was a deadly poison. The Zhuanqiu clan had severed ties with the gods, imprisoning them in the celestial realm. The gods' hatred for them could not be extinguished even with the waters of the four seas. The lingering threats were primarily aimed at annihilating the Zhuanqiu clan. One could easily envision the consequences of Zhurong's blood entering Emperor Zhuanqiu's body. Fortunately, the gods remained trapped in the celestial realm, completely isolated from the mortal world. Otherwise, a single drop of this blood would suffice to obliterate Emperor Zhuanqiu. Ba clan, Taowu. Emperor Zhuanqiu gritted his teeth, his visage contorted in rage akin to a malevolent spirit. He had fallen victim to these two twice in succession. Report. Before Emperor Zhuanqiu could return from the battlefield, his soldiers rushed in hastily. Relay my orders. Leave no remnants of the Ba clan. I demand that not a trace of their bloodline remains in this world. Additionally, launch a full-scale search for Taowu's whereabouts and issue a bounty to the myriad races, no matter the cost. Emperor Zhuanqiu was in no mood to consider battle reports. Issuing orders immediately. Upon hearing this, the soldier delivering the news was left speechless. What? Is my speech no longer effective? Seeing the soldier remain silent, Emperor Zhuanqiu's anger flared. He raised his hand, and boundless vitality coalesced into a massive flaming hand. Poised to strike down the soldier, a mysterious entity has intruded upon the battlefield and rescued the Ba clan's leader's daughter. What did you say? Emperor Zhuanqiu's eyes widened in fury, his aura raging violently, stirring a tempest capable of upheaving the seas. The soldier delivering the message was torn to shreds, dissolved into a blood mist, and vanished beneath the northern sea, as if he had never existed. If his earlier fury had been merely anger, now it was a suffocating rage, pent up within him, unable to be expressed or suppressed, rendering him even more tormented. Suddenly, a fiery red stream of light surged into the midst of the battle array. Can you discern who it is? What features can you identify? The Emperor Zhuanqiu seized a formidable being and coldly pressed for answers. I couldn't see clearly. All I know is that the person donned a black robe and wielded a sharp axe, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Initially, the formidable being was caught off guard, but upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Emperor Zhuanqiu, he quickly realized what he ought to say. An axe? It must be Xingtian. Or perhaps Rushu. Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Zhuanqiu presented two races known for their axe mastery. This, I truly do not know. The formidable being was nearly in tears. Regardless of who it may be, find out for me. The Ba tribe must not have a single trace of bloodline remaining in this world. Thus spoke Emperor Zhuangsu. At present, he was somewhat more composed than before. He did not succumb to madness and slay the formidable being before him. Instead, he turned to those of the Ba tribe who were still resisting, unleashing a bloody massacre. Chapter 55. The Vengeful Female Ba? A reckoning is overdue. The news of Emperor Zhuangxiu's army crushing the rebel forces led by the Ba tribe and thoroughly pacifying the northern wilderness spread swiftly among the myriad races. Undoubtedly, this further elevated Emperor Zhuangshu's reputation, solidifying his status as the unrivaled leader of this realm. Those ambitious myriad races that had sought to rise in rebellion swiftly vanished from sight, retreating into obscurity. Just as Emperor Zhuangshu had declared, as long as he remained, the Zhuangshu clan would continue to reign supreme over the world. But how many more days could he survive? On the shores of the Eastern Sea? At Shou Mountain? Are you saying that Emperor Zhuangshu has obtained the blood of Zhu Rong and has only a few days left to live? Jiang Tai gazed intently at the lithe young woman before him, his eyes deep and contemplative. The girl had deep brown skin, her physique similar to that of the human race, yet her entire body was adorned with black patterns reminiscent of cracked earth during a dry season. She resembled a fierce leopard, exuding an untamed wildness. She was none other than the daughter of the Ba tribe's leader, the female Ba, indeed. If the human race could rise up and overthrow Emperor Zhuangshu's tyranny, they could become the second ruler of the world. The female Ba declared with fervor, her expression seething with indignation, clearly harboring great resentment towards Emperor Zhuangshu, the slayer of her father. Jiang Tai did not respond. Instead, pondering the pros and cons, do not misunderstand. He had little interest in the position of the world ruler at present. Rather, he was contemplating what actions Emperor Zhuangshu would take now that his days were numbered. Would he desperately cling to life or rally his forces once more? Based on Jiang Tai's understanding of Emperor Zhuangshu, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate all obstacles for the Zhuangshu clan in the final stages of his life. Ensuring their lineage endured for eternity. In such a scenario, what would become of the human race? A headache. Although the relationship between the human race and the Zhuangshu clan had always been harmonious, no one could predict what a mighty ruler, facing imminent death, might do if he were to encounter the former Emperor Zhuangshu. Jiang Tai did not believe he would be defeated. However, now, with the blood of Zhu Rong coursing through him, even Jiang Tai had to concede that Emperor Zhuangshu was indeed the unparalleled ruler of this realm. You should be aware of my intentions in sending someone to rescue you, correct? Jiang Tai did not respond to the female Ba's words, merely steering the conversation back on track. You desire the blood of the Ba tribe to flow into the human race. If you declare war on Emperor Zhuangshu, I shall ensure that the blood of the Ba tribe is widely disseminated among the humans. The female Ba spoke without hesitation. She seemed oblivious to Jiang Tai's growing impatience, continuing to speak unabated. Or perhaps she was aware but did not care. To the female Ba, the humans rescuing her from Emperor Zhuangshu was already a grave offense. The human race and she, a remnant of the Ba tribe, had aligned together, making them her most effective tools for revenge against Emperor Zhuangshu. As for allowing the blood of the Ba tribe to flow into the human race, aside from her, there were no remaining bloodlines of the Ba tribe, yet the bloodline could not be severed. The human form resembled that of the Ba tribe, better facilitating the continuation of the bloodline and the reconstruction of the race. You should understand that Emperor Zhuangshu's days are numbered. Now, declaring war would only provoke a desperate counterattack. Remember that a cornered beast. Jiang Tai furrowed his brow but patiently explained. The integration of the Kwa Fu clan's bloodline into the human race was smooth, leading him to mistakenly believe that the assimilation of other races would also be effortless. I do not care. My father and my kin all perished at Zhuangshu's hands. If I cannot avenge this blood feud, it would be better for the Ba tribe's bloodline to be extinguished. The female Ba clearly would not listen, stubbornly raising her voice. Jiang Tai's expression darkened. As his gaze fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The balance of the universe disrupted, sweeping down like a tidal wave. The cliffs of Shou Mountain were immediately engulfed by a fierce whirlwind. The great path manifesting and resonating with it felt as though the very heavens were bearing down upon the female Ba. Even the great Yi, standing nearby, sensed a profound terror emanating from his soul. The one directly involved. The female Ba turned pale, collapsing to her knees and hurriedly saying, I can concede, but Emperor Zhuangshu must die by my hand. Though she spoke thus, the female Ba's heart harbored another thought. It seemed that today would have to suffice, but she would never relinquish her quest for vengeance against Emperor Zhuangshu. Human ancestor, do you think refusing will suffice? As long as she reveals herself and her existence among the humans becomes known, with Emperor Zhuangshu aware, at that moment, Jiang Tai simply spoke in a flat tone. His gaze no longer bore the previous warmth and reassurances. It was replaced by a cold detachment and indifference. Yet it left the female boss speechless, unable to utter a word, merely watching as Jiang Tai turned to Yi, instructing him, Yi, take her and personally visit the Zhuangshu clan. What are you planning? Upon hearing this, a chill suddenly gripped the female boss' heart, her expression filled with terror and confusion. He will not harm you. Considering my face, Jiang Tai ignored the female boss' reaction and stated matter-of-factly, yes. He immediately agreed. After speaking, he reached out to seize the female ba, intending to take her away. Wait. Even if you do this, Emperor Zhuangshu will not spare you. He has lost his mind. You have seen Emperor Zhuangshu. Do you truly believe he would let you go so easily? The female ba had never envisioned herself in such a predicament, urgently shouting. Yet, no one paid her any mind. Initially, she managed to hold herself together. Thinking this was merely a scare tactic from Jiang Tai and Yi, and though she was flustered, she did not yield. However, as he grasped her and they gradually departed Shou Mountain, heading toward the plains of Duguang, she felt a growing dread as they approached the territory of the Zhuangshu clan, drawing near to the capital, Cheongsang. The female ba finally succumbed to fear. No, please. I realize my mistakes. I will do whatever you say. The female ba could no longer contain her fear, bursting into tears. Was she terrified of her impending death or the imminent extinction of the Ba tribe's bloodline? It was too late. The only response she received was Yi's indifferent remark. He harbored no fondness for the female Ba, or rather, he could be said to detest her. The human race had saved her. They owed her nothing. Moreover, she not only failed to show gratitude but sought to drag her saviors into the abyss. Such a person could not be allowed to remain among the humans. At the very least, allow me to preserve the Ba tribe's bloodline, I beg you. The female Ba bit her lip, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with regret, yet she could only plead repeatedly. The Ba tribe's bloodline remaining within the human race is beneficial for us both. At that time, I will personally go to the Zhuangshu clan. Seeing that he remained unmoved, the female Ba implored again. This time, there was none of her previous arrogance. Ultimately, the female Ba was taken back to the human race. She quickly married a human man. And within a few months, her womb bore life. During this time, she did not dare overstep her bounds, carefully concealing herself, fearful of being discovered until the child was born. It appeared she had fully realized that the human race was her savior. Chapter 56. The Emperor of Dwindling Lifespan approaches Emperor Zhuangshu, aged 1,400 years. At Changyang Mountain, Xingtian and Rush's clans, over 20 formidable beings had gathered. This force, should it be placed anywhere in the current primordial world, would be sufficient to shift the very fabric of the world. Yet, at this moment, the expressions of these individuals were grim. Having just concluded a millennium-long war in the northern wilderness, Emperor Zhuangshu had not returned to the capital, Cheongsang, but had instead ventured alone into the plains of Duguang, ruthlessly exacting vengeance on those races that had previously estranged themselves from the Zhuangshu clan, without a hint of restraint. Just as Jiang Tai had anticipated. He did not cease his rampage but became increasingly unhinged. The contrast to his previously wise and martial demeanor was stark. Even mighty clans like Xingtian and Rushu were accused of harboring the daughter of the Ba tribe, being demanded to surrender her or face the emperor's personal wrath. One of the formidable beings from the Xingtian clan slammed his hand down in anger. Bang! Humph! We do not acknowledge this matter. As soon as those words were uttered, they elicited a chorus of agreement from many of the formidable beings of Xingtian and Rushu. What we have not done, we will not hide from. As for what we have done, we shall not flee, indeed. As the ruler of the world, he possesses no virtue whatsoever, in my view. Emperor Zhuangshu's reign is nearing its end, so it should be. But just as the formidable beings of Xingtian and Rushu were growing animated in their discussions, a voice resonant and deep as the ocean echoed through the air. Are you all present? Good. Saves me the trouble of searching. It is Emperor Zhuangshu? He has truly arrived. In an instant, the previously lively discussions among the formidable beings came to a halt. The great tent fell silent, as they all looked up at the figure enveloped in flames of destruction hovering above. Emperor, what brings you to Changyang Mountain today? The leader of the Xingtian clan hastily rose. Though his brow furrowed and his voice carried a hint of displeasure, I seek a person. Emperor Zhuanxu surveyed the 20 or so formidable beings from the two clans without a hint of change on his face. Merely uttering two words, "My clan desires none of the Emperor's people." The Chengtian clan leader furrowed his brow even deeper, a flicker of impatience evident on his countenance. None? Still unwilling to yield? Emperor Zhuanxu paid him no heed as he began to unleash his vital energy. It surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the entire Chongyang mountain, threatening to turn the very heavens and earth upside down. Should Emperor Zhuanxu act without restraint, it was likely that fewer than half would survive within the Chengtian clan. Boom! In the next moment, a vast surge of vital energy rose, transforming into countless blades of war. The spirit of battle soaring skyward, nearly splitting the heavens in two alongside Emperor Zhuanxu. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable fifth-tier warrior. "Do you intend to obstruct me?" Gazing at the Chengtian clan leader standing merely a few steps away, Emperor Zhuanxu spoke in an unperturbed tone. "Do you truly believe that the world is still subject solely to your whims?" The Chengtian clan leader retorted, refusing to yield an inch, his voice sharp as he gripped his battle axe. His overwhelming battle intent almost tangible, glaring fiercely, "Very well. This saves me the trouble of searching for an excuse." Emperor Zhuanxu chuckled lightly. Why? Upon hearing that the Qin maiden of the Ba clan had been rescued, did he immediately think of the Chengtian and Russia clans? Did he genuinely believe that merely wielding an axe could cast suspicion upon these two clans? It was merely because Chengtian and Rushu were far too close to the Zhuanxu clan. Having had numerous frictions and accumulated grudges during the era of the deities. Humph! I knew it. The Chengtian clan leader spat, cursing vehemently. In the next moment, the wind and clouds shifted dramatically, and the Chengtian clan leader was the first to strike. Half an hour later, Emperor Zhuanxu was drenched in blood, a wound on his chest so deep that bone was visible, blood flowing incessantly from him, igniting into flames before it could touch the ground, forming a terrifying barrier of fire around him. Do not misunderstand. This injury was inflicted by the master of the Ba clan Dian, the face of the current Emperor Zhuanxu. Even though the Chengtian and Russia clans possessed fifth-tier warriors, they still had no power to resist their entire clan. He suddenly felt that his life had been utterly worthless. He had spent his entire existence pursuing the elusive King Zhuangxu, to the extent that his offspring had been neglected. He had failed to protect his kin, and now, even his own life was drawing to a close. Abruptly, Gao Yang turned his head. "Am I confused?" His voice choked, and his eyes, unbeknownst to him, had turned red, brimming with profound regret. His vitality surged like a wild stallion, entwining with the uncontrollable divine power of Zhu Rong, transforming into a monstrous inferno poised to engulf the world. In the distance, three formidable beings of the human race were instantly roused, their hands gripping their spiritual treasures with urgency, hesitating over whether to take action. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Even the mightiest of deities are ensnared within the immortal realm. At the very least, your efforts at remedying the situation have been commendable. Jiang Tai slightly raised his hand, and the essence of Tai manifested. Even the divine power of Zhu Rong was gradually worn away, until it was obliterated into nothingness. In Jiang Tai's eyes, Emperor Zhuangxu was a distinguished sovereign. Alas, he had been born too early. Looking ahead, there was not a single example from which he could learn or be wary, leaving him to navigate the treacherous waters solely by trial and error. Much like Fu Su of the Qin dynasty in his previous life, and Lu Ju of the Han dynasty, it was precisely because of Fu Su's example that Lu Ju dared to proclaim, "This is a false edict," and subsequently rise in rebellion. But could the Fu Su, who dared to confront his father, the one who consumed the universe and swept across the 8 realms, truly be a weakling? If only it were possible, could I perhaps lend a hand to Zhuangxu in the future? Emperor Zhuangxu chuckled derisively and spoke again. "Very well." Without hesitation, Jiang Tai inquired, "I wish to know how you successfully ascended to the 5th realm?" This was not out of mere greed for gain, but because assisting Zhuangxu, who had lost dominion over the world, was fraught with peril, potentially inviting disaster upon himself. Although Zhuangxu's current approach was effective, it was merely a temporary respite. The very title of supreme ruler of the world was sufficient to incite all clans to rise against him. Tai and Gao Yang were friends. Yet, the Tai clan and Emperor Zhuangxu could only be allies. If Gao Yang merely wished to preserve a thread of his own bloodline, Jiang Tai could readily acquiesce. However, What was now required was for the human race to extend its aid. Emperor Zhuangxu was well aware of this and promptly replied. Fortune. Chapter 58. Slash and Burn, Fuxi, Inhua Fortune, also known by various names such as fate, destiny, and karma, is most aptly referred to as Qi Yun. It is the most mysterious and potent existence in the cosmos. Comprehensible as the connection between all things, a force transcending the material realm, it is the fundamental cause of all growth, decay, and transformation. Though intangible and formless, it permeates everywhere. Ultimately, it is a unique form of Qi. The mechanism of life is Qi, representing intrinsic vitality and agency. Yun functions both as a verb and a noun, indicating the flow of this special Qi and the external opportunities arising from its movement. The Great Tao is 50, heaven's transformation is 49, and humanity is 1. The vitality of humans lies in seizing the opportunities brought forth by the flow of Qi, the key to change. Yin Laishan is a person endowed with great fortune. He inherited the will of his ancestors, along with their fortunes and through action, essentially the movement of Yun. He attained external opportunities, allowing him to ascend to greatness over centuries. Why, then, does the Yin lineage possess such abundant fortune within just a few hundred years? It is due to the collective will of countless humans, as well as those beings benefiting from medicinal herbs. This number is immensely vast. For the extraordinary, ailments hold little significance, as their robust vitality can alleviate all suffering. However, for ordinary sentient beings, any affliction poses a substantial threat to their lives, and the emergence of medicinal herbs can be life-saving. The collective will of innumerable individuals directed the fortune towards Yin. Emperor Zhuangxu did not withhold his knowledge, but rather unreservedly shared everything he knew with Jiang Tai. The following day, Emperor Zhuangxu departed from Shoshan, returning to the broad expanse of Duguang, compared to Tai, with whom he could share his heart. What truly weighed on Emperor Zhuangxu were those related to him by blood. Children, you may return. It was only after Emperor Zhuangxu's figure had completely vanished from sight that Jiang Tai let out a sigh of relief. Dai and Yin Laishan did not overthink the matter. They merely offered their respects and silently departed. However, Hua Su did not leave immediately, lingering with a conflicted expression, attempting several times to articulate something. Hua Su, do you have something to say? Jiang Tai inquired. No, it's nothing. Upon hearing Jiang Tai's words, Hua Su resembled a startled rabbit, hastily waving her hands and lowering her head as she prepared to turn away. I heard you gave birth to 2 children. Speaking of which, I've also been in Shoshan for a millennium, and I feel somewhat restless. Jiang Tai remarked with a smile, hinting at the topic, from the moment Hua Su began to emerge. Jiang Tai had taken note of her. Yet, back then, although she was exceptional, she had not reached a level warranting Jiang Tai's full attention. If nothing unforeseen occurred, she would remain merely a king-level figure in this life. Thus, he had not devoted much thought to her. After all, the names in Jiang Tai's memory did not necessarily correspond to the same individuals. Just like Gonggong. The deity Gonggong, the Gonggong clan, and even the descendants of the Gonggong clan could all be referred to as Gonggong. Rather than a name, it was more akin to a title. It was until he heard of Hua Su giving birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins that Jiang Tai's curiosity was reignited. Hua Su of Luai's, perhaps the human race could gain 2 more prodigies. Should I visit Luai's? Faced with Jiang Tai's clear insinuation, Hua Su initially did not grasp the implication. However, once she regained her senses, her spirit soared, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled as if adorned with stars. Oh, the human race. Jiang Tai was both a father and a hero, an idol. Nearly all humans grew up listening to tales of Jiang Tai. Even though Hua Su was no longer a little girl, but rather a tribal leader commanding hundreds of thousands, she still found it challenging to quell the excitement stirring within her upon facing Jiang Tai. Though the topic had originated from Jiang Tai, Hua Su became ensnared in her own thoughts. Did she misinterpret his intent? What if her ancestor declined? Would her ancestor think? All right, perceiving Hua Su's tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Tai promptly acquiesced. Then, he let out a long cry. Old horse, come here. Shortly thereafter, a dragon steed emerged from the depths of Shoshan, galloping through the waves, enveloped in mist, as if surrounded by an ethereal aura. Old master, are you finally going to ride me again? It was the same steed that had followed Jiang Tai from the battlefield of Zhou Mountain. However, its innate talent could only be described as average. After a millennium of resource allocation, it had barely reached the king level, it was well aware of its own circumstances, continuously striving to enhance its speed attribute. When it truly galloped, it could even surpass ordinary great beings. It's not me, it's her. With the old horse's support, the two arrived at the Luais tribe in just over 10 days. Compared to other tribes, this one was undoubtedly more prosperous. The scale of its city rivaled that of Shoshan, with countless villages scattered like stars, housing no less than 2 million people. The entire human population amounted to merely 20 million, and this single Luais tribe accounted for 1/10 of that, a testament to its flourishing development. The root cause enabling the Luais tribe to sustain such a vast populace lay before them, an expanse of farmland stretching as far as the eye could see. The crops stood tall and lush, their heavy ears bending low, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a faint golden hue under the sun, akin to a beautiful maiden showcasing her new adornments. Many toiled in the fields, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. This is millet. Noticing Jiang Tai's interest in the crops, Huasu hastily explained. Millet? Jiang Tai gently stroked the not overly large but plump plants in his hand, murmuring softly, millet, also known as sorghum, is one of the oldest cultivated crops. However, the millet of today differs significantly from the millet Jiang Tai was familiar with, resembling an enlarged version of foxtail millet. Nevertheless, this was to be expected, as foxtail millet is, after all, the ancestor of millet. Through Huasu's introduction, Jiang Tai learned that millet was discovered to be edible during the second generation of Yan's exploration of various herbs, and after selection and cultivation, it was generously shared with other human tribes. Unfortunately, few paid it heed, until it was brought to prominence under Huasu's stewardship. Truly beautiful gazing at the boundless sea of millet before him, Jiang Tai sighed. Slash and burn may sound primitive, but for the human race, it represents a qualitative leap forward. This signifies that humans have secured a stable food source. Subsequently, Jiang Tai, guided by Huasu, went to meet the two children, Enhua and Fushi, the legendary goddess of creation and the ancestor of civilization, one of the three sovereigns. Yet now, they were merely two little bundles of flesh peacefully sleeping in their cradle, perhaps sensing their mother's arrival. The two little ones suddenly began to wail, rendering even the most experienced nurses unable to soothe them. Cry again, and I'll spank you. Observing the two little darlings, Jiang Tai instinctively extended a hand. Initially intending to gently caress the chubby little faces, he was taken aback when a soft little hand reached out, grasping his hand and pulling it closer. They pressed their cheeks against Jiang Tai's hand, and then they fell asleep once more. Even with Jiang Tai's heart of iron, he could not help but feel his heart race. They were utterly adorable. She is the younger sister, named Enhua. Chapter 59. The death of Emperor Zhuangxiu in the year 1527 of the reign of Emperor Zhuangxiu. He could endure no longer after suffering for over a century and returned to the dust. Yet, as the supreme ruler of the world, even in death, his departure was anything but ordinary on that fateful day. The clan of Zhuangxiu imposed a citywide lockdown, permitting entry but forbidding exit. Even the long-reclusive shaman hurriedly emerged from seclusion to enter the Grand Hall, where he engaged in an all-night discourse with the ailing Emperor Zhuangxiu. The content of their conversation remains a mystery to this day. The following morning, the shaman emerged from the hall to announce the death of Emperor Zhuangxiu, proclaiming Bo Fu as the new emperor, albeit without inheriting the supreme title. Surprisingly, it was not the favored offspring, Zhang Shu. Perhaps this was related to the ominous words spoken by the Taowu. Such startling news, though the Zhuangxiu clan attempted to suppress it, could not be contained. Within merely 2 days, it reached the ears of powerful races who had been closely monitoring the state of Emperor Zhuangxiu. However, due to the previous actions of Emperor Zhuangxiu, who had severely weakened those races harboring grievances against the Zhuangxiu clan, none dared to act against them in the short term. Nevertheless, the offspring of Emperor Zhuangxiu were discontent with this outcome. Hence, on the eve of Bo Fu's ascension, the three sons, Jiyu, allied with Wang Liang, Qiongzi, and Xiao Ergue, launched a coup, intent on slaying Bo Fu to claim the throne for themselves. This battle was fiercely brutal, with both factions deploying formidable warriors, ravaging much of the city. Once the conflict commenced, chaos was irrevocably unleashed. Those offspring of Emperor Zhuangxiu who had previously acknowledged Bo Fu's claim to the throne inexplicably joined the fray. At this juncture, Bo Fu, as the supposed successor, became the target of collective aggression from his brothers and was compelled to retreat repeatedly, ultimately finding refuge within the ancestral hall, hoping that his brothers would refrain from entering and committing fratricide before their father's spirit. Alas, Bo Fu underestimated his brothers. While Tsang Shu, leading the other offspring, hesitated, Ji Yu and his faction did not. They stormed into the ancestral hall without hesitation, brandishing their blades against their own Ki and At that moment. The most astonishing event unfolded. The coffin containing Emperor Zhuanxu's remains exploded. The aged figure of Emperor Zhuanxu, now reduced to mere bones, emerged, his eyes aflame with wrath. In an instant, the once tumultuous hall fell silent. "Father, you are not dead," Ji Yu exclaimed in disbelief, managing to utter only those words. "Not yet," replied Emperor Zhuanxu. It turned out that this was merely a ruse devised by Emperor Zhuanxu, in consultation with the shaman. Upon sensing his impending demise, his intention was to ensnare those races that dared to attack the Zhuanxu clan at the first opportunity before his death. After announcing Emperor Zhuanxu's last edict, the shaman discreetly departed from Cheongsang, implementing prearranged strategies. Thus, despite the prolonged conflict among Emperor Zhuanxu's offspring, the second-in-command had yet to make an appearance. However, neither Emperor Zhuanxu nor the shaman anticipated that. Instead of their enemies, they would encounter the offspring of Emperor Zhuanxu themselves, who even dared to slay their brothers within the ancestral hall. Had it not been for this, Emperor Zhuanxu might have endured. Even knowing that Bo Fu would perish, "Father, if there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave." Ji Yu attempted to flee. "Did you not express a desire to see me? Did you not say you would send Xiao Shi, Bo Fu, to meet me?" Emperor Zhuanxu seized his son, notorious for his ruthlessness. "I was merely jesting with Brother 11. Ji Yu could only muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He had never anticipated that his mere boast would result in his father's resurrection. Had he known of such capabilities, he would not have contended for the throne at all. Smack! No sooner had he finished speaking than Emperor Zhuanxu struck him fiercely. The blow was delivered with such force that it rendered half of Ji Yu's body into a bloody pulp. Blood erupting from the mangled flesh, forming crimson bubbles, a sight reminiscent of a ghastly apparition. It was evident that the 3 failures he had encountered in life stemmed solely from his own offspring, which illuminated Emperor Zhuanxu's current state of mind. However, compared to Tao Wu, Ji Yu exhibited markedly less ferocity. In the face of his father's wrath, he dared not move, being hurled away only to obediently crawl back and kneel. "It is I who have failed to raise you properly," Emperor Zhuanxu lamented, closing his eyes in anguish. Gazing at his obedient son, he was reminded of the ferocity displayed moments prior when Ji Yu had brandished his blade against their brothers. Upon hearing his father's words, a flicker of joy spread across Ji Yu's disfigured face. He knew his father's heart had softened. The earlier poisoning incident instigated by Tao Wu had prolonged a war that could have been swiftly concluded for a millennium. Even then, his father had refrained from executing Tao Wu on the spot. It seemed he might salvage his life today. Yet, he soon heard the following: "In that case, you shall accompany me. Yes. "What?" Ji Yu instinctively acquiesced. But upon comprehending the implications, he shot his head up in alarm. Boom! In the next moment, a colossal hand descended, wielding the force to crush mountains, and with a single strike, Ji Yu was completely obliterated. His life extinguished. Following suit were Wang Liang, Qiongzi, Xiao Ergue, and the rest of Ji Yu's accomplices. This time, Emperor Zhuanxu showed no hesitation. One by one, they were dispatched, all having anticipated this fate. Thereafter, silence reigned as Emperor Zhuanxu leaned against the shattered coffin. Awaiting the shaman's return, Emperor, the shaman, observing the near corpse of Emperor Zhuanxu, called out, uncertain of what to say. Why had such a brilliant and formidable ruler bequeathed such wretched progeny? "Shaman, after I depart, watch over," as the shaman's figure appeared. Emperor Zhuanxu mustered his remaining strength to speak. Yet, his words faltered midway, and he succumbed to uncontrollable tears. Guard well," he wept ungracefully, tears and snot cascading down his face, resembling a child unable to control his own body. Ultimately, he exhaled his last breath, dying before the shattered coffin. He might have lived a while longer, perhaps to witness a resplendent conclusion, crafting an ending that, while not perfect, would still be respectable for both himself and the Zhuanxu legacy. Alas, he was driven to death by his own offspring. Future generations would only regard this as a jest. Thereafter, the shaman personally interred the emperor and, with an iron fist, seized all remaining authority from Emperor Zhuanqu's progeny, confining them within the Grand Hall, forbidding their exit without imperial decree. Far away on Shou Mountain, Jiang Tai listened in bewilderment, feeling as though his worldview was at odds with itself. Not only Jiang Tai, but all beings who learned of this news wore expressions of deep conflict. Only those races secretly plotting to seize the opportunity of Emperor Zhuanqu's death in the morning of the Zhuanqiu clan breathed sighs of relief. Chapter 60. The New World Tree. With the passing of Emperor Zhuanqiu, all races felt a sense of relief. He had loomed over everyone like a mountain, suffocating them. Although the farcical pretense of his death had devolved into a spectacle for various reasons, it nonetheless instilled fear across the myriad races for a century, allowing the Zhuanqiu clan to smoothly transition their power. All were aware that the illustrious yet fleeting era belonging to the Zhuanqiu clan was destined to fade. Even though the Zhuanqiu clan retained powerful figures like the shaman, in the grand scheme of fate, the shaman was merely a weary sailor struggling to keep the Zhuanqiu ship from sinking. In the depths of the starry sky, the long-dormant sun, this supreme celestial body, erupted once more, radiating brilliance a millionfold. Akin to the descent of a deity, a three-legged divine bird flapped its wings, soaring forth from the sun. Noble, proud, with its golden head held high, it resembled the sun itself. This was Jun, the leader of the Jinwu clan. After a millennium, he finally fulfilled his desire, having obtained a portion of the sun's authority through the strand of true solar fire left by Shiha. Positioning himself at the pinnacle of this world, Emperor Zhuanqiu has perished. Through the sun's authority, he instantaneously learned of the world's upheaval. Beneath the sun, no secret remains hidden. Contemplating this, Jun could not help but lament that had the ancient deities not been so arrogant. Merely glancing downward using their authority would have spared them from being trapped in the realm of immortals. Jun took this to heart. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred behind him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of chirping fledglings filled the air, and soon 10 glowing orbs, exuding the sun's true fire, flew forth from the sun. They encircled Jun, resembling 10 miniature suns, accentuating his nobility as if he were the center of the world. Jun reveled in this feeling of being the focus of adoration, extending his arms to welcome the 10 little Jinwu, who nestled against him affectionately. "Father, when shall we rescue Mother?" The little Jinwu nuzzled against Jun's cheek, their tender voices echoing. They were Jun's offspring, born from the union of Shiha's strand of solar fire and Jun's essence. Naturally, they possessed extraordinary potential, endowed with formidable strength and the prowess of top-tier beings. Jun initially intended to respond with a smile, but as the sun's authority relayed a message, his expression abruptly shifted to one of detachment. Emperor Zhuanqiu was immensely powerful. Had it not been for the repeated betrayals by his own offspring, he would not have met his demise. This was a lesson Jun vowed to remember. He must not overly indulge his progeny. From this moment forth, however, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later." The little Jinwu wished to speak further but were interrupted by Jun as he guided them back to the surface, journeying eastward. They traversed the shores of the Eastern Sea, crossing its waters until they reached beyond its bounds. The sea was dark and heavy, infused with numerous unknown substances, posing a threat even to extraordinary beings, with only bizarre ancient beasts residing within. Here lies the very edge of the world. The fabric of space here is not as steadfast as that at the heart of the realm, and it is ever on the verge of erupting into spatial turbulence potent enough to rend mighty beings asunder. The atmosphere is thin and frail, characteristic of a savage wilderness. Yet, Jun's footsteps do not falter. He presses onward into the desolate expanse. After soaring for a decade and more, he finally reaches his destination. Not far off, a vast island basin unfolds, its center deeply sunken, with the waves surging in, occasionally allowing seawater to flow back in. Many years ago, the Jinwu clan withdrew from the alliance with the Ba clan to evade the retribution of Emperor Zhuanqiu, migrating as a whole to this place. Logically, such a maritime basin, given its immense volume, should have long been submerged by the influx of seawater. Yet, the Jinwu clan has managed to thrive here. From time to time, Jinwu soar from the island basin to hunt in the East Sea. Busy yet fulfilled, the clan leader has returned. Jun. After a millennium, the Jinwu people express their profound excitement at Jun's return. Just as they yearn to draw near, 10 little Jinwu burst forth with a blinding radiance. the searing flames of the sun instantaneously evaporating countless volumes of seawater. The Jinwu can only encircle June from a distance, paying homage to their sovereign. Enough. These are all your brothers and sisters. June raises his hand, soothing the emotions of the 10 little Jinwu, and amidst the throngs of countless Jinwu people, he returns to the clan's territory. The little Jinwu appears somewhat disgruntled, yet out of respect for June, they refrain from openly rebelling. Upon entering the island basin, the first sight that greets them is a mulberry tree towering thousands of feet high. 2 mulberry trees entwined in their growth, exuding an air of mystery and profundity, as if they harbor the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Each leaf radiates a searing glow, as though bathed in flames. The seawater that rushes into the basin is evaporated before it even touches the ground. 1,000 years ago, the mulberry tree stood merely 100 feet tall, incapable of fully evaporating the seawater. The newly arrived Jinwu clan could only construct their nests in elevated locations to avoid the encroaching tides. The waters lying dormant in the basin were akin to a boiling bath. Hence, the name Tonggu, Hot Valley, home at last. Upon sighting the grand mulberry tree, the little Jinwu exhibit an extraordinary excitement. They flit away, alighting upon the treetops, preening their feathers. From a distance, they resemble ripe mulberries. Fusanais this the newly birthed world tree. June approaches the magnificent mulberry tree, pecking at its trunk with his beak, his gaze contemplative. This distant isle was not a mere happenstance discovery by the Jinwu clan or June. It was drawn here by the true fire of the sun, courtesy of Shiha, and only then did they uncover its secrets. Previously, June was oblivious to the intricacies, but now, possessing a fragment of the sun's authority, he perceives the essence with clarity. He then casts his gaze towards the 10 little Jinwu upon the Fusang tree. Despite having never encountered it before, they exhibit an uncanny familiarity with this newly born world tree. June is no fool. A fleeting thought reveals the profound significance of it all. The tree felled long ago. The Tongtian Jinmu was indeed a mature world tree, possessing the ability to connect heaven and earth. It seems the deity Shiha intends to cultivate this nascent world tree through his hands, thereby liberating themselves from the celestial realm. But could it be that simple? How could a deity orchestrate such a simplistic scheme? Why does Shiha believe they would be capable of rescuing him? After enduring such hardship, no one would desire the return of deities to the mortal realm. There must be deeper meanings at play, who the Jinwu clan is destined to emerge. June exhales deeply, his eyes ablaze with ambition more fervent than the sun itself. However, he must not tread the same path as the Zhuangxu clan. The title of sovereign over all cannot be achieved solely through the strength of a single clan. What does it matter if Emperor Zhuangxu was formidable? The northern wasteland is notoriously barren. Yet it was in such a place that a rebellion could rise to threaten Zhuangxu and his entire Kin. An alliance with more races must be forged to establish an unassailable coalition. But what shall it be named? That requires thoughtful consideration. Chapter 61. The Birth of the Demon Clan. The Direction of Humanity's Development. Year 1641 of Emperor Zhuangxu. Although Emperor Zhuangxu has passed, the myriad races have not altered their calendar. One reason is that the races are still locked in competition. No individual has emerged strong enough to consolidate power and reorganize the realm, and the Zhuangxu clan remains diminished, not extinguished. Moreover, the races acknowledge Zhuangxu's contributions. After all, it was the Zhuangxu clan that led the multitude against the deities, felling the Tongtian Jinmu and confining the deities within the celestial realm. This is a truth universally acknowledged. This year, as the Zhuangxu clan continues to contract, relinquishing vast territories, tensions escalate among the myriad races vying for land. All are amassing strength, coveting the title of sovereign over the realm. Yet it is also this year that the Jinwu clan, having secluded themselves for a millennium, re-emerges. The race's perception of the Jinwu is still rooted in the warfare of the northern wasteland, where they fled the battlefield, thus failing to incite any significant upheaval. However, as clan leader June triumphs over formidable clans such as the Long, Jiming, City, and Qinyuan, his reputation soars. He boldly proclaims himself emperor, adopting the title of Dijun, thrusting the Jinwu clan into the limelight. The attention of the myriad races swiftly shifts from the Zhuangxu clan to the Jinwu clan. Everyone is eager to discern what audacity this Dijun possesses to make such a claim. It is well known that the previously acknowledged strongman was Zhuangxu. Followed by the human race, Zhuangxu's inaction is understandable. Yet for the human race to remain idle while a Jinwu emerges, is it a sign of recklessness or genuine capability? As this news spreads, the powerful clans that had been vanquished by the Jinwu and lost considerable territory suddenly realize an opportunity to reclaim their lands. Thus, led by the Jiming clan and joined by Ying Zhao, Feilian, Shangyang, and several others, they unite to wage a campaign against the unjust Jinwu. The coalition amasses 100,000 troops, confidently advancing towards the Jinwu clan. Di Jun shows no signs of trepidation, immediately forming battle lines to confront the coalition of 10 clans. Yet, the Jinwu clan has suffered grievously in recent years, having been betrayed and purged by Emperor Zhuangxiu, then joining the Ba clan's alliance, and now isolated overseas. How could they possibly stand against the coalition of 10 clans? The battle is undoubtedly a catastrophic defeat for the Jinwu clan, who are swiftly overwhelmed by the coalition. Ultimately, it is Di Jun who leads his 10 sons, breaking through the encirclement, slaying generals, and single-handedly turning the tide, achieving a resounding victory over the coalition of 10 clans. From this moment on, Di Jun's renown skyrockets. The myriad races are now aware that a new dominant force has emerged in this realm, a figure akin to Emperor Zhuangxiu. Yet no one anticipated that Di Jun would not unleash a massacre upon the defeated 10 clans. Instead, he grants them their freedom on the spot. The majority of the myriad races regard this maneuver with a mix of admiration and confusion. Soon after, Di Jun reveals his true intentions to the myriad races. He announces the establishment of the Demon Clan and his aspirations for the title of sovereign over the realm, extending an invitation to all races to join. He asserts, should we succeed, the glory shall not be the sole privilege of the Jinwu clan. The liberated 10 clans, grateful for Di Jun's benevolence, flock to join him, along with many medium and weaker clans who seize the opportunity to align themselves. In the span of merely a few decades, Di Jun constructs an unprecedentedly vast power among the myriad races. Under the banner of the Demon Clan, there are 12 powerful clans and hundreds of mighty beings, commanding an unparalleled presence. This is not a figure akin to Emperor Zhuangxiu. Di Jun's strength rivals that of Zhuangxiu, yet his methods are far more seasoned. This news swiftly reaches the shores of the East Sea. The leaders of human tribes scattered along the East Sea are taken aback, hastening to Mount Shur to inquire how the human race should respond. The Demon Clan lies just southeast, mere rivers away from human territory. No one wishes for a powerful neighbor to spring up, least of all the human race. The progenitor of humanity, Emperor Zhuangxiu, has been gone for over 200 years. The human race owes nothing to the Zhuangxiu clan. Now that the Demon Clan is rising, if the human race does not act, they may lose the initiative. Why not seize the opportunity to strike and reclaim territory, allowing for the accommodation of more kin in the future? The East Sea is appealing, yet the Duguang Wilderness is even richer. It is said that the Duguang Wilderness enjoys spring-like seasons year-round, abundant with grain. The human race requires more land. Jiang Tai remains silent, quietly listening to the opinions of the various tribal leaders. The majority advocate for war, led by the belligerent Dai, who proposes a full-scale assault to annex the increasingly weakened Zhuangxiu clan. This is commendable. They have not allowed a millennium of comfort to dull their ambition. A few others, however, take a more conservative stance, led by Yinlai Mountain and Huaxiu, advocating imitation of the Demon Clan, seeking potential allies to ensure they are not targeted by the Demon Clan. While primarily focusing their efforts on developing the East Sea, this is also wise. They have not allowed the rumors surrounding the myriad races to obscure their judgment. They remain rational. Such are the good children. A hint of satisfaction flickers in Jiang Tai's eyes. Now that the discussion has reached this point, he shall share his vision for the future development of humanity. After the various tribal leaders have expressed their views, Jiang Tai slowly begins to speak. Although the Zhuangxiu clan is dwindling, they were once the sovereign of the realm, and no one knows what contingencies Emperor Zhuangxiu may have left behind. The human race may be strong, but swiftly subjugating the Zhuangxiu clan poses significant challenges, with the greatest risk being that the Demon Clan might reap the benefits for allying with other races. The human race is fundamentally different from the Jinwu clan. The Jinwu clan appears weak, but is secretly strong. With only 100,000 members, yet they have Di Jun as their bulwark. This is the key to the Jinwu's ability to share glory with the various factions of the Demon Clan. In contrast, the human race spans vast territories, with a population in the tens of millions. Before the rise of the demon race, all the myriad clans regarded our human race as the most likely contender for the title of supreme ruler of the world. Even in alliances with other races, those clans would fear that the human race might repeat the exploits of the ancient Emperor Zhuangxu against the Dragon, Phoenix, and Golden Crow tribes. For if the demon race were to be defeated, the human race would possess the capability to achieve the title of world ruler themselves. Why then should we share in the glory? Such alliances yield little benefit and only serve to impede one another. In the face of a united demon race, this may not bode well. Jiang Tai slowly shook his head. They are all good children, merely too naive, with visions that lack foresight. Of course, this is not solely a flaw of the human race. All the myriad clans share this trait. Although the history of the myriad clans is long, most have been governed by the primordial spirits and lack a history of striving for supremacy. In contrast, figures like Emperor Zhuangxu and Emperor Jun are the anomalies, truly remarkable beings. If only Jiang Tai could share the stories he knows with these children, their innate talents would surely flourish in the future. Listening intently to Jiang Tai's words, the leaders of the various clans nodded in contemplation. Ancestor of humanity, what should we do? Hua Xiu was the first to inquire. Proceed methodically, Jiang Tai replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the clans furrowed their brows, seemingly wishing to voice their thoughts, yet lacking the courage to speak before Jiang Tai, the ancestor of humanity. Ultimately, it was Dai who, in frustration, voiced the collective sentiment of the leaders. Great ancestor, shall we simply stand by and watch the demon race grow stronger? Certainly not. Our human race seeks not empty fame, but tangible benefits. Jiang Tai then elaborated on his thoughts. The accumulation of a millennium has granted the human race an advantage unmatched by the myriad clans. The ease of reproduction coupled with the emergence of powerful bloodlines. Humans gestate for 9 months. While those formidable races may take years, even decades, or longer to bear offspring. Consequently, their populations are generally in the hundreds of thousands. Even at its peak, the Zhuangxu clan scarcely exceeded 2 million. What would happen if ordinary humans were cast among the myriad clans? Hardly any powerful race would take notice. After all, they are merely common humans, with even the extraordinary being a rarity. Even if they did take notice, they would still have to regard the humans by the Eastern Sea with caution. Yet, as those scattered humans gradually take root and establish themselves, bloodlines may revert and latent potential awakened at that point, the human race could confidently declare. Since ancient times. Thus, the human race could quietly claim territory among the myriad clans. Even if they could not win outright, could they not seek reinforcements from the Eastern Sea? Of course, this would be a long and arduous journey. The leaders of the clans wholeheartedly agreed, remaining silent but their minds racing to consider the feasibility of Jiang Tai's proposal. Previous suggestions from the leaders were commendable, yet they could only be deemed tactical. Jiang Tai's gaze, however, remained fixed on the strategic horizon. The demon race, under Emperor Jun, embraces various clans. Our human race, too, can encompass all. Chapter 62. The Ascendance of Humanity. After much contemplation, the leaders of the human race expressed their unanimous support for this plan. They then departed to their respective tribes to select suitable candidates. Following Hua Xiu's successful agricultural endeavors in the Luai's tribe, the other clans hastened to imitate her, planting millet. Moreover, since the conclusion of hostilities with the dragon race, the human race has been recuperating, effectively bringing the entirety of the Eastern Sea under their control. Presently, every inch of the Eastern Sea bears the footprints of humanity, with scarcely a trace of other powerful races, and even middle-tier races are rare. It is fair to say that the Eastern Sea is now the safest region in the primordial world. Due to these favorable conditions, the human population has surged explosively over the past 2 centuries, reaching a staggering 80 million. Furthermore, there are 5 million elite troops stationed in various locations in Shoshan alone. 2 million soldiers are permanently garrisoned, guarding against the ever-looming threat of war with the Zhuangxu clan and the demon race. Among them are at least 500,000 extraordinary warriors. It is worth noting that the total population of most powerful races barely exceeds 200,000 to 300,000. And this does not even account for the private armies of the various clans. This is the fundamental reason why Jiang Tai and the human race can gaze upon the world with confidence. Executing their strategy methodically, it is a force potent enough to traverse the world. This is an exceedingly formidable number. It is unlikely that the combined populations of all other powerful races in the primordial world could surpass that of humanity. The myriad clans have not erred. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the demon race, the human race would undoubtedly have been the most capable contender for the title of world ruler. Without question, This is the result of Jiang Tai's relentless assimilation of the bloodlines of the myriad clans over the past millennium. Among the 100,000 extraordinary warriors of the human race, at least half possess bloodlines from other races. But what of it? They were born of humanity, raised among humanity, and they identify themselves as human. Even Dai, who has never once considered himself a member of the Quafu clan due to the blood of that lineage flowing through his veins. Nor has he ever contemplated reviving the Quafu clan. In truth, the opposite is the case. Dai firmly believes himself to be a proud member of the human race, and even feels angered at the mere suggestion of being associated with Quafu. The remaining 500,000 extraordinary warriors owe their existence to the qi cultivation methods promoted by Jiang Tai among the human race. There are always individuals with weaker bloodlines but outstanding innate talents. The qi cultivation method serves as a stepping stone for them to attain the extraordinary. After a millennium of evolution, the qi cultivation method has long since shed its primitive form, now seamlessly integrated with the original bloodline cultivation method. The two have formed a mutually reinforcing relationship. The inhalation and exhalation of qi can enhance bloodlines and vitality, while the tempering of vitality can bolster the inhalation and exhalation of qi. These two pathways have collectively forged the robust human race we see today. But is this truly sufficient? Jiang Tai no longer needs to concern himself with the assimilation of the myriad clans' bloodlines. He can devote more energy to his own cultivation. Yet, the more he delves, the more he feels that mere vitality and qi are far from enough. It seems as though something is missing to harmonize these two forces and stabilize them. The duality is powerful, yet overly rigid, prone to imbalance. Once imbalance occurs, it gives rise to the four symbols, and the four symbols lead to the 8 trigrams, an endless cycle of evolution. This is the way of heaven and earth. Yet not the way of humanity. If this endless evolution were to continue, the only outcome would be ascension. That is, death. It is well known that a triangle possesses stability. What Jiang Tai seeks is that third point. Yet, to this day, he has yet to find any sign. Jiang Tai's mind became a blank slate, as countless intricate thoughts flashed through his consciousness. Sometimes, as he looks back, he realizes he has traversed this world for nearly 2 millennia. 2 millennia, nearly half the span of Chinese civilization. In a world devoid of the extraordinary, he could only imagine how many generations of dynasties would have risen and fallen and how many extraordinary talents would have emerged. Fortunately, he cannot be said to have wasted his time. The flourishing human race of today has been constructed brick by brick through his own efforts. Jiang Tai stood atop the cliff of Shoshan, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the bustling human city at the mountain's base. Among the throngs of people, each bore a faint smile and a sense of pride. Thus, can he be said to have fulfilled his duty to future generations? Yet, upon contemplating this, Jiang Tai could not help but scoff and shake his head, deriding his own arrogance. The true human race should be the sole protagonist of heaven and earth, the leader of all living beings. Just as heaven, earth, and humanity represent the 3 talents, humanity does not merely signify the human race but encompasses all beings that dwell between heaven and earth. Only in this way can he genuinely fulfill his duty to future generations. It seems he must double his efforts. The future still holds a long road ahead for him to traverse. With a deep breath, Jiang Tai's aura suddenly transformed, akin to a dam bursting in a drought, releasing a torrent of water to nourish the parched land. The earth was rejuvenated, with countless plants sprouting anew, an invigorating vitality enveloping him. It was not intimidating, rather refreshing, like a gentle spring breeze. This signified that Jiang Tai had achieved a breakthrough. The most noticeable change was that the already striking Jiang Tai had become even more handsome. In high spirits, Jiang Tai hummed a tune as he departed. That moment, 2 dragons locked at the cliff's base distinctly sensed Jiang Tai's transformation. Their expressions growing increasingly grave, even bordering on terror. He has grown stronger once again. After a long pause, Ying Long finally spoke slowly. What a monster! Bingy gritted his teeth and forced out a resentful remark. The 2 dragons had been companions of Jiang Tai for the longest time, and it was precisely for this reason that they truly understood how terrifying this ancestor of humanity was. They recalled over 1,000 years ago, when Jiang Tai had just recently broken through to a formidable level. Although his combat prowess was equally fierce, it was still within a realm that Ying Long could comprehend. Then, it was as if he had taken off in a rocket, ascending at an astonishing rate. After merely a century following his breakthrough, he had subdued the dragon race with a single spear, forcing Bing Yi to personally come to Shoshan to make amends, only to be imprisoned at the cliff's base. Subsequently, he withstood the heavenly tribulation and broke through to the fifth realm. This ancestor of humanity seemed to possess no limitations, his rate of advancement never waning. Every few days brought a new epiphany. Sometimes he observed the winds, other times the rains. They had tolerated all of this, viewing it as an opportunity to witness the profound truths of heaven and earth. But now, to see a group that was not even extraordinary sit idly by and comprehend the Tao. The two dragons, merely watching Jiang Tai attain enlightenment time and time again, were on the verge of breaking through to the fifth realm themselves. At times, they even wondered whether being captured by Jiang Tai here might not be such a bad thing after all. Is it truly necessary for it to be this absurd? The two dragons exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Then, almost synchronously, he scratched an itch and closed his eyes, patiently awaiting Jiang Tai's return. Previously, he had pondered how to escape. Now, it seemed that even if he urged them to leave, they might not be willing to go. Chapter 63. The Demon Clan Envoy. The two emperors of East and West, the leaders of the human tribes, exhibited remarkable initiative. In just over a decade, they devised and executed a comprehensive plan, selecting 1 million suitable human beings as pioneers, distributed across the lands near the Eastern Sea. None of these 1 million were extraordinary. All were ordinary humans, yet the vast majority possessed diluted bloodlines of myriad races. Refined over generations, the response was favorable. The formidable races bordering the Eastern Sea were largely oblivious to the sudden emergence of a group of humans on their territory. After all, the strength of ordinary humans bore little difference from that of weaker races. Their only drawback was the absence of powerful guardians, resulting in a high casualty rate. Of the 1 million humans, only about 100,000 managed to establish a foothold, while the rest struggled on the brink of death, reminiscent of the primitive tribes of old. Nevertheless, this effort allowed the human race to occupy nearly 10,000 miles of land. The ancestor of humanity, there is a request for an audience from the envoy of the Demon Clan. Just as Jiang Tai was disinterestedly perusing the report, Fushi approached to deliver the news. Finally, it has arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tai's eyes brightened, and he set the report aside, instructing Fushi to bring the demon envoy forth. For reasons unknown, despite being a divine offspring like the three-legged golden crow, Fushi's progress in cultivation was exceedingly sluggish. Over 200 years old, he had only attained the witch-priest realm. In contrast, his sister Nuwa, blessed with exceptional talent, cultivated at a pace even faster than that of the legendary Hou-Yi, and had already become a formidable powerhouse. Initially, Jiang Tai speculated that Fushi might have some innate deficiency. But after a personal investigation, he found no such issues. Apart from an exceptionally solid foundation, Fushi's health was impeccable. Generally speaking, a 200-year-old witch priest was quite impressive. Yet, Fushi had a remarkable sister. In light of such a stark contrast, Fushi inexplicably bore the label of a failure, even facing ridicule from a clan member who had barely broken through the witch-priest realm after several centuries, saying, "Who would have thought the illustrious Nuwa has a useless brother? He is only twice as fast as my cultivation speed? At the very least, he should be 5 times faster to be considered normal." Nonetheless, Fushi remained silent, merely continuing his nightly endeavors. Yet, the more he observed, the more familiar it felt. Demon Envoy, by Zhe, pays his respects to the ancestor of humanity. Just as Jiang Tai was lost in thought, Fushi had already brought the Demon Envoy before him. By Zhe, he was a colossal white beast with a tiger's head, a single horn radiating a soft green glow atop his brow, and the tips of the fur along his neck and back tinged with a faint red hue. His claws resembling those of a dragon. He appeared both majestic and graceful. It was well known that the Demon Clan possessed wise beings, well versed in the ways of the world. "But may I inquire why your esteemed envoy has come?" Jiang Tai inquired with admiration. "The ancestor of humanity is too kind. Bai Zhe has come to rescue the human race from impending peril." Bai Zhe's expression was grave, as if the human race were truly on the brink of annihilation. "Oh, pray, elaborate." Jiang Tai slowly straightened, scrutinizing this Bai Zhe, renowned in later generations as a creature of auspicious omen. Di Jun seeks to seize the title of sovereign of the world. Aside from the Zhuansu clan, the human race stands as his primary adversary. let us see how Di Jun intends to temporarily stabilize the human race. Are you aware that before the deities were trapped within the celestial realm, they left behind numerous contingencies on Earth? Bai Zhe spoke with utmost seriousness, even stating that he knew this was the offspring of the Thunder God. Jiang Tai gestured toward Fuxi. Bai Zhe followed Jiang Tai's, and Fuxi politely clasped his hands in greeting. Does the ancestor know that the contingencies left by the deities are not solely for revenge? They are also intended for a day when they can return to the mortal realm. As he spoke, Bai Zhe's tone grew more fervent. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tai was taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend. Perhaps in an effort to bolster credibility, Bai Zhe further elaborated on the matter of the newly born world tree, candidly asserting that should the Fusang divine tree flourish, the deities would return to the mortal realm along its branches, exacting retribution upon all races. At present, the myriad races are in a critical struggle for survival. In days of yore, King Zhuan-Su achieved a connection to the heavens, granting freedom to the myriad races. How noble and poignant was that? Yet, who could have imagined that his successor would be so inept, repeatedly inciting wars that jeopardized the myriad races? What difference is there between him and the primordial spirits of the past? Now, the myriad races require a leader capable of once again forging a connection to the heavens. This leader must not be a self-serving Zhuan-Su, focused solely on his own clan. Bai Zhe's words were impassioned, imbued with a persuasive power that could sway hearts. Even in the presence of Jiang Tai, who could contend with Di Jun for dominion over the world, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. Very well, Di Jun has sent you here not for idle banter. Speak plainly. Jiang Tai interjected, raising his hand to interrupt. Should the ancestor be willing to contribute to the great cause of the survival of the myriad races, our demon clan is willing to share the world with the human race, honoring the ancestor as the Eastern Emperor, while my master reigns as the Western Emperor. The two emperors shall be united as brothers, forging an everlasting alliance. White Zhe, caught off guard by Jiang Tai's sudden interruption, remained composed, his words still sharp. Emperor Tai Yi? It is indeed a commendable title. But what if I am unwilling? Jiang Tai smiled, but his demeanor abruptly shifted. An overwhelming aura of invincibility emanated from him, stirring a terrifying tempest as the surrounding air thickened with palpable killing intent, akin to icy blades poised at Bai Zhe's throat, ready to claim his life. The atmosphere was charged with a fury akin to the wrath of the heavens. Bai Zhe's clan, adept at avoiding calamity, felt the lethal pressure from Jiang Tai and immediately recoiled, lowering his head in submission, daring not to overstep in the slightest. His limbs grew weak, as though he could collapse at any moment. If the ancestor is unwilling, he may still claim the title of emperor, but cannot share the world with the demon clan. Bai Zhe stammered. Then, what if I wish to aid the Zhuan-Su clan? Jiang Tai, having reigned in his murderous intent, inquired further. Then my master shall meet the ancestor on the battlefield, Bai Zhe replied, feeling a sense of relief. Undeterred, I understand. You may leave now, I shall contemplate this matter. Jiang Tai nodded, then gestured for Fuxi to escort Bai Zhe away. Observing Bai Zhe's departing figure, Jiang Tai fell into contemplation. In mythology, Di Jun and Tai Yi were both regarded as ancient celestial emperors, with the Chu deities venerating Tai Yi as the god of creation. There were no intersections between the two. Tai Yi, much like Pango, was not a specific entity but rather a title denoting certain cosmic transformations. Yet, in the recent mythic era, Di Jun and Tai Yi were known to be fraternal twins. What Jiang Tai currently experienced seemed to be a blend of both, or perhaps, this was the truth. It was merely that information had been lost in later generations, often passed down through oral tradition, leading to misinterpretations by posterity. Regardless of the circumstances, they did not impede Jiang Tai's decisions. What he sought was the best possible choice for the human race. Chapter 64. Dispatching Fuxi after concluding the meeting, Bai Zhe did not take his leave but instead settled directly within the city of Shoshan, seemingly resolved to remain until the human race made a decision. According to Fuxi, Bai Zhe appeared to revel in the atmosphere among humans. Fuxi, how do you believe the human race should choose? Jiang Tai beckoned Fuxi to sit beside him, his expression warm as he affectionately ruffled Fuxi's hair, resembling a grandparent with a grandchild. Fuxi had been by his side for decades, and having imparted much of his knowledge, Jiang Tai was keen to assess Fuxi's comprehension and subsequently direct his future path. Returning to the ancestor, Fushi opined that the current situation was highly favorable for our human race, and we should remain as passive observers. Fushi replied respectfully, his demeanor serious and solemn, as if this were not merely an examination but a genuine strategy session for the enduring legacy of the human race. Oh? Why do you say the current situation is favorable for the human race? Jiang Tai's expression softened, a broader smile gracing his face. Although the Zhuansu clan appeared to be weakening, in reality, they had merely relinquished some inconsequential territories, provoking a great conflict among the myriad races. The Demon Clan has risen unexpectedly, and Dijun's ambitions are boundless, constantly coveting the title of sovereign over the world. A confrontation between the two factions is inevitable. Thus, the human race is afforded an opportunity to extricate itself from the scrutiny of the myriad races. Fushi spoke eloquently, undeterred by Jiang Tai's status or his own reputation. Maintaining a balanced demeanor, his words were pearls of wisdom, incisively addressing the core issues. The essence of his argument was clear. Incite a conflict between the Zhuansu clan and the Demon Clan, and the longer it drags on, the better. When one side can no longer withstand the pressure, the human race can intervene, forming alliances to resist the stronger faction. Truly, a prodigy of our human race. Jiang Tai was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with unabashed affection for Fu 11. In fact, after this exchange, there lingered an unspoken thought. A worthy successor, indeed. Jiang Tai intended for Fushi to inherit his position, leading the entirety of the human race. However, considering Fushi's youth and lack of experience, he ultimately decided against voicing that sentiment. This was not merely due to Fushi's identity. Jiang Tai believed that Fushi truly possessed the capability to shoulder the weight of the human race. Others were not without merit, but in comparison to Fushi, they each bore their own shortcomings. Though commendable, they were far from perfect. For instance, Dei, a warrior of formidable strength, stands as the foremost among the human race, second only to Jiang Tai. His nature is one of valor and aggression, sufficient for a faction leader, yet too extreme for the role of a unifying leader of humanity. On the other hand, figures like Yinlai Mountain and Huashu are excessively benevolent, lacking the necessary ambition for progress. They are fit to be rulers of preservation, yet inadequate for pioneering endeavors. In contrast, Fushi, who excels in many respects but does not reach the pinnacle, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to succeed Jiang Tai. However, how can one instigate a conflict between the demon race and Zhuanxu? Dijun is not foolish. He would never truly believe that humanity would remain passive spectators. Jiang Tai fixated his gaze on Fushi, his eyes ablaze with intensity. This was not part of a formal assessment, but rather an additional inquiry. Whether answered or not, it mattered little. A correct response would certainly be preferable. Hasn't the ancestor of humanity already been undertaking this task? Fushi hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head, meeting Jiang Tai's gaze without a hint of fear. As Jiang Tai's deputy, Fushi had access to resources no less than that of the leaders of various factions, and he had been actively working towards this end. Excellent, truly excellent, Fushi. You possess extraordinary talent and astonishing wisdom. Yet, Jiang Tai exclaimed with fervor, his gaze smoldering as he regarded Fushi like a precious gem. Do you possess the courage to match it? A flush of excitement blossomed on Fushi's otherwise serene cheeks. He immediately bowed respectfully, his words resolute. I shall obey the command of the ancestor of humanity. At long last, he had awaited this moment. For this opportunity, he had bided his time for a century, even suppressing his own cultivation speed, enduring disdain and mockery. Now, his desires were finally fulfilled. Very well, from this day forth, you may fully unleash your brilliance. Remember this. No matter what challenges arise, you have me. The entirety of humanity stands behind you. With that, Jiang Tai clapped his hands, and a strikingly handsome beast resembling a Qilin entered the great hall. It radiated a formidable aura, embodying the essence of a great power. This is Bo, my erstwhile comrade, who once fought by my side. He shall serve as your protector henceforth, Jiang Tai stated. Thank you, ancestor of humanity. I shall rely on Senior Bo's guidance in the days to come. Fushi then cupped his hands in respect towards Bo. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on, Bo proudly declared, his head held high as he paced around Fushi, brimming with delight at the praise. Fushi quickly grasped the situation and offered a few more compliments, causing Bo to beam with joy. Very well, you both should prepare yourselves. observing the camaraderie between the two. Jiang Tai waved them off. In preparation for this operation, Jiang Tai had expended substantial resources to aid Bo in breaking through his bottleneck and attaining the realm of great power, which should suffice to handle any unforeseen circumstances. This task, while seemingly straightforward, presented its own complexities. It involved executing humanity's strategy for external expansion, albeit with necessary modifications. Instead of the previous quiet and unnoticed expansion through ordinary humans, it required a proactive escalation of tensions with local races. It was essential for Xuanqiu and the demon race to understand that humanity had no intention of interfering in the struggle for supremacy. However, it was also crucial not to forge an irreconcilable enmity with those local races. This called for an influential presence that remained inconspicuous, and Fuxi, being at the witch and shaman level, was perfectly suited for this role. These tasks were not insurmountable. Even if tensions escalated, the local races, mindful of humanity's standing, would not completely sever ties. Any occasional hot-headed individual would still be mitigated by Bo's presence as a safeguard. The challenge lay in how to navigate this delicate balance. This would depend on Fuxi's capabilities. All races were aware of humanity's strength, yet in this nascent age emerging from ignorance, even figures like Dijuan could not entirely transcend the constraints of their epoch. Before the myriad races lay an army of 5 million, with 500,000 extraordinary humans, merely a fade of seeming depth. Only when this vast veil is lifted can one truly comprehend the immense power that a race of 80 million can unleash. Jiang Tai estimated, based on the data reported from various tribes, along with those that had been concealed, should humanity exert its utmost, it could easily muster another 10 million troops, alongside 500,000 extraordinary beings. Even if Fuxi faltered, humanity possessed the capability to engage on two fronts. Now that humanity had made its move, how would the demon race respond? Oh, the true source of his headache was not the current struggle for supremacy, but rather the deities dwelling in the celestial realm, stirring up turmoil from above. What were their intentions? Were they merely seeking to annihilate the Xuanqiu clan that had imprisoned them in the celestial domain? Presently, the divine machinations included the water deity Gonggong, the fire deity Zhurong, the sun deity Shiha, and the thunder dragon deity, each emergence propelling the world's progress forward by leaps and bounds, significantly strengthening the myriad races below. Yet, could the deities truly be so benevolent? What, in truth, lay at the heart of their intentions? Chapter 65. The demon race mobilizes. In the year 1792 of the reign of Emperor Xuanqiu, the world was engulfed in tumultuous change. After nearly a century of development, the demon race saw the emergence of numerous powerful factions joining their ranks, commanding territories such as Qishui, Fantianshan, Kangwu Wilderness, and Rongshan. Establishing their capital at Buting Mountain, they boasted an army of millions, growing ever more formidable. Even the once dominant Feng clan of the southern regions found themselves retreating in the face of their might, taking refuge in the Flame Fire Mountain. Despite their immense strength, the demon race had yet to take action against Xuanqiu to seize the title of supreme ruler, leaving countless races puzzled. Especially those neighboring the demon race lived in constant trepidation, fearing that they might become the next target of aggression. Meanwhile, within Buting Mountain, the demon lord Dijuan also found himself in a state of agitation. Decades prior, he had dispatched the envoy bays to the shores of the Eastern Sea to probe humanity's intentions and ascertain their true capabilities. The result was that the ancestor of humanity had declined Dijuan's proposal for an alliance, asserting that humanity had no desire to vie for supremacy. This was hardly surprising. The myriad races were aware of the deep ties between humanity and Xuanqiu, and Dijuan never believed that humanity would turn against their former ally for the mere title of Eastern Emperor. If it were indeed the case, even if the two races united to defeat Xuanqiu, Dijuan would still need to contend with the historical grievances concerning the dragon, phoenix, and golden crow. He would not hesitate to take risks that could destabilize the foundations of the demon race. As Dijuan had surmised, humanity appeared inclined to remain neutral and would allow the demon race to mobilize without obstruction. However, this message seemed to have taken an excessively long time to convey. It had been decades, and Dijuan had yet to witness any signs. Your Majesty, good news. At that moment, the demon race's sage bays rushed in from outside the hall, brimming with excitement. Has humanity's stance been revealed? Dijuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, bays replied. Please elaborate. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Dijuan was overjoyed and, disregarding his imperial dignity, patted Baze on the forehead. Baze, unfazed, continued to elaborate on humanity's position. Many years ago, shortly after Baze's mission to humanity, the ancestor had dispatched the thunder goddess Sion, Fuxi, who traveled through Hulua and emerged from the Eastern Sea, ultimately arriving at Zhulu. That place was no ordinary location. It was inhabited by formidable factions such as the Ghost Tribe, the Dog Rong, and the Wolf Riders. Rumor had it that these tribes hailed from the northern wilds and inherited the ferocity of the wasteland while shedding its barrenness, exhibiting formidable combat prowess amid chaotic circumstances. Even today's demon race must tread carefully in their dealings with them. Now, Fuxi had clashed with the Ghost Tribe, who, fearing humanity's strength yet unwilling to relinquish their bountiful lands, were clandestinely reaching out to other races to prepare for a united front against humanity. Quick! Dispatch envoys and send supplies. We must persuade the Dog Rong and others to join forces. Upon hearing this, Dijuan was elated. His three-legged son beneath him exerted force, erupting in sparks of solar fire. A testament to his excitement, rest assured, I have already taken the liberty to send our kin to handle it, Baze replied with a smile. Very well, that is reassuring. I have always trusted your capabilities. Dijuan was not angered by Baze's unilateral decision, but rather expressed admiration. This trust was reserved solely for Baze, the strategist of the demon race. Excluding Dijuan, Baze held the highest position within the demon race, even surpassing Dijuan's 10 offspring. Although the Golden Crow clan was weak yet deceptively strong, their frailty made them susceptible to treachery. Should any nefarious individuals conspire in the shadows, the Golden Crow clan could easily face upheaval. Consequently, Dijuan regarded the authority of the demon race with utmost gravity, often losing his temper over these matters. Additionally, humanity required careful appeasement to prevent the emergence of resentment. Gradually recovering from his initial excitement, Dijuan added, rest assured, the title of Eastern Emperor will suffice to quell any grievances. Indeed, Baze reiterated. Previously, during my mission to humanity, both parties agreed that as long as humanity did not openly assist the Zhuangqiu clan, the title of Eastern Emperor would still be granted to you. However, at that time, it would not be a matter of the two races vying for supremacy. Take heed. We must not underestimate the ancestor of humanity. Even I cannot discern his true nature. However, this time, Dijuan interjected. Since gaining dominion over the sun, few things could elude his keen perception. Even the World Tree and the current leader of the Zhuangqiu clan, Wu, were somewhat transparent to him. Yet only this Tai clan shrouded itself in layers of enigma, with even the radiant sun unable to illuminate its depths. Had it not been for this, how could Dijuan have endured for decades? Merely awaiting humanity's stance? What do you mean? Baze inquired. Dijuan fell silent, for he had no viable solutions to offer. The impending confrontation with the Zhuangqiu clan is destined to be a fierce battle. While the demon race may achieve victory, they cannot afford to divert any attention towards the human race. The territory chosen by the humans is strategically advantageous, bordering Zhuangqiu to the west and the demon race to the south, making it unlikely for either tribe to initiate conflict at this juncture. To the north, the Spectre tribes have already engaged in stalling tactics against the humans, while the Dragon clan of the Eastern Sea has long since been subdued by the human race. This presents quite a predicament. Perhaps a marriage alliance with the humans would be prudent, suggested Baze. It appears there is no other option. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Dijuan pondered momentarily before responding. What of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Without further deliberation, Dijuan promptly made a decision. This can only be regarded as a makeshift solution, ultimately relying on whether the humans can uphold their promises. Fortunately, the humans have engaged in trade with myriad races for millennia, accumulating a commendable reputation. In this regard, both Dijuan and Baze harbor a certain level of trust. If so, let us select an auspicious day. Rally the demon army and wage war against the unjust Zhuangqiu. After arranging all the necessary details, Dijuan spoke with anticipation. Having endured for several decades, he has reached his limit. He is the Golden Crow of the Great Sun. Is it reasonable for there to be two suns in the sky? The old sun should have set long ago. Now, with the Celestial Emperor's arrival, all beings should bow in reverence. Baze acquiesced and promptly exited the Grand Hall. Relaying Dijuan's orders to the various factions of the demon race in the 1800th year of the Zhuangqiu era, the demon race mobilized 8 million troops to march northward, aiming to subjugate the Zhuangqiu clan. leaving merely 2 million behind for defense. The 12 demon saints took to the field, each a peak powerhouse, with Ji-Ming and Kuan-Peng reaching the 5th realm of the emperor level. As far as the eye could see, the demon army stretched like a mountain range, countless battle flags fluttering fiercely in the wind, permeating the air with a chilling aura of slaughter. Even in the dim light of dawn, with visibility as low as the outstretched hand, not a single demon soldier expressed discontent. The entire contingent was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest whisper. Each soldier bore resolute and fervent gazes, silently observing the 12 demon saints and the empty high platform at the summit of the Nating Mountain. Boom! As dawn broke, a blazing sun rose above the Nating Mountain. It seemed to be a mere stone's throw away from the demon soldiers, and each soldier could feel the radiant sunlight, its heat causing many faces to flush. Soldiers, this battle marks the first conflict since the establishment of our demon race, and it is the starting point for our ascent to greatness. Suddenly, a voice of authority and nobility resonated from the sun. Di Jun stood amidst the solar brilliance, as if commanding the sun itself, serving the multitude of demons with a divine presence. I am the celestial emperor, and you are the heavenly soldiers. All that the Zhuangxu clan once enjoyed, you shall receive in abundance. Bow before the celestial emperor. The 12 demon saints bowed in unison. Following suit were the countless millions of demon soldiers, their might unprecedented throughout the ages. Rise and eradicate Zhuangxu. Di Jun's voice was calm, as if in his eyes, the annihilation of Zhuangxu was but a trivial matter. His true aim was never merely to destroy the former sovereign of the realm, but to elevate the entire demon race to celestial heights.